If not, here we are. You can hear me now. Um, I don't know if you guys could hear me or not, but anyway, let's go back a little bit. I hope you guys could hear me. If not, let's start over. Okay, I have new sponsors. Let's start with Valero, the Valero product. This is a air cleaner. Um, this is where you got air purifiers in your home and whatnot. You can buy this product here. This is a NASA approved product. Again, these are my new sponsors. These are my new sponsors. One of these is my old sponsor. This is an old sponsor, Valero, actually. But we're bringing them back to the surface. So if you go down in the description and under this video, you will find links to the Valero Air and Surface Pro. And like I said before, this is a great product for like studios and offices and your home as well. They have products that you can put into your car, your vehicle. This is the Fresh Air Mobile. You can put this in your vehicle, especially if you drive Uber or Lyft. This will be perfect for your home or your vehicle to keep fresh air. If somebody comes in and they got some type of disease, let's say the C word, this will protect you. This will kill all the viruses in the air around you. So shout out to Valero for that. As well as, I like this product here. I don't know if you heard it before, but I like this product. This is the Fresh Air Personal. This is what you can actually wear around your neck. I actually had these products on the way. Can't wait till they get here. I can't wait till they get here. And this product here is something that you can wear around your neck. So if anybody comes around you and they cough and they sneeze, and if you got this on, you ain't got nothing to worry about it because it's going to kill those viruses before they even get to you. So go, down into the description and click on the link to the Valora.com link, and you can order these yourself, if you're interested. And this is a great product. Shout out to Valora, Valora. And our other sponsor is the Drunken Bunny. The link is also in the description. Go to the link in the description at drunkenbunnybrand.com. And they have all types of herbal teas. These are all organic and holistic. They got the sour sop loose leaves. There's so many great products on here. I'm currently using the lung detox tea. It's a great product. The lymph detox tea, and they also have something for the men who have problems getting up. I'm not judging. I've been there. They got something called the men's essential tea, so check those out. And Drunken Money, they also have some great products on there that you can go check out and order if you're interested. Also, moving on, I have the Brand Yourself Apparel. Shout out to them. Brand Yourself Apparel has products all up and down their website. Just go check them out and order what you like. They have. I've been looking at some of the tech stuff. Let me see what we got over there. They got some speakers. I need new speakers for my computer. What kind of speakers they got? They got some computer speakers. Well, I'll take some of these though too. Wow. I like these the JBL type speakers. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Oh, I'm feeling that one. So I might have to check that out too. And you can just put it on your bag, attach it to your bag, and excuse me. So they got some great products on there. Phone stands, car chargers, power banks, mouses, webcam covers. Okay. Need webcam covers these days because a lot of people like to spy even though they can't legally use anything in court, whatever they see you doing. It's just they doing it for their own freaky reasons. You know, it ends up on the world, the dark web, I guess, and they make money off of you. But if you got your cameras covered, then they can't do that. So, yeah, so check out their spyware section on bringyourselfapparel.com. And again, the link to these websites are in the description below. Okay, let's get it on with Diddy. Let's get it on. All right. Okay, so this is when his home was raided. Yeah. This is when Diddy's home was raided. They tore that house apart. It looked like the girls' room, the twins. Well, no, they might be the office, or I don't know. I just see a lot of girly colors, but you know, it is Diddy. Who knows? I'm not laughing at Diddy. That was the computer doing that. Happy Father's Day. So yeah, it probably is the girls' room, or maybe the guys. I see those shoes over there, so maybe it was the son's room. Okay, who knows? But they did tear that house apart. There's a whole lot going on. Was the house already messy, or did they make a mess? I can't really tell. And with all those shoes on the ground, wow, they just had a room just strictly for shoes, huh? Well, I guess that's how you live when living with the rich and famous. So yeah, what we're doing right now, we're going from top to bottom. We're going to start from the lawsuit, Cassie's lawsuit. We're going to go through that, and then we're going to move on down to when it was time for the indictment. And this is from the first raid right here. You know, shout out to TMZ. And this is from the first raid. How do they be getting this footage? I guess money, huh? Yeah. Shout out to TMZ. I don't know. But yeah, that's a good look. That's a good look, I guess. Let me see, what is this? TMZ. Feds disabled, seize, surveillance raid. No, let's see. Okay.
With the raid on Monday, particularly in Los Angeles, we know that Diddy's team wants people to see what it looked like from the inside looking out. On Monday, all of these, particularly in Los Angeles, we know that Diddy's team wants people to see what it looked like from the inside looking out when all of these Homeland Security agents and other federal agents raided the place.
Yeah.
So this is when Diddy's home was raided in L.A. in Holby Hills, I guess that's what it's called. This is when they raided the home out there, and they went in there, and I'm talking about they had them choppers out. Woo! Is that Diddy's son? Who was that? Who was that? I think that might be one of the securities or something. I don't know. But let's see what they're talking about.
If they happen to be looking at the security system, they would not. I mean, actually, if they had been looking at it, they probably would
they did.
Hey, what's wrong with the security system? It was disabled, we're told, and then as soon as the feds got in there, they made a beeline for the hard drives that would normally capture all of that video, and they confiscated those hard drives. So they can't. Diddy's camp can't show us what this looks like, even though they have, you know, we've heard through statements from their lawyers that they're very upset about this show of force.
But statements aren't the same as actually looking at it, because
and that's why they went to. They're like, we want people to see this.
And so, you know, I mean, one of the kids was in the shower, another kid was half dressed, and they came in, put lasers on them, and had guns and all these things they want you to see.
That's one of the Combs' son right there, man. He looked pissed off. He looked just like a daddy, though.
It's in the hands of the feds. We don't know if we will ever see it, whether they'll ever release it. Presumably, they might do it if this ever goes to trial. But right now, it's just part of an investigation and confidential.
So there are two things at play here. One is the fact they cut the surveillance while on the way to do the raid. So before they actually entered the house, they cut the surveillance. And then they seized the hard drives. Now, the hard drives, it makes a lot of sense why they'd seize it, right? There are allegations that within this house, there were illegal sex crimes happening. And therefore, they want the surveillance video to prove their case. And they're going to take the entire hard drive to do it. I think where the question is why they cut the feed before they entered the house. Now, it could be that they didn't want the people within the house to be able to see them coming. But I think they knew at the time that Diddy wasn't there. There were other people in the house, obviously, so they wanted, I guess, for people not to know.
But Jason, the problem with that theory is once you get on the perimeter of the house, these cameras show from the outside onto the street. So they're, if they were really looking at the security video, they would have seen them coming onto the property.
Which I would imagine is what the feds don't want to happen, right? They don't want people to know because.
Right, but
the element of surprise is what they're going.
But what I'm saying is, if you go to the security camera, you're on the property, and if somebody was looking at the security camera, it gives them more time than if you actually just went to the front door. So if they're really worried about the element of surprise, by first going to the security camera, it actually creates a bigger problem for the feds than just going beeline in it for the front door.
No, I think you're assuming that when you say they disabled the camera, I don't think it's that they walked up to the camera and broke it.
Once they walk onto the perimeter, once they're on the street next to the house, you can see who's on the street from their security cameras. You can see on the outside.
I guess we need to know more about how they did it, and did they in fact disable it before they could be seen? In which case, I guess we'd understand.
You can't do it. You can't do that.
Why can't you?
Because these security cameras don't just show what's going on immediately at the front door. They will show the street. You can see who's rolling up to the street.
And my point is, if you cut the power source or you cut the feed, then you don't have that video.
You're right, except by getting to the security camera, you have to be on the property, and if you're on the
Jason,
property,
you know what I'm saying,
they've
right?
already seen it.
I don't think it's that they walked right up to the camera itself.
Ultimately, it doesn't. We have to sort of defer to law enforcement's approach to this, right? We have some pretty serious allegations, none of which are proven. They're just allegations of pretty heinous crimes. They're going to go and they're going to search this house, and they don't know who's inside of it. I think we kind of have to defer to law enforcement in the way they chose to do this at some point.
Okay.
Without
Speaking of law enforcement, we know something else. That one of the key things here that the feds are going to do is they are going to get flight manifests from the various private jets and possibly commercial planes as well to see where Diddy went, who he went with, especially when they cross state lines, because that's the jurisdiction of the feds. You have to cross state lines. So if they went from state to state, if they went from one state to another country, they want to know who's on those planes. And it's the way they piece these cases together. That if they see there are certain people on the plane, especially people who have already come forward in lawsuits, they're going to get in touch with them. They're going to see if their allegations align with the dates. And this is all about building the case.
Right, and we know that subpoenas have already been issued.
I wanna say something about this image right here. This is the image that was caught when Diddy was about to board his plane and go visit another country. I don't know what they were doing. But this guy right here, if you see he has the blue sweater, the white guy. I forget his name, but you can look him up. Anyway, he was arrested and he had some paraphernalia on him, let's just say that. And nobody else was arrested. And the feds knew that they all were going to be there. You see, they pulled up on him. They're having a conversation with Diddy. They're having a conversation with Diddy's family. And they take this white guy, young white guy, who, from my understanding, used to be a great basketball player, and at Syracuse, and I don't know what happened in his life to end up to where he's providing Uggs for Diddy and the crew. But he was arrested. He had paraphernalia. Now I'm gonna tell you this: being someone who's been arrested by the feds before and actually did federal time, and while I was in prison, I went over paperwork. You know, some of you know this or not, but I went over a lot of paperwork, people's paperwork, while I was in prison. And it was mainly because I wasn't the only, but I was very few people that were in the prison that could actually read and understand. And it just came from me trying to fight my own case, and people saw what I was doing, and they asked me questions, you know, that if I could help them. And, you know, it turned, you know, one person turned into 10. Next thing I know, I'm reading paperwork, you know, as soon as people hit the prison system. And me understanding what's going on here, I'm going to tell you what happened. The white boy was either already working with the feds, or this was the day he switched to work with the feds, right? And they only chose to grab him up because technically they could have arrested everybody. I mean, he's on federal property, which is the airport, and he has, you know, paraphernalia on it. So it was nothing for them to to arrest everybody there. That was nothing for them, right? But they chose to just take the white boy. And that's a scare tactic that they use, right? They use that they just grab the white boy and they let you go on about your way. And they probably bugged you, or they probably had another informant already on you too. Because they had to have an informant in order to know that this white boy was going to have some stuff on him. So they went ahead and arrested the white boy, and that was probably a way, if he was already working with the feds. And you would never know this stuff. Like, if he's a confidential informant, he's confidential. So it'll never come public that he was already working with him. But what they did was they went ahead and snatched him up so that he wouldn't be involved in any future situations, if that makes sense. And because it was time. They was coming to get him. They also raided his house on the same day.
State to state.
And you know, it all falls down. You know how it goes. You know, so
My name's
this is weird here.
Ava. I'm a Scorpio.
No. What's
Whatever
your
happened
last
to that
name?
little girl?
Ava Combs.
What's your other last name?
Ava Barone.
Whatever happened to that
Barone
little girl?
Combs? Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, this is the crazy situation here. But let me see what else we got here. Let me go finish that.
On the plane, especially people who have already come forward in lawsuits, they're going to get in touch with them. They're going to see if their allegations align with the dates. And this is all about building the case.
Right, and we know that subpoenas have already been issued for several companies, particularly in Florida, where they are trying to gather information. The feds have issued subpoenas to companies that have worked with Diddy. Like you said, the charter jet companies, certainly, but also phone companies, computer companies, anyone who is basically, it sounds like they're going after anyone who's had any electronic dealings with Diddy because they want to search all of those records. And those subpoenas were issued, we're told, since the raid on Monday.
The last 3 days.
Yeah.
And what it tells us is that everybody wonders, okay, is a charge about to drop against Diddy? Probably not. This is going to take
still gathering.
a period of time, and I would guess maybe weeks, if not even months.
Now, again, this is when Diddy's house was raided. This is before the indictment. This is right after the lawsuit where Diddy paid out Cassie. Just keep that in mind. We're starting from the beginning, and we're rolling all the way from the beginning up to now.
Where they're going to have to piece all of this together to see if they really have a case. Now, they've already gone to a judge and proved that there's probable cause because the judge signed the warrant. But that's a much lower standard than what you have to do to charge somebody. And to be able to connect all those dots with all the information that they've got to do here, it's going to take a long time.
Dan Carlin coming from Chicago, Illinois.
First and foremost, my heart goes out to any and all victims, and I do hope justice is served. Secondly, this probe, especially the airline one, will inevitably bring up a lot of recognizable names, both obvious and surprising. And I hope this sparks a major change in show business as a whole. You know, the gravity of Diddy's situation is, heavy when in a bunker somewhere, Dan Schneider is likely watching this like, geez, I'm glad I'm not that guy.
Well, we don't know that there's any similarity here. Yeah, that's a whole different thing.
All right, so, and we're going to get to the indictment as well. But we're going to check out, like I said, we're starting from the beginning. And we're going to, this is March the 25th of last year. This is when his home in Miami was raided as well. Shout out to TMZ for that. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff that we need to cover here. And like I said, we're going to get to the actual physical indictment as well. I got a treat for you for that one. Okay, what we got here? I don't want to get... Let me see what's this about. What is this about? Okay, so this is the white guy that I was telling you about. That is in the footage of at the airport when they went to, arrest him. He was with Diddy. He was also with the family. And they only arrested him because he had paraphernalia on it. I mean, to be honest with you, it sounded like a setup to me. But being that I've not only personally been involved in the federal case, but I've also read other people's paperwork, so I understand how the federales move in certain situations. And like I said before, he was already either working for them or that was the day that he turned over. This is Diddy's mule. So let's see what they're talking about.
He sounded almost like a defense witness. I don't know why the prosecution thought this was a good witness to put on for their case.
I'm confused by that because what did he, so he set up a hotel room, and even if he got Diddy drugs.
Between 5 to 10 times he testified he got drugs for Diddy's.
Okay.
For example,
where does that take you?
He said that was a minor part of his duties for 18 months working as one of his assistants. And all the other assistants who testified said they picked up drugs for him for freak-offs too.
Yeah, so that automatically places him in a drug conspiracy RICO. Diddy. It automatically puts him in there. So all you need is two or more people to admit that Diddy was a part of that particular conspiracy or crime. So I don't see him with the trial going on right now and closing arguments and the jury about to go to the box. I don't see where they wouldn't find him guilty on the drug conspiracy part. Let's just say that.
I don't know that you guys, this is all that helpful, though. The prosecution clearly wanted him as part of their RICO case, right? I mean, he's running
How's
a
that
federal
RICO?
enterprise.
How's
that
Some
RICO?
assistants
How is
who are
that a RICO case?
the RICO case
You don't know how that's a RICO? That right there is a RICO.
says he's using his
That alone, the drug part, is a RICO.
employees to procure drugs to set up
Exactly.
illegal freak-offs. Don't forget that the transportation of the male prostitute to a freak-off over state lines is a crime. And if
It's a federal crime, and if you have two or more people involved in that federal crime, makes it a RICO, period. That's it. You have to understand how a RICO is formulated. When I say RICO, I mean conspiracy. All it takes is two or more people to know that a crime is being committed. That's it. That makes it a conspiracy.
you're helping him set that up, or you're aiding and abetting in setting that up,
Right.
So let me
you are
ask you
part of the
something.
RICO case.
So let me ask you something. How many hundreds of thousands of people in Los Angeles would be prosecuted if they got somebody who is a drug dealer to supply them with drugs?
Not many, but
100,000.
many are not the president of Bad Boy Records, who had a coterie of employees.
Well, no, I know what he's asking. Like, if they were caught, or if they were under surveillance, or if they were in this position and someone told on them, then all of them would be prosecuted and convicted. Period. Hundreds of thousands. That's the answer to your question.
Employees helping him to run a criminal enterprise, according
Well,
to
what's
the
the
prosecution.
enterprise?
This
That's
is not
the
just an
question.
individual person.
What's the
doing it.
enterprise, Derek? What's the enterprise?
The enterprise is, according to the prosecution, he was setting up elaborate sort of sexual escapades through his company employees. And that
Sexual
would be the
escapades.
Rico enterprise.
Sexual
that's
escapades
bedroom-
are not illegal.
But that's bedroom
He don't get it.
policing, basically.
Bedroom
on,
policing, these are
on a federal level. That's all.
bedroom policing is if he were gay and we were trying to out him. It is not bedroom policing to say that he
Yes, it
brought
is.
in male escorts over state lines, which is a crime whether you guys like it or not.
The
That's
Mann
what
Act.
criminal enterprise is.
The Mann Act. You're right, but Derek,
Okay, that's a crime.
Derek, if these were not sex workers, if it was just Diddy finding some dude to watch that dude have sex with one of his girlfriends, would that be bedroom police?
You're getting closer to bedroom police, but I think you're having to sort of ignore all that's happened in this case. That is not just pure bedroom policing. It is a man who's running a criminal operation. I think the prosecution has made more of their case than you're giving them credit for. And I think that might be an indication why the defense doesn't want to belabor this too much.
They
and
are
wants
not
just
going to
poke
lay
holes.
down and die. Come on,
A lot
Derek. You know
of
that.
a lot of their cases are just talking about Astroglide lube and baby oil and period blood on walls in hotels. And like you were saying earlier, the defense, they can just let the prosecution shoot themselves in the foot and just do 2 days and rest.
Well, you know, it felt like I was about to pay tuition for law school here for a second, but thank you for bringing us back with the Astroglide and lube to what TMZ is really about, what people really want to hear about. So thank you for bringing us back home.
Hi, I'm Ivy from Atlanta. People have made a lot of jokes about the lube and Astroglide found in it.
All right. I don't want to hear nothing about no lube. So let's see what else TMZ got going on over here.
On charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, and prostitution related charges is wrapping up its first week. And it's supposed to last for 8 weeks, and it's sort of hard to imagine how we could have any more bombshells than what have already come out this week. We've had celebrity name drops. We've had extremely graphic, sexually graphic text messages and testimony come out. There have been graphic images that the jury has been shown. There has been the infamous 2016 hotel footage of Combs allegedly beating up Cassie Ventura. The jury has now seen that footage several times. Some of the A-list names that have come out at trial include actor Michael B. Jordan and rapper Kid Cudi, who Cassie Ventura, the star prosecution witness, dated both of those men, and so that's the context that their names have come up. And Britney Spears' name also came up because she was invited to Cassie Ventura's 21st birthday party by Combs, according to testimony. And then today, singer Chris Brown's name came up because Combs' lawyer asked Cassie if she remembered a time when Combs had been mad at her because he thought that she was dancing with this singer Chris Brown. And she said she remembered the time when he was mad at her, but she never danced with Chris Brown. We also found out that Cassie settled her bombshell lawsuit that she brought against Combs and kind of blew the lid off this whole thing and started the, the floodgates of civil cases against him as well as the criminal case. That lawsuit she settled for $20 million, and we didn't know that previous to this. She had settled that within 1 day of filing it back in 2023. And the jury also saw still frames of the freak-offs that Ventura participated in. The public didn't see that. The media didn't have access to that. Those images were far too sexually explicit, the judge determined. So Cassie Ventura's testimony has come across, in my opinion, as credible. This is because she has been forced to answer very embarrassing and graphic and potentially humiliating questions about the things she did sexually, the sex messages that she sent Combs.
That is
and
crazy.
She's doing that all seemingly candidly. She's talked about having being addicted to drugs, having to go to
Yeah.
rehab. She said
Yeah.
that she was dependent on opioids for a while because she would use that to come off the party drugs that she took for the freak offs, and she would use the opiates to make her feel numb. And then some of her testimony is also backed up by another testimony as well as footage. So for instance, her claim that he started beating her pretty early on in their relationship and then had carried on this pattern of roughing her up. We had a male escort who testified early in the week that he was around for at least 2 of the times where he heard Combs roughing her up in another room. And then, of course, you have that notorious hotel footage of Combs beating her up, which also gives credibility to her saying, that this was something he did regularly to me. Now, the defense spent a lot of yesterday bringing out Cassie's text messages with Combs, where she seemed enthusiastic about taking part in the freak-offs. And so the defense is using that to say, hey, she was a willing participant. She wasn't coerced or forced into these events. And so he's not guilty of that. But meanwhile, the prosecution, I think, is trying to paint a larger pattern of coercion where if there was this constant threat of him, getting angry and beating her up, then how could any of those things that she did ever truly be, voluntary? And she did testify that she was in love with him and she wanted to please him. He was larger than life. But in addition to that, she sometimes was scared and just wanted to do the thing that wouldn't make him angry. I think another part of the prosecution's argument, which will probably have some sway with the jury, is the fact that she started dating him so young. She painted a picture that kind of demonstrated that he was maybe grooming her. They started dating. He kissed her for the first time when he threw her 21st birthday party. She said she didn't expect that. He was an executive. And then when they started having sex, she said he introduced her to things she had never been introduced to before. As far as next week, we do not have a public list of the potential witnesses, but we do have a sense of some of who is expected to testify. Dawn Richard is expected to testify. She was a member of the group Danity Kane, which was founded by Combs. And she will likely testify about being sexually assaulted by him and also that she saw Combs allegedly beating up Ventura. We'll likely also hear from 2 anonymous alleged victims, Mia and Jane. Those are their pseudonyms. Jane is expected to testify about being beaten. She dated him. She also is expected to testify that she was forced to have sex with male escorts without wearing condoms. Mia was his assistant for several years, and she's expected to testify that he once forced her to have oral sex and that he also allegedly raped her. And then we could also get some of his former employees and also some other male escorts who participated in the freak-offs.
All right. So yeah.
If you're looking for
we're not gonna do that right there. We're not gonna do that. So I want to get into this indictment, but I have a couple of more pieces that I wanna play before we get into this indictment. Let's see. This is what is this? This is a podcast. And shout out to all the streamers. Top of the line is TMZ, of course. And, it's a couple of people that I'm going to show clips of. So shout out to them. I got to give them credit where credit is due. Here's another TMZ clip.
By Diddy's house after the raid in Los Angeles. And they turned things upside down to particularly get any electronic equipment they could find.
They look at that wall.
They did a number
of, I would imagine, hard drives and other forms of electronics that, the feds are looking for any evidence here to support the claims of the allegations that were put in the civil lawsuits.
But particularly sex trafficking.
Of trafficking.
But
right.
other things too that
all right, so
appear to be some.
We already seen this. Let's go over this Cassie testimony. Let's go over that. Because I think she was the first witness, if I'm not mistaken. She was the first. So let's see what was said.
Here we go.
Another day.
Another day at court. My
Yeah.
goodness. Is Diddy's defense getting to Cassie? How's her demeanor in court today?
To watch someone who is visibly pregnant sort of take deep breaths at times, she's keeping her cool. Honestly, she didn't cry or anything like that. Obviously, early on in the testimony, there were some things that had her in tears. But today, she's been very calm, very measured, especially considering the audio clip that we heard of her threatening to kill someone. I looked over at the jury box because I was wanting to hear their reaction as we're hearing in real time her voice threatening several times to kill someone because she's concerned about this freak-off video, and the jurors were shocked. I saw the eyebrows raised, I saw them listening, and I think to hear her voice in court and see how calm and measured she is, and then to hear that side of her. Again, it was in 2014 that this audio clip was something that she recorded, but clearly she's threatening someone who she thinks might release a freak-off video, and she's worried about it.
And the person that she was threatening was one of Diddy's associates.
Correct.
Okay. So you saw the jurors' reactions to that audio tape. What was Diddy's reaction? What was Cassie's own reaction when she heard her audio?
She just kind of looked down. I mean, she wasn't, and it was hard for me. I have a great shot of the jury in terms of where I'm sitting. I can see Sean Combs. I have to sort of raise up to look at Cassie Ventura, but she seems to be very calm. I mean, I think she knows that some of this evidence was going to come out. So she's answering the questions, yes, no. When she doesn't remember something, she's very clear about that. But the prosecution, the defense has been trying to poke some holes into the testimony she gave about the alleged rape that she said took place toward the end of their relationship.
How are they trying to poke holes in that alleged rape that took place?
The timeline. They're looking at the timeline. They're asking her questions. Well, was it this time or that time? They're also looking at around that same time she was still talking to or dating, as she says, her now husband, Alex Fine. So they're trying to really, in many ways, I think what they're trying to do is question her credibility.
So Cassie was asked about receiving a FaceTime from her now husband while she was having sex with Diddy. Is that again the case of the defense trying to poke holes in her story?
I think that's where it goes back to how much can we trust this person, because they're entering evidence with phone records and different things to show, well, you were with this person at this time, or you sent that message, but yet you were dating this person. This is about a criminal enterprise, and there are several elements to that don't necessarily speak to if she was in bed with Diddy or if she was FaceTiming her now husband. So I think they're trying to use what they can, again, to discredit her overall as a witness, because this is also about beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. Diddy's personality, his temper has come up, and today his own defense lawyer said, could it have been his bipolar disorder? What was the reaction in the court?
Right. So again, this is a moment where the prosecution's asking Ventura about testimony that she gave. I didn't see a reaction, so to speak, from the jurors necessarily when this issue came up. But again, it speaks to these mood swings that they've been talking about that he has, that Ventura has said 1 minute he could be nice and he could be kind, but with the drugs and with the alcohol, it was a completely different person.
The prosecutors are hoping that Cassie's testimony wraps up today. They're afraid she's going to go into labor over the weekend. What are you hearing inside of the courtroom and rumblings as to, whether or not she will be wrapped up today, and what would happen if she doesn't finish her testimony? What would happen to the case?
To watch someone who is that far along in their pregnancy breathe, kind of take their time, ask for breaks, it's not shocking that they want to get her off this stand so she can focus on having her third child.
Even more text messages are being revealed today, and one text message in particular, Cassie writes, "I'm lost without you." How damaging was that text message?
Honestly, Rachel, there have been several text messages where she shows that she wants to be with Sean Combs for the rest of her life. We know now that she called herself Cece for Cassie Combs. We know now that she wanted to have a child with him. She saw herself as a wife. So to say those things at this point is not that surprising. But even the defense ended their argument with a text message from 2012, which appears to show Combs saying, "I want to do our last freak off." And then she says something to the effect of, "I don't want it to be our last freak off. I want it to be the first for the rest of my life." That's what she said. But what was so interesting is on redirect, the prosecution showed the context of that text, where she then says, I don't want to do freak-offs anymore.
That's a head spin right there.
It is. And I think you could feel that energy in the courtroom.
Right.
Because I looked over at one of my colleagues and I'm like, did I write this down correctly? So yeah, I mean, but that's sort of what makes this case so interesting, because you have someone who was in this long-term committed relationship, and they say they had breaks at times, but 11 years is not something to sneeze at. And that was a long time that they were together, but it was complicated, it's complex. But Cassie Ventura maintains throughout that she really didn't want to do these freak-offs, that she just wanted to be with Sean Combs.
All right, so
We're anticipating that.
I want to get into, since we got Cassie on here, I want to get into the first lawsuit, the lawsuit that created all of this, right? This is the lawsuit that made all of this appear. This is the original lawsuit that Cassie put into the court system to get everything started. This is the lawsuit that Diddy paid upwards to $30 million to make disappear. And when I say disappear, I mean she takes the money and it's hopefully over. So with that being said, I want to read this to you, but I'm not going to do it. So what I'm going to do is I am going to, because we're going to be here a minute. So make sure you like, subscribe, hit the notification button, throw some comments in. I see your comments. So I'm going to comment back. Make sure you share the live as well. But I'm going to let AI do the reading for me. And you guys just sit back and listen so we can get familiar with this case. All right, with that being said, let's go.
Plaintiff Dawn Angelique Richard, Ms. Richard, by and through her attorneys, the Bloom Firm and IP Legal Studio LLC, brings this action against defendants. Ms. Richard alleges upon knowledge concerning her own experience and upon information and belief as to all other matters. Preliminary statement. Dawn Angelique Richard, known professionally as Dawn Richard, is an American musician, singer, songwriter, and performer. She gained widespread recognition as a member of the girl group Donity Kane, formed by defendant Sean Combs, Mr. Combs, and later transitioned into a key member of Mr. Combs' band Diddy, Dirty Money. Defendant Sean Combs, a once celebrated hip-hop mogul popularly known by stage names Puff Daddy, Puffy, P, Diddy, Diddy, or Love, skyrocketed to fame in the late 1990s and became a powerful and enduring figure in the music and entertainment industry. In 1998, Mr. Combs explained the origins of his stage name in a USA Today interview. His nickname was Puff because he had a temper and was known to huff and puff when he was angry. Over the decades following his rise to fame, Mr. Combs' star-studded, larger-than-life persona overshadowed his vicious temper and pervasive acts of violence directed towards those in his inner circle, specifically women. Mr. Combs' namesake temper frequently manifested in physical violence. Mr. Combs regularly hurled objects in fits of rage, often throwing items such as mobile phones, laptops, food, and studio equipment across the room or at people. On numerous occasions, Ms. Richard witnessed Mr. Combs brutally beat his girlfriend, Ms. Cassandra, Cassie, Ventura, Ms. Ventura. His persistent abuse included choking and strangling Ms. Ventura, striking her with his hands and with objects, slapping her, punching her, and throwing items at her, including a scalding hot pan. On many occasions, Ms. Richard tried to intervene, offering Ms. Ventura support and encouragement to leave Mr. Combs. Each time, Mr. Combs learned of her efforts to help Ms. Ventura and became enraged, threatening Ms. Richard's life with statements such as, "You want to die today, I make an asterisk, 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 asterisk go missing, and I end people." Compounding Mr. Combs' violent acts and death threats, he flagrantly exploited Ms. Richard's musical talent as a singer and writer while withholding her rightful earnings, stealing her copyrighted works, and subjecting her to years of inhumane working conditions which included groping, assault, and false imprisonment, among other violations. For nearly a decade, Mr. Combs manipulated Ms. Richard with mantras that submission to his depraved demands was necessary for career advancement, instilling in her the belief that such abuse and exploitation were required for female artists to succeed in the music industry. It was not until Ms. Ventura's bravery in coming forward that Ms. Richard realized her own personal suffering was tied to the many years of abuse by Mr. Combs that had become normalized for her. As more women courageously come forward, plaintiff has been empowered by this collective strength and now adds her voice to the growing chorus of victims bravely sharing their harrowing stories. Together, they seek justice and stand in solidarity as the latest victims of the #MeToo movement in the music industry. Parties. Ms. Dawn Angelique Richard is a resident of the state of California and was employed by defendants Remote Productions Incorporated, New Remote Productions Incorporated, Bad Boy Entertainment LLC, Bad Boy Records LLC, Bad Boy Entertainment Holdings LLC, Bad Boy Productions Holdings Incorporated, Bad Boy Books Holdings Incorporated, the Sean Combs Music Incorporated, Sean Combs Capital LLC, and Combs Enterprises LLC, hereinafter collectively Bad Boy Records, from 2005 until 2012. At all relevant times herein, Ms. Richard met the definition of an employee of defendant Bad Boy Records and related entities. At all relevant times herein, Ms. Richard was a resident of the state of New York. Defendant Sean Combs, upon information and belief, resides within the state of California. At all relevant times herein, Mr. Combs met the definition of an employer of Ms. Richard under all relevant statutes. Defendant Harve Pierre, Mr. Pierre, upon information and belief, resides within the state of New Jersey. At all times relevant herein, Defendant Harve Pierre was the president of Bad Boy Entertainment and Bad Boy Records in New York and met the definition of an employer of Ms. Richard under all relevant statutes. Defendants Remote Productions Incorporated, RPI, and New Remote Productions Incorporated, NRPI, are Delaware corporations and television production companies, which upon information and belief, were created by Mr. Combs to produce Making the Band in New York and in California. At all relevant times herein, RPI and NRPI employed Ms. Richard under all relevant statutes. Defendant the Nordlinger Group LLC is a finance firm with its principal place of business in New York and on information and belief. Was employed by other named defendants herein to pay an account to Ms. Richard pursuant to her employment with other named defendants. On information and belief, the Nordlinger Group LLC formed November 15th LLC for purposes of dispersing funds relative to Making the Band. Upon information and belief, Defendant Daddy's House Recording Studio Incorporated is a New York corporation and a music recording studio owned by Defendant Bad Boy Records in New York. At all relevant times herein, Ms. Richard was an employee required to work at said studio. Defendant Bad Boy Entertainment LLC is a music, media, and entertainment company founded by Defendant Sean Combs, which includes the record label Defendant Bad Boy Records LLC. Defendant Bad Boy Entertainment LLC is a Delaware limited liability company and successor in interest to RPI. At all relevant times herein, Bad Boy Entertainment LLC met the definition of an employer of Ms. Richard under all relevant statutes. Defendant Bad Boy Entertainment Incorporated is a Florida corporation. At all relevant times herein, Bad Boy Entertainment Incorporated met the definition of an employer of Ms. Richard under all relevant statutes. Defendant Bad Boy Entertainment Holdings Incorporated is a New York corporation. Upon information and belief, Defendant Bad Boy Entertainment Holdings Incorporated is a successor in interest to Defendants Bad Boy Entertainment LLC, Bad Boy Records LLC, and Bad Boy Entertainment Incorporated as alleged herein. Defendant Bad Boy Productions Holdings Incorporated is a New York corporation. Upon information and belief, Defendant Bad Boy Production Holdings Incorporated is a successor in interest to other Bad Boy defendants as alleged herein. Defendant Bad Boy Books Holdings Incorporated is a New York corporation. Upon information and belief, Defendant Bad Boy Books Holdings Incorporated is a successor in interest to other Bad Boy defendants as alleged herein. Defendant the Sean Combs Music Incorporated is a company under which Ms. Richard was employed by Defendant Sean Combs. Upon information and belief, the Sean Combs Music Incorporated is a part or successor to other Bad Boy company defendants as alleged herein. Defendants Sean Combs Capital LLC and Combs Enterprises LLC are New York limited liability companies, which upon information and belief are successor and interest companies to Defendant the Sean Combs Music Incorporated. Defendant Universal Music Group EVI, UMG, is a Dutch, American multinational music corporation. UMG's corporate headquarters are located in Hilversum, Netherlands, and its operational headquarters are located in Santa Monica, California. Defendant Interscope Geffen A&M Records are subsidiaries of UMG, with operational headquarters in California. At all relevant times herein, UMG and subsidiaries Interscope Geffen A&M Records financially benefited from, condoned, and enabled Defendant Combs' misconduct as defined under all relevant statutes. Defendant Diageo Americas Supply Incorporated was a New York corporation and, upon information and belief, currently is a Kentucky and/or an Illinois corporation, doing business as Ciroc Distilling Company in New York. Ms. Richard conferred a benefit on these defendants pursuant to the direction of Defendant Combs. Defendant Combs Wines and Spirits LLC is a New York limited liability company, which upon information and belief, is Defendant Combs holding company for sponsorships by Defendant Diageo Americas Supply Incorporated D/B/ a Ciroc Distilling Company. At all relevant times, Ms. Richard was employed by Defendant Combs Wines and Spirits LLC under all relevant statutes. Defendant Janice Combs Publishing Incorporated is a music publishing administrator and a New York corporation who at all relevant times held or holds the publishing copyrights of Ms. Richard pursuant to her employment with other defendants herein under all relevant statutes. Defendant Janice Combs Publishing Holdings Incorporated is a music publishing administrator, a New York corporation, and a successor in interest to Janice Combs Publishing Incorporated, who at all relevant times held or holds the publishing copyrights of Ms. Richard pursuant to her employment with other defendants herein under all relevant statutes. Defendant Sony Songs, a division of Sony Music Publishing LLC, is a New York limited liability company who is the assignee of Ms. Richards' publishing copyrights from defendants Janice Combs Publishing Incorporated and Janice Combs Publishing Holdings Incorporated. Defendant Love Records Incorporated is a music record label owned and or, upon information and belief, controlled by defendant Sean Combs, with its principal place of business in California. Ms. Richard conferred a benefit on this defendant pursuant to the direction of defendant Combs. Defendant Epic Records, a record label currently managing other defendants' companies, interests and music, is a subsidiary of Sony Music Entertainment, with its principal place of business in New York. Ms. Richard conferred a benefit on these defendants pursuant to the direction of defendant Combs. Jurisdiction and venue. This court has jurisdiction pursuant to 28 U.S.C. sections 1331 and 1343, as this action asserts violations of 18 U.S.C. section 1591 etc., 18 U.S.C. section 1589 etc., and 17 U.S.C. section 106 etc., and therefore raises federal questions regarding the deprivation of Ms. Richards' rights. The court has supplemental jurisdiction over Ms. Richards' related claims arising under state and city law pursuant to 28 U.S.C. section 1367. A. Venue is proper in this court pursuant to 28 U.S.C. section 1391. B. Because a substantial part of the events or omissions giving rise to this action occurred in this district, and defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records conduct substantial business and or are domiciled in this district. Factual allegations. I. Ms. Richard is selected to be in Mr. Combs' all-female musical group Diddy Kane after competing on MTV's Making the Band. In or around 2004, Ms. Richard was selected to participate in Season 3 of MTV Network's reality television show, Making the Band. The show centered around the formation and development of a new musical group under the mentorship of Mr. Combs. The contestants would compete and be chosen by Mr. Combs to form a band, which would go on to create albums and perform. For aspiring artists like Ms. Richard, Making the Band represented a concrete path to a career in the entertainment industry. Ms. Richard appeared in Seasons 3 and 4 of Making the Band, which first aired in 2005, and in Season 5 of Making His Band, which aired in 2009.2. Out of thousands of contestants, Ms. Richard, along with approximately 12 other women, were selected to participate in Season 3 of Making the Band. 5 women, including Ms. Richard, were ultimately chosen to be in the group Diddy Kane, which was named by Ms. Richard. Prior to and including the first Diddy Kane album, Making the Band was filmed entirely at Daddy's house recording studio at 3120 West 44th Street, New York, New York. The Making the Band content that focused on Diddy Kane's work on its second album, Welcome to the Dollhouse, was filmed at Daddy's house and at Mr. Combs' Miami residence. Other Making the Band episodes included Los Angeles as a third filming location. Upon information and belief, to create Making the Band, camera crews filmed 24 hours a day, gathering months' worth of footage to condense into mere hours of entertainment for viewers. Diddy Kane released its self-titled debut album in August 2006 and its second album, Welcome to the Dollhouse, in March 2008. Diddy Kane's first album sold over 4 million copies. Damages to Ms. Richard for unpaid salaries are estimated at $1 million. Diddy Kane's second album, Welcome to the Dollhouse, sold over 2 million copies. Damages to Ms. Richard for unpaid salaries and royalties are estimated at $500,000. Damages on unpaid wages for touring on over 100 dates for Ms. Richard with Diddy Kane are estimated at $1,800,000. Mr. Combs fired bandmate Aubrey O'Day and Juanita D. Woods Wujit from Diddy Kane on live television at the height of its fame in 2008, which resulted in Diddy Kane being disbanded in 2009. 2. Ms. Richard first encounters Mr. Combs' aggressive, intimidating behavior and animus toward women. During the auditions and on the set of Making the Band, Mr. Combs projected an aura of superiority, wealth, and power. Mr. Combs regularly wore sunglasses and avoided looking the female contestants in the eyes, contributing to an atmosphere of uncertainty and intimidation. During auditions, Mr. Combs spoke to the female contestants in a hostile, condescending manner, making disparaging gender-based remarks such as calling them fat, ugly, bitches, and hoes. Ms. Richard felt threatened and intimidated by Mr. Combs' blatant disdain for the young women, like herself, who were excited for the opportunity to be on his show. Once the band was made, Mr. Combs' contempt for women was readily apparent as he continued to display aggressive and hostile behavior towards Ms. Richard and her all-female Donity Kane bandmates. Mr. Combs regularly referred to the 5 women as bitches and hoes and denigrated their physical appearances. By way of example, Mr. Combs stated that Ms. Richard was too skinny and needed to do something about this, her face. On one occasion in or around 2005, during the first season of making the band 3, Ms. Richard observed Mr. Combs' ex-partner and the mother of 3 of his children, Kim Porter, leaving Mr. Combs' recording studio in tears with visible facial injuries, including a lacerated lip. Realizing that Mr. Combs was capable of committing acts of violence against women caused Ms. Richard to feel deep apprehension and fear that Mr. Combs could one day physically harm her. Ms. Richard was present when Mr. Combs was introduced to Cassandra, Cassie, Ventura for the first time in or around 2006. The moment Mr. Combs first saw Ms. Ventura, his demeanor noticeably shifted. Mr. Combs positioned himself directly in front of Ms. Ventura's seat, invading her personal space, and fixated on her with an intense, unyielding stare, isolating her from the other people in the room, including Ms. Ventura's then-boyfriend, music producer Ryan Leslie. Coincidentally, this first meeting between Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura was the first time that Ms. Richard was in Mr. Combs' presence without a camera crew filming. Observing Mr. Combs behave in such an intimidating, predatory manner the first time that they were off camera made Ms. Richard feel deeply apprehensive and afraid of him. Subsequently, Ms. Ventura ended her relationship with Mr. Leslie and began dating Mr. Combs, who would become violent and abusive towards her. 3. Donity Kane, sexual harassment, inhumane treatment, and denial of basic needs by Mr. Combs. 47. For the majority of Ms. Richards' tenure as a member of Donity Kane and Diddy. Dirty Money, Mr. Combs required her to remain at his various residences and studios in New York, Los Angeles, Florida, and New Jersey for activities such as recording, rehearsing, dressing, preparing costumes, and exercising. Throughout the productions of making the band 3 and 4, Mr. Combs deprived Ms. Richard and her Donity Kane bandmates of basic needs such as adequate food and sleep. When Ms. Richard or her Donity Kane bandmates requested meals or rest, Mr. Combs refused and chastised them with derogatory comments like, "You bitches don't want this," or "Y'all are not hungry enough and I'm paying you bitches to work." This demeaning behavior gradually undermined Ms. Richards' confidence and contributed significantly to her growing feelings of insecurity and fear of reprisal from Mr. Combs. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs would regularly be awake for prolonged periods of time because he was high on drugs. During these periods, Mr. Combs demanded continuous access to Ms. Richard and her Donity Kane bandmates, often forcing them to record and rehearse for stretches of 36 to 48 hours without breaks. Forced to choose between eating and sleeping, Ms. Richard lost a significant amount of weight, weighing approximately 100 pounds at a height of 5 feet 4 inches. Ms. Richard began to normalize these extreme conditions and perceive them as standard requirements of her participation in Donity Kane. Mr. Combs regularly sent his associates to wake Ms. Richard and her Donity Kane bandmates in the overnight hours so he could watch them rehearse. The regularity of these disturbances led Ms. Richard to adapt by sleeping in a sitting position, fully dressed and with makeup on, heightening her anxiety. Over time, this abnormal sleeping arrangement came to feel routine, further normalizing Mr. Combs' invasive demands. In addition to exhausting rehearsals, Mr. Combs required Ms. Richard and her bandmates to participate in intense workouts with a personal trainer. On one occasion, while running on the beach, Ms. Richard became so dehydrated that she vomited. Instead of offering medical assistance, MTV Network's camera crew filmed the incident, contributing to her acceptance of such treatment as part of her professional life. The unrelenting and rigorous schedule of rehearsals, performance, and near-constant filming that Mr. Combs imposed caused Ms. Richard to experience extreme weight loss, dehydration, fatigue, and painful rashes from the microphone pack she was required to wear on her back. These conditions intensified Ms. Richards' feelings of powerlessness as she increasingly viewed them as part of her professional reality and feared the consequences of any resistance. In a further assertion of power and dominance, Mr. Combs insisted on holding meetings while dressed only his underwear. On one occasion in 2008 at his Miami residence, Mr. Combs emailed Ms. Richard, directing her to meet him in the living room. When she arrived, he was wearing only his underwear. Ms. Richard asked Mr. Combs to put clothes on, but he refused, stating, "This is my fucking house." Mr. Combs then conducted a meeting lasting approximately an hour while dressed in his underwear, causing Ms. Richard to feel violated and embarrassed, and amplifying her feelings of powerlessness. Following the official Donity Kane breakup in early 2009, effectuated by Mr. Combs, Ms. Richard experienced significant financial hardship. With no prospective opportunities for employment within the entertainment field, Ms. Richard spent several months traveling from Baltimore to Daddy's house recording studio in New York without pay or allocated budget. Mr. Combs promised that Ms. Richards' compositions would result in payment of license fees and royalties pursuant to her contract with Bad Boy Records. However, no such compensation was ever reported or paid to Ms. Richard. Damages relative to these continuing copyright infringements will be proved at trial. 4. Diddy. Dirty Money. Ms. Richard experiences Mr. Combs' gender-based physical violence, criminal acts, sexual assault, threats, and intimidation. By approximately the fall of 2009, many of Ms. Richards' compositions had been recorded by other Bad Boy Records artists. Due to the success of her compositions, Ms. Richard was invited to meet with musical artist Kalena Harper, Ms. Harper, and shortly thereafter Mr. Combs. Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper formed a new group, Diddy, Dirty Money. Initial recording for Diddy. Dirty Money's album Last Train to Paris took place in Mr. Combs' home on Doheny Drive in Los Angeles, California. On the first day of recording, Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper arrived at Mr. Combs' home and waited in the kitchen where Mr. Combs' girlfriend, Ms. Ventura, was frying eggs for him. Ms. Richard observed Mr. Combs come down the stairs looking high on drugs, enter the kitchen, approach Ms. Ventura, and scream, "I've been asking you for my shit. I can't stand you, bitch. You never do it right." Mr. Combs pushed Ms. Ventura against the wall and choked her, then picked up the scalding hot pan of eggs and threw it at her, causing her to fall to the ground in a fetal position. Cursing and screaming, Mr. Combs dragged Ms. Ventura up the stairs. Frozen in shock and terror, Ms. Richard heard glass shattering, crashing, and banging noises as Mr. Combs dragged Ms. Ventura up the stairs. Ms. Richard wanted to intervene and help Ms. Ventura, but Ms. Harper adamantly refused to interfere in Mr. Combs' relationship and physically led Ms. Richard out of the residence. Terrified and shaken, Ms. Richard returned to her hotel, where she was unable to sleep due to worrying about Ms. Ventura and her own safety. 59. The following day, Ms. Richard received a call demanding that she return to Mr. Combs' residence to continue recording. Mr. Combs brought Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper into the recording room at his studio, locked the door, dimmed the lights, and gave each of them flowers. Mr. Combs went on at length, stating, "This is normal. This was just a lover's argument where no one was hurt. This is what love is. I'm giving you an opportunity. If you want to make it, you'll shut your mouth. If you say anything, there will be consequences." Mr. Combs further warned that people end up missing, being threatened while locked for over 20 minutes in a small, enclosed space with Mr. Combs after observing Mr. Combs violently assault Ms. Ventura the day before. Ms. Richard was terrified and genuinely believed that Mr. Combs would follow through on his threats. In or around November 2009, after the Soul Train Awards in Atlanta, Georgia, Mr. Combs flew Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper to his house in New York on his private jet for an after-party. There were many well-known celebrities at the after-party, and copious amounts of illegal drugs were being openly consumed. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs had arranged for dozens of young women and girls, some of whom appeared to be underage, to be transported to the party. The women arrived wearing little to no clothing and were given drugs and alcohol. Many of them appeared lethargic or passed out while Mr. Combs and his guests performed sexual acts on them. Ms. Richard believed that her presence at the party was a test to see whether Mr. Combs could trust her. Mr. Combs repeatedly said things like, "This is a buffet, enjoy yourselves. This is what we do. This is how we party." Ms. Richard felt shocked and horrified at the sight of Mr. Combs and his guests violating incapacitated young women and implored Mr. Combs' personal assistant Capricorn Clark to allow her to leave. Ms. Clark insisted that Ms. Richard wait 15 minutes for Ms. Clark to make it make sense, that is, to make Ms. Richard's exit less conspicuous so that Mr. Combs would not notice that she had left. Knowing that she was not free to leave and had to wait for Ms. Clark to help her orchestrate her departure, Ms. Richard experienced feelings of panic and being trapped against her will. Mr. Combs regularly placed Ms. Richard in similar situations with no means to escape. At Mr. Combs' drug-fueled parties, his guests, including Ms. Richard, were required to surrender their phones upon entry. Mr. Combs kept the doors locked and guarded by security personnel, making it impossible for Ms. Richard to leave without alerting Mr. Combs that she had done so. Mr. Combs hired police officers to attend his parties, sending a clear message to guests that his influence extended to law enforcement officers, and creating a climate of fear and a tacit warning that reporting him to authorities would be both unacceptable and futile. On many occasions, Mr. Combs had parties at his Miami, Florida residence that lasted for several days. At one of the parties, Ms. Richard witnessed Mr. Combs openly stating that he had arranged for busloads of young exotic girls, such as mixed Black and Asian, Indonesian, and albino. Once again, Ms. Richard observed inebriated young girls being sexually violated by Mr. Combs and his guests. In a state of panic and terror, Ms. Richard fled to the bedroom Mr. Combs had insisted she stay in and barricaded the door shut with furniture. Mr. Combs openly assaulted Ms. Ventura in front of Ms. Richard and other witnesses on multiple occasions. On one occasion in or around the fall of 2009, Diddy, Dirty Money was in New York preparing to perform at a festival. Inside their vehicle, Mr. Combs grabbed Ms. Ventura's neck, pulled her out of the van onto the grass, and pinned her head down, choking her while yelling, "You gonna get fucked up today." This incident took place in the backstage area just outside the festival and was entirely visible to passers-by. In another instance, in or around early 2010, Mr. Combs punched Ms. Ventura in the face in the bathroom of a party in Los Angeles. Frequently, when Ms. Ventura attempted to voice an opinion or stand up to Mr. Combs, he would strike her or wrap his hands around her throat and choke her. On the first several occasions that they observed Mr. Combs assault Ms. Ventura, Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper spoke with Ms. Ventura to support and encourage Ms. Ventura in escaping her abusive relationship with Mr. Combs. Every time that Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper tried to intervene, Mr. Combs learned of the conversation and became irate. Mr. Combs screamed at the women, "Y'all bitches don't get in my relationship. Don't tell my bitch, Ms. Ventura, what she need to be doing. Just make money and shut the fuck up. I end artists. I shelve careers. You could be missing and you bitches want to die today," among other threats. The Interscope records enabled Mr. Combs' gender-motivated violence. In or around late 2009 or early 2010, Bad Boy Entertainment, Bad Boy entered an agreement with Interscope Geffen A&M Records, Interscope. Upon information and belief, Bad Boy was paid $50 million in exchange for Bad Boy's future releases being distributed through Interscope. In so doing, Mr. Combs intended to capitalize on Interscope's significant resources and enhance the promotion and sales of Bad Boy's releases, including Diddy, Dirty Money's upcoming album. In the weeks and months leading up to the Bad Boy Interscope deal, Mr. Combs had frequent meetings with producer and then CEO of Interscope Records Jimmy Iovine. On one such occasion, Combs hosted a dinner at a West Hollywood, California restaurant, which Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper were required to attend. Among the guests at the dinner were celebrities like Neo and Usher, as well as Mr. Iovine. At the dinner, Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura had an argument. In front of the dinner guests, Mr. Combs hissed at Ms. Ventura in a screaming whisper and forcefully punched her in the stomach, causing her to double over in visible pain, crying. Ms. Clark escorted Ms. Ventura out of the restaurant, and Mr. Combs remained and continued socializing with the dinner guests. At this point, Interscope Records clearly had actual knowledge that Combs was dangerous around females and that Combs was willing to brazenly batter a female in public. Even after Mr. Iovine watched Mr. Combs commit a violent assault in front of numerous high-profile witnesses, the Bad Boy Interscope deal took place and remained in effect, providing Mr. Combs with immense financial rewards and enabling him to commit further acts of violence without fear of repercussions. Watching Mr. Combs openly assault Ms. Ventura in front of Mr. Iovine and various celebrities, and observing that other powerful music industry representatives were complicit in Mr. Combs' behavior, amplified Ms. Richards' fears that Mr. Combs could one day harm her and that his actions would be accepted and normalized by everyone surrounding him. As part of the agreement between Bad Boy and Interscope, Interscope heavily promoted Diddy, Dirty Money's Last Train to Paris album. Mr. Iovine had presented Mr. Combs with a demo of Coming Home for him to produce, a song that would become a multi-platinum hit. Mr. Iovine was encouraging Mr. Combs to develop a new sound for the album, into which Interscope was investing significant resources. Ms. Richard, Ms. Harper, and Ms. Ventura all provided vocal performances for this project. Released in November 2010, the album Last Train to Paris became Diddy, Dirty Money's most commercially successful project, providing vast financial rewards to both Interscope and Mr. Combs. The album Last Train to Paris credits both Interscope Records and Bad Boy Records. https://www.discogs.com/master/34713/dirty-money-last-train-to-paris. https://www.revo.lttv/articles/studio sessions. Never before heard stories of Diddy Dirty Money's Last Train to Paris creation. 6. Diddy Dirty Money, Mr. Combs subjects Ms. Richard to labor trafficking and oppressive working conditions. In or around the fall of 2009, Diddy, Dirty Money began recording the song Love Comes Down. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs continued to use drugs that caused him to remain awake for prolonged periods of time. When he was awake, he would demand that Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper record in the studio, where they would spend 3 to 4 consecutive days recording without a break to eat or sleep. Mr. Combs required Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper to remain at his homes continuously, denying the opportunity to return to their hotel rooms for breaks. The degree of control Mr. Combs exercised over Ms. Richards' daily life and basic needs exacerbated the significant power imbalance and threatening atmosphere that ensured Ms. Richards' compliance with his demands. Mr. Combs regularly left the studio and required Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper to stay and write verses to songs. Occasionally, Ms. Richard tried to leave to get something to eat or to go to her hotel. Whenever Ms. Richard tried to leave, Mr. Combs would call and demand, "Where the fuck are you? And we have an album to make." Mr. Combs frequently made threats, especially if they asked for food or rest, stating, "You're a bitch. I don't want to see your fucking face. I make an asterisk S go missing, and I make things go away." Each time, Ms. Richard returned to the studio immediately, believing that Mr. Combs was capable of following through with his threats. Mr. Combs criticized Ms. Richard for being too skinny, yet denied her requests for food and demanded that she drink only peanut butter shakes. Mr. Combs had full meals prepared by a chef and ate them in front of Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper, never offering them food. Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper begged, never offering them food. Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper begged for food and rest breaks, but Mr. Combs refused, making statements such as "absolutely fucking not" and "this is what it takes to be great." Mr. Combs' responses underscored the threat he posed and heightened Ms. Richard's concerns for her safety and well-being. As Ms. Richard continued to work nonstop, transitioning between the studio, rehearsals, workouts, and back to the studio, she became severely dehydrated and experienced chronic stomach cramping from being undernourished and excessively thin. On the numerous occasions that she told Mr. Combs that she was not feeling well, he called her lazy and dismissed her health concerns, instilling in her further apprehension of communicating her needs. In or around the summer of 2010, Ms. Richard experienced abdominal pain, swollen glands, and a fever. She was hospitalized and diagnosed with arthralgia, joint pain due to overuse, sprains, tendinitis and infection, anemia, and a low white blood cell count. Ms. Richard presented Mr. Combs with her medical records specifying that she needed to emphasize eating well, being adequately hydrated, and getting adequate rest. But Mr. Combs ordered her to report to the studio the next day for another multi-day recording session. Mr. Combs' blatant disregard for her health and well-being cemented Ms. Richard's fear of his authority and control over her career and health. Ms. Richard continued to witness Mr. Combs' abuse towards Ms. Ventura. Ms. Ventura often wore sunglasses and makeup in an attempt to hide visible injuries. These incidents further solidified Ms. Richard's fear of Mr. Combs, as they were constant reminders of the physical dangers she potentially could, and eventually would, face. Mr. Combs often exhibited uncontrollable anger during recording sessions, throwing objects like albums, laptops, and food against the wall or at individuals. Mr. Combs frequently flew into frenzied, unpredictable rages. Ms. Richard feared making any misstep that could direct his anger toward her. However, her fears went beyond her immediate physical safety. Because she had witnessed Mr. Combs' violent nature, a side of Mr. Combs that the world had not yet seen, she feared that falling out of Mr. Combs' good graces or worse, standing up to him or speaking out against him, could result in serious harm to her. Ms. Richard frequently thought about Mr. Combs' threat about making people go missing and feared taking any action that could label her as a target. Despite Mr. Combs' violence, threats, and misogyny, Diddy Dirty Money experienced significant sales of records, selling 2 million copies of one single, 500,000 of another in the US, and in Australia 5 million single copies. Ms. Richards' unpaid wages and royalties are estimated at $1,200,000. Ms. Richards' unpaid touring wages are estimated at over $350,000 for touring dates within the United States alone. 7. Ciroc/Diddy Beats/non-payment. In or around the summer of 2009, Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper were required by Mr. Combs to perform as part of Diddy Dirty Money and attend numerous promotional events, including late or overnight parties, all of which were under contract between Mr. Combs and Ciroc Vodka or between Mr. Combs and Diddy Beats pursuant to the Bad Boy Interscope record deal. Ms. Richard was never compensated for the extra time she spent fulfilling Mr. Combs' promotional contracts, including the Ciroc and the Diddy Beats campaign. Mr. Combs was paid approximately $250,000 per Ciroc appearance. Mr. Combs did not compensate Ms. Richard or Ms. Harper for these appearances, other than just $5,000 each on a handful of occasions. Mr. Combs' ongoing explanation for withholding compensation was that their appearances were a requirement for their tour. Additionally, Ms. Richard was required to appear and to promote Diddy Beats through parties, album songs, and videos. Over time, Mr. Combs was paid $6.25 million for 25 Ciroc shows that Ms. Richard was required to attend. Following each show, Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper approached Mr. Combs to inquire about their insufficient and sporadic payments. Mr. Combs routinely responded with statements such as, "You bitches aren't grateful, and you don't want this." Ms. Richard estimates losses from Ciroc campaign promotions totaling at least $1,562,500. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs received an advance on Diddy beats for which Ms. Richard received no compensation. 8. Mr. Combs sexually harasses and assaults Ms. Richard. Between approximately 2009 and 2011, throughout Diddy, Dirty Money's recording process, rehearsals, and performances, Mr. Combs repeatedly ordered Ms. Richard to strip down to her underwear. He frequently referred to her as a bitch or whore and made demeaning remarks about her body, alternatingly calling her lazy, fat, ugly, and skinny, particularly in front of his friends, producers, and bodyguards. Mr. Combs frequently held meetings with Ms. Richard wearing only his underwear, despite Ms. Richard's protests and repeated requests for him to put on clothing. In response, Mr. Combs called her a bitch and whore and reminded her that she should be grateful for the opportunity to be there. Often while they were recording in the studio, Mr. Combs would hold parties where he would invite young men and women, who were often scantily dressed and appeared underage, to use drugs and engage in sex acts. Ms. Richard observed Mr. Combs and his colleagues kissing, groping, and inappropriately touching the young women. Upon information and belief, the participants often left the immediate area to have sex and returned shortly thereafter. On numerous occasions between approximately 2009 and 2011, under the guise of preparing for performances, Mr. Combs would intrude into Ms. Richard's changing room at Daddy's house unannounced while Ms. Richard was undressed. Even though a female stylist was present and assisting Ms. Richard with her wardrobe, Mr. Combs would grope Ms. Richard's body, including her bare buttocks and her chest area near her breasts. With no legitimate purpose and without Ms. Richard's consent, Mr. Combs caressed her buttocks to show the stylist where he wanted her high-waisted panties positioned and attempted to touch her breasts, claiming to show the stylist where he wanted her bra straps to go. When Mr. Combs would enter the changing room, Ms. Richard would cover her chest with her hands to prevent Mr. Combs from seeing or touching her breasts. When Mr. Combs would touch her body, Ms. Richard would attempt to swat his hands away and state, "Don't touch me." Mr. Combs frequently smacked Ms. Richard's bare buttocks and often commented on her body, noting that although she was too skinny, she had an ass. Ignoring her visible and communicated discomfort, Mr. Combs persisted and continued to intrude when Ms. Richard was in the dressing room, continued to touch her buttocks and breast area under the guise of showing the stylist what to do, and continued to smack her buttocks without her consent. In or around October 2010, Diddy, Dirty Money performed in Glasgow, Scotland, where Mr. Combs engaged in overt sexual advances towards Ms. Richard. On numerous occasions when Ms. Richard exited the dressing room fully styled, Mr. Combs looked at her approvingly and smacked her buttocks while making comments such as, "You're looking good, okay Dawn, okay, and I see what that is," in a flirtatious tone. Each time, Ms. Richard moved away and asked him not to touch her, but Mr. Combs disregarded her protests. On their last night in Glasgow, Ms. Richard witnessed Mr. Combs and several other males gangbanging Mr. Combs' female assistant at the hotel pool. Ms. Richard immediately left and went to her hotel room. On their flight back to the United States the next day, Ms. Richard asked Mr. Combs where his assistant was. Mr. Combs replied, "I don't give a fuck where that bitch is." Ms. Richard later learned that Mr. Combs had taken his assistant's passport with him to the United States, leaving the assistant stranded in the United Kingdom. In Glasgow, Ms. Harper confided in Ms. Richard that her husband and manager, Tony Vick, Mr. Vick, was abusive. After an especially severe assault, she confided in Ms. Richard that she wanted to leave Mr. Vick, and Ms. Richard helped her to plan her exit from the relationship. However, Ms. Harper and Mr. Vick reconciled, and both Mr. Combs and Mr. Vick, who had a close relationship, learned of Ms. Richard's role in helping Ms. Harper. Both Mr. Combs and Mr. Vick became noticeably distrustful of Ms. Richard, which exacerbated her fears of harm and reprisal. When Mr. Combs would require his Diddy, Dirty Money bandmates to stay at his residence in Miami, Ms. Richard would barricade herself inside her room at night, placing heavy furniture against the door because she feared being harmed in her sleep. In or around late December 2010, Ms. Richard, Ms. Harper, and Ms. Ventura were in Mr. Combs' Los Angeles home when Mr. Combs stated, "I want to gift you, fake, titties for Christmas." Mr. Combs reached out and cupped Ms. Richard's breasts without her permission and stated, "You're an A. I'm thinking AD." Ms. Richard recoiled in shock and left the room. Throughout the above-mentioned time period, when Ms. Richard resisted Mr. Combs' advances, Mr. Combs retaliated by denying her singing parts in songs, removing her from songs, refusing to allow her to sing in performances, and turning her microphone off during performances. The more Ms. Richard rebuffed his advances, the more Mr. Combs' retaliatory behavior increased. 9. Mr. Combs assaults and falsely imprisons Ms. Richard. In or around December 2010, Diddy, Dirty Money was preparing for an upcoming performance on Saturday Night Live, SNL. As usual, rehearsals lasted for days without the opportunity to eat or rest, and the rehearsal schedule was unpredictable. After waiting all day for Mr. Combs to call or send a car. Ms. Richard received a phone call from Mr. Combs demanding, "Where the fuck are you bitches? You bitches don't want this. Y'all don't deserve to have someone pick you up. Get a cab." Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper immediately took a taxi to SIR Studios at 520 West 25th Street, New York, New York, anxious because Mr. Combs sounded enraged. Upon their arrival at SIR Studios, Mr. Combs and Harve Pierre were waiting for them in the lobby. Mr. Combs screamed obscenities at them. "Where the fuck were you bitches? You bitches don't want to win. You don't want this. I'm so tired of y'all." Ms. Richard noticed that people in the lobby were reacting to Mr. Combs' tirade. Embarrassed, Ms. Richard asked Mr. Combs to stop swearing and calling them bitches in front of everyone. Mr. Combs' facial expression shifted as he stepped towards Ms. Richard, raised his arm, and swung his fist toward her face. Believing that Mr. Combs was going to hit her, Ms. Richard braced for the impact. Before Mr. Combs could strike her, Mr. Combs' bodyguard grabbed her, escorted her out of the studio, and forced her into the Bad Boy Records Bentley that was parked outside. Ms. Harper ran after Ms. Richard, and Mr. Combs' bodyguard closed and locked the Bentley's doors with both women inside. Inside the vehicle, Ms. Richard realized there were no interior door handles and that they were locked inside with no way to escape. Ms. Richard's belongings were in the studio, but she was able to call her father from Ms. Harper's cell phone. Ms. Richard relayed to her father what had happened and that she needed help and feared that she would go missing. Moments later, Mr. Combs' bodyguard removed only Ms. Harper from the Bentley, leaving Ms. Richard locked in the car alone for over 2 hours. Ms. Richard screamed as loudly as she could, but no one responded. It was late evening in the wintertime, the windows were heavily tinted, and the interior of the car was dark except for faint interior lights. Ms. Richard's belongings and winter coat were in the studio, while the ignition was off and there was no heat. With Mr. Combs' prior threats and violence running through her mind, Ms. Richard felt sheer panic, terror, and feelings of claustrophobia at being locked in a small, dark, enclosed space with no way to communicate or call for help. She began to feel cold and feared for her life, not knowing when or if she would be released. Ms. Richard's father drove to New York from Baltimore and arrived at the studio approximately 2 hours later. Only after her father arrived and demanded to see her did Mr. Pierre order Mr. Combs' bodyguard to release Ms. Richard from the vehicle. Mr. Pierre ushered Ms. Richard's father between several rooms at SIR Studios, where he waited for approximately 2 hours before being able to confront Mr. Combs. Once Ms. Richard's father expressed that he intended to contact police, Mr. Combs warned him to think about your family and think about your daughter's career. Her father appeared visibly frightened by Mr. Combs' threats and actions, which in turn made Ms. Richard feel terrified for herself and her family's safety. The next night, Diddy, Dirty Money performed on SNL. Mr. Combs subsequently called Ms. Richard, complimented her performance, and concluded with a threat: "You don't call your dad unless you're in the hospital." X. Unjust enrichment of defendants by breach of contract and or copyright infringement. As a member of Donity Kane, Ms. Richard has performed on over 15 songs 5 and holds composition credits for more than 3 songs. 6 defendants have failed to account to or pay Ms. Richard as agreed for her compositions and her performances and have breached contracts and infringed her copyrights, all of which has unjustly enriched defendants. As a member of Diddy Dirty Money, Ms. Richard has performances recorded on over 9 songs. 7 additionally, Ms. Richard has composition rights and credits on more than 5 songs. 8 defendants have failed to account to or pay Ms. Richard as agreed for her compositions and her 5-1. Showstopper 2. Ride for You 3. Damaged 4. Bad Girl 5. Pretty Boy 6. Striptease 7. Poetry 8. Lights Out 9. Sucka for Love 10. Ain't Going 11. Two of You 12. Do Me Good 13. Ecstasy featuring Rick Ross 14. Lemonade featuring Tyga 15. All in a Day's Work 6. 1. Bad Girl featuring Missy Elliott, written by Don Richard, Mary Brown, Mary Brockert, Missy Elliott, Sean Combs, Quincy Jones, David Valinsky, Chanel Wujit. Secret Place interlude performed by Don Richard. Infrared written by Don Richard, Kwame Holland. 7-1. Angels. Love Come Down. Yeah, you would. Hate That You Love Me. Your Love featuring Trey Songz. Ass on the Floor featuring Swizz Beatz. Yesterday featuring Chris Brown. I Hate That You Love Me. Shades featuring Lil Wayne and Justin Timberlake. 8-1. I Hate That You Love Me. Written by Don Richard, Richard Butler, Warren Trotter, Arden Altino, Darrell Artaze Babs. Looking for Love featuring Usher. Written by Don Richard, Usher Raymond IV, Sean Combs, Kalena Harper, Kevin, Casey, Kassam, Marcella. Ms. Lego Areika, Eric, E-Class, Akon, Mario, Yellowman, Winans. Strobe Lights featuring Lil Wayne. Written by Don Richard, Lil Wayne, Sean Combs, Richard Butler, Warren Trotter, Arden Altino, Marcella Ms. Lego Areika, Kevin, Casey, Kassam. Loving You No More featuring Drake. Written by Drake, Don Richard, Sean Combs, Richard Butler, Warren Trotter, Arden Altino, Mario Winans, Jerry Wanda Duplessis. Change written by Don Richard, Richard Butler, Warren Trotter, Arden Altino. Performances and breached contracts and or infringed her copyrights, unjustly enriching defendants. In 2020, Mr. Combs selected Ms. Richard for a reboot of Making the Band, and Ms. Richard spent hours preparing to be a judge on the new show. However, the COVID-19 pandemic halted those plans, and Ms. Richard was never compensated in any way. On or about July 1st, 2021, Mr. Combs and Bad Boy Records, or Holdings or both, directed Janice Combs Publishing Incorporated to assign its administration rights of Ms. Richard's songs. 9. Song title, writer, name, artist. 86. Carla Haynes Carter. 20. Don Richard. 20. Andrew Scott. 60. Two sides. 2 sides. Ray Romulus. 15. Don Angelique Richard. 13.34. Jeremy Reeves. 15. Jonathan Yip. 15. Malcolm McDaniel. 13.33. Ray McCullough. 15. Rosina Russell. 13.33. Donady Kane. Ain't Going. Yana Dean. 45. Bernard Malik. 50. Don Richard. 2.5. Juanita Wujit. 2.5. Donady Kane. Ass on the Floor. Sean Combs. 5. Kasim Dean. 55. Kalena Harper. 20. Don Richard. 10. Leroy Watson. 10. Diddy Dirty Money. Burn So Deep. James Michael Edgar. 50. Don Richard. 50. Jimmy Edgar Feet Don Richard. Dance. Noise Castle. 25. Esther Dean. 25. David Ryan Harris. 25. Don Richard. 25. Don Richard. Faith. Ricky Lewis. 50. Don Richard. 50. Fireflies. Don Richard. 25. Harmony Samuels. 50. Music Publishing LLC, Sony. The assignment, signed by Ms. Richard on October 22, 2024, purported to credit, through a semi-annual accounting, Ms. Richards' royalty account for Ms. Richards' compositions from between 80 to 90% of publisher's share. However, no statements were ever provided, no payments were ever made, and no reversions nor assignment were ever recorded with performing rights organizations or other royalty-collecting entities by defendants or by Sony. Defendants have wholly failed to account to or pay Ms. Richard as agreed for her compositions and her performances in breach of the assignment, and have thereby infringed her copyrights, resulting in defendants being unjustly enriched. 109. During the summer of 2023, Mr. Combs' new record company, Love Records Incorporated, tendered a contract for negotiation to Ms. Richard for the song entitled Deliver Me, embodied as track 3 on the Love album, Off the Grid, officially released on September 15, 2023. Upon information and belief, Deliver Me sold well prior to Mr. Combs' legal troubles in November 2023. Continuing to the present, Ms. Richard sought to establish her rightful percentage as a 21% composer on Deliver Me. Mr. Combs personally called Ms. Richard and left a voicemail complaining about her fair requests. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs directed his attorneys to avoid confirming the composition percentages on the song, and in fact, list composers who played no part in composing the song. As a result, the contract was never signed by either Ms. Richard or Love Records Incorporated. Nevertheless, Ms. Richard obtained a copyright registration certificate on a timely basis. Said registration lists authors/claimants as agreed when the song was created in 2009. That registration is filed separately in the court and supports Ms. Richards' claim of copyright infringement by defendants herein. Defendants Love Records Incorporated and Mr. Combs infringed Ms. Richards' copyrights in the composition of Deliver Me by releasing Deliver Me without Ms. Richards' permission and without compensation. Damages. 110. As a result of the acts and conduct complained of herein, Ms. Richard has suffered and will continue to suffer the loss of income, wages, benefits, royalties, promotional fees, touring fees, and other compensation. Ms. Richard has also suffered, among other things, future pecuniary losses, emotional pain, suffering, inconvenience, loss of enjoyment of life, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety disorder, insomnia, panic attacks, and other non-pecuniary losses, entitling her to an award of compensatory and punitive damages, injunctive and declaratory relief, attorney's fees and costs, and other remedies as this court may deem appropriate. First cause of action. Violation of the Victims of Gender-Motivated Violence Act, NYC Admin. Code Sections 10 through 1101, etc. VGMPL. Against defendants Sean Combs, Harv Pierre, Interscope Records, and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. The above described conduct of Mr. Combs, including but not limited to Mr. Combs' physical and sexual assaults, harassment, and unlawful imprisonment of plaintiff in New York City constitutes a crime of violence against plaintiff and is a crime of violence motivated by gender, as defined in Section 10 to 1103 of the New York City VGM-VPL. The term crime of violence means an act or series of acts that would constitute a misdemeanor or felony against the person as defined in state or federal law if the conduct presents a serious risk of physical injury to another, whether or not those acts have actually resulted in criminal charges, prosecution, or conviction. And the term crime of violence motivated by gender means a crime of violence committed because of gender or on the basis of gender and due, at least in part, to an animus based on the victim's gender. The above described conduct of Mr. Combs, including, but not limited to, sexual assault, physical assault, threats, and false imprisonment, all conduct prescribed by PL 110/120.001, PL 120.15, PL 240.33, PL 135.05, PL 135.10, PL 130.52, PL 240.30, 1A, PL 120.14, 2, PLS 135.5, 3, constitutes a crime of violence against plaintiff and is a crime of violence motivated by gender, as defined in Section 10 to 1103. Defendants Harve Pierre, Interscope Records, and Bad Boy Records have financially and otherwise benefited from these acts and omissions by keeping Mr. Combs, the volatile and explosive owner of Bad Boy Records, satisfied, and benefited from facilitating his behavior. Defendants Harve Pierre, Interscope Records, and Bad Boy Records enabled, condoned, had knowledge of, and failed to act to prevent or mitigate Mr. Combs' commission of the above-mentioned crimes of violence motivated by gender, and are therefore also liable under the VGM-VPL. As a direct and proximate result of the above-mentioned crimes of violence and gender-motivated violence, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress, entitling her to an award of compensatory and punitive damages, injunctive and declaratory relief, attorney's fees and costs, and other remedies as this court may deem appropriate, as set forth in Section 10 to 1104. Pursuant to Section 10-1105A, this cause of action is timely because it is commenced within 2 years and 6 months after September 1, 2022. Second cause of action: sexual assault pursuant to the California Sexual Abuse and Cover-Up Accountability Act, Cal. Civ. Proc. Section 340.16 against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Mr. Combs subjected plaintiff to sexual battery as defined in Cal. Penal Code Sections 234.4 E1. In doing so, he intended to and did cause harmful and sexually offensive contact with their person and place them in imminent apprehension of such contact. Pursuant to California Code of Civil Procedure Section 340.16, as amended by Assembly Bill 2777, this cause of action is timely because it is commenced within 3 years of the date plaintiff discovered the injuries resulting from defendant's acts, which plaintiff did not discover and could not have reasonably discovered, until November 2023, when Ms. Ventura filed a lawsuit against defendant. Defendant Bad Boy Records has financially and otherwise benefited from these acts and omissions by keeping Mr. Combs, the volatile and explosive owner of Bad Boy Records, satisfied and benefited from facilitating his behavior. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Plaintiff also seeks reasonable attorney's fees as provided under Cal. Civil Code Section 52.5. Third cause of action: forced labor in violation of 18 U.S.C. Sections 1589 and 1595. Against defendants Sean Combs, Bad Boy Records, and UMG Interscope, Geffen A&M. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Defendants knowingly obtained labor from plaintiff through threats of serious harm, physical restraint, and other means of coercion, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1589. Defendants Bad Boy Records, UMG Interscope, Geffen A&M Records knowingly benefited from the forced labor and the trafficking activities conducted by Mr. Combs. Under 18 U.S.C. Section 1595, plaintiff is entitled to bring a civil action against all defendants for their violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1589. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Plaintiff seeks compensatory damages for the harm suffered as a result of defendant's forced labor practices. Plaintiff also seeks punitive damages to deter such conduct by defendants in the future, along with reasonable attorney's fees and costs. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. Fourth cause of action: violation of New York Services for Victims of Human Trafficking, New York Serves. Law Section 483, BB-C. Against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Plaintiff is a victim of labor trafficking within the meaning of New York Penal Law 135.35 and is therefore entitled to bring a civil action under New York SOC Serve, Section 483, BB. The defendant's acts and omissions, taken separately and or together, as outlined above, constitute a violation of New York SOC Serve, Section 483, BB. Specifically, defendant Sean Combs perpetrated labor trafficking of Ms. Richard by inducing her to engage or continue to engage in labor activity by means of instilling a fear in her that, if she refused to comply, he would cause physical injury, serious physical injury, or engage in other conduct constituting a felony or unlawful imprisonment in the second degree in violation of New York Penal Law 135.05, and defendant Bad Boy Records benefited from Mr. Combs' venture by holding Ms. Richard, an artist signed with defendant Bad Boy Records and otherwise employed by other defendant Doe corporations, captive to Mr. Combs' demands and desires. At all relevant times, defendant Bad Boy Records participated in and facilitated the obtainment of plaintiff's labor induced by force, fraud, or coercion. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. Fifth cause of action: sex trafficking under 18 U.S.C. Section 1591, etc. Against defendant Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Mr. Combs, one of the most prominent musical artists and producers in the industry, recruited and enticed plaintiff by initiating a professional relationship with her and inviting her to join his band Diddy, Dirty Money, as a singer, songwriter, and performer. This opportunity instilled in plaintiff the hope and expectation of advancing her career and achieving greater success in the music industry. Mr. Combs, through a pattern of coercive threats and displays of brutal violence, caused plaintiff to engage in commercial sex acts, as defined by 18 U.S.C. Section 1591, E3. These acts were carried out to further Mr. Combs' financial gain from Ms. Richards' participation in Diddy Dirty Money, to exert control over her, and to satisfy his own sexual gratification. Mr. Combs used fraud and force to coerce and entice Ms. Richard into commercial sex acts. Mr. Combs did so by making threats of career derailment and promises of career advancement in exchange for Ms. Richard's acquiescence to Mr. Combs' sexual batteries and assaults. Mr. Combs acted with knowledge or in reckless disregard of the fact that plaintiff was forced to engage in these acts through coercion, and that these acts were in exchange for her continued place in the band and her financial stability. Defendant Bad Boy Records has financially and otherwise benefited from these acts and omissions by keeping Mr. Combs, the volatile and explosive owner of Bad Boy Records, satisfied and benefited from facilitating his behavior. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. Sixth cause of action: violation of the California Trafficking Victims Protection Act, Cal, Civil Code Section 52.5. Against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation contained in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Plaintiff is a victim of trafficking within the meaning of Cal, Penal Code Section 236.1, and is therefore entitled to bring a civil action under Cal, Civil Code Section 52.5. The defendant's acts and omissions, taken separately and or together, as outlined above, constitute a violation of Cal, Civ. Code Section 52.5. Specifically, defendant Sean Combs perpetrated human trafficking of Ms. Richard by depriving or violating her personal liberty with the intent to obtain forced labor. And defendant Bad Boy Records benefited from Mr. Combs' venture by holding Ms. Richard, an artist signed with defendant Bad Boy Records and otherwise employed by other defendant Doe corporations, captive to Mr. Combs' demands and desires. At all relevant times, defendants participated in and facilitated the obtainment of plaintiffs' labor induced by force, fraud, or coercion. Defendant Bad Boy Records has financially and otherwise benefited from these acts and omissions by keeping Mr. Combs, the volatile and explosive owner of Bad Boy Records, satisfied and benefited from facilitating his behavior. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Pursuant to Cal. Civ. Code Section 52.5, D3, defendant's continuous death threats and coercion induce plaintiff to delay the filing of this action and asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. Pursuant to Cal. Civ. Code Section 52.5, D4, the suspension of the statute of limitations due to estoppel applies to all other related claims arising out of the trafficking situation, including, but not limited to, violation of the Victims of Gender-Motivated Violence Act, NYC Admin, Code Sections 10 through 1101, etc., forced labor in violation of 18 U.S.C. Sections 1589 and 1595, New York. Services for Victims of Human Trafficking, New York Serves. Law Section 483, BB-C, sex trafficking under 18 U.S.C. Section 1591, assault under New York law, battery/sexual battery under New York law. False imprisonment under New York law, false imprisonment under California law, intentional. Infliction of emotional distress, sexual harassment, gender discrimination, and hostile work. Environment under New York State Human Rights Law, New York Exec. Law Sections 290, etc., sexual harassment, gender discrimination, and hostile work environment under New York City. Human Rights Law, New York Exec. Law Sections 8 through 101, etc., retaliation in violation of New York State. Human Rights Law, NYSHRL Section 296 and California Government Code Section 12940, H, hostile work environment in violation of California Government Code Section 12940. Gender discrimination in violation of California Government Code Section 12940, violation of right of publicity under New York Civil Rights Law Section 50 and Section 51, unjust enrichment, copyright infringement 17 U.S.C. Section 106, breach of contract, breach of implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing, fraud, intentional misrepresentation, false promise. 152, pursuant to Cal. Civ. Code Section 52.5, E. The running of the statute of limitations may be suspended as plaintiff could not have reasonably discovered the cause of action due to circumstances resulting from the trafficking, including psychological trauma. 7th cause of action assault under New York law. Against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. In engaging in the conduct described above, Mr. Combs committed an assault against plaintiff because he intentionally placed plaintiff in reasonable apprehension of imminent harmful or offensive contact, and plaintiff reasonably feared immediate bodily harm as a result of defendant's conduct. Defendant's actions amount to violations under New York Penal Law Sections 110/120.00, 120.15, as well as analogous California law and the common law of New York and California. Defendant Bad Boy Records has financially and otherwise benefited from these acts and omissions by keeping Mr. Combs, the volatile and explosive owner of Bad Boy Records, satisfied and benefited from facilitating his behavior. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. The conduct of Mr. Combs described above was willful, wanton, and malicious. At all relevant times, Mr. Combs acted with conscious disregard of plaintiff's rights and feelings, acted with the knowledge of or with reckless disregard for the fact that his conduct was certain to cause injury and or humiliation to plaintiff, and intended to cause fear, physical injury, and or pain and suffering to plaintiff. By virtue of the foregoing, plaintiff is entitled to recover punitive and exemplary damages from defendant Combs according to proof at trial. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 8th cause of action battery/sexual battery under New York law. Against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. In engaging in the conduct described above, Mr. Combs committed a battery against plaintiff because he intentionally engaged in unlawful, intentional, and offensive touching or application of force to plaintiff's person. Mr. Combs repeatedly and without consent touched Ms. Richards' body, including her buttocks and chest area. Defendant's actions amount to violations under New York Penal Law Sections 150.50, 130.52, 130.55, and 130.65, as well as analogous California law and the common law of New York and California. Defendant Bad Boy Records has financially and otherwise benefited from these acts and omissions by keeping Mr. Combs, the volatile and explosive owner of Bad Boy Records, satisfied and benefited from facilitating his behavior. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and/or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. The above-described conduct by Mr. Combs was willful, wanton, and malicious. At all relevant times, Mr. Combs acted with conscious disregard of Ms. Richards' rights and feelings, acted with the knowledge of or with reckless disregard for the fact that his conduct was certain to cause injury and/or humiliation to Ms. Richard, and intended to cause fear, physical injury, and/or pain and suffering to Ms. Richard. By virtue of the foregoing, Ms. Richard is entitled to recover punitive and exemplary damages from Mr. Combs according to proof at trial. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. Ninth cause of action: false imprisonment under New York law. Against defendants Sean Combs, Harv Pierre, and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Defendants Mr. Combs and Mr. Pierre falsely imprisoned plaintiff in New York as alleged in this complaint, by suddenly and without provocation, willfully and maliciously falsely imprisoning Ms. Richard against her will in the defendant's corporate vehicle for over 2 hours. Following plaintiff's false imprisonment in the defendant's corporate vehicle, defendant Mr. Combs issued a clear retaliatory threat of future injury and bodily harm to plaintiff, underscoring the intent to both control and to silence plaintiff as to defendant's crimes. Defendant Bad Boy Records has financially and otherwise benefited from these acts and omissions by keeping Mr. Combs, the volatile and explosive owner of Bad Boy Records, satisfied and benefited from facilitating his behavior. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and/or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 10th cause of action: false imprisonment under California law. Against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Defendant Mr. Combs falsely imprisoned Ms. Richard in California as alleged in this complaint, by demanding, under false pretenses, that Ms. Richard appear for work and subsequently willfully and maliciously falsely imprisoning and threatening Ms. Richard in Mr. Combs' home studio against her will for over 20 minutes. Following plaintiff's false imprisonment in Mr. Combs' home studio, defendant Mr. Combs issued a clear retaliatory threat of future injury and bodily harm to plaintiff, underscoring the intent to both control and to silence plaintiff as to defendant's crimes. Defendant Bad Boy Records has financially and otherwise benefited from these acts and omissions by keeping Mr. Combs, the volatile and explosive owner of Bad Boy Records, satisfied and benefited from facilitating his behavior. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and/or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 11th cause of action: intentional infliction of emotional distress. Against defendants Sean Combs, Harv Pierre, and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation set forth in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Defendants Sean Combs and Harv Pierre's conduct, which included abuse, death threats, sexual assault, false imprisonment, deprivation of basic necessities in the workplace, non-payment or underpayments, and labor violations, was extreme and outrageous, going beyond all possible bounds of decency and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. Defendant's conduct was intentional and reckless, and defendants knew or should have known that such conduct would cause plaintiff severe emotional distress. Defendants Harve Pierre and Bad Boy Records have financially and otherwise benefited from these acts and omissions by keeping Mr. Combs, the volatile and explosive owner of Bad Boy Records, satisfied and benefited from facilitating his behavior. Plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and/or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 12th cause of action: sexual harassment, gender discrimination, and hostile work environment under New York State Human Rights Law, New York Exec. Law Sections 290, etc. NYSHRL. Against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records discriminated against plaintiff on the basis of her gender in violation of the NYSHRL by subjecting plaintiff to disparate treatment, verbal abuse, systematic exclusion, failure to address complaints of discrimination and/or harassment, retaliation, derogatory gender-based slurs and comments, insults and offensive gender-based language, intimidation and bullying, threats, unfair treatment, and denial of opportunities, promotions, or benefits based on gender. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's unlawful discriminatory conduct in violation of the NYSHRL, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary and/or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Defendant's unlawful and discriminatory actions were intentional, done with malice, and/or showed a deliberate, willful, wanton, and reckless indifference to plaintiff's rights under the NYSHRL, for which plaintiff is entitled to an award of punitive damages. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendant should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 13th cause of action: sexual harassment, gender discrimination, and hostile work environment under New York City Human Rights Law, New York Exec. Law Sections 8 through 101, etc. NYCHRL. Against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Defendant Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records discriminated against plaintiff on the basis of her gender in violation of the NYCHRL by subjecting plaintiff to unwanted touching of her intimate parts, forcing plaintiff to endure derogatory name-calling, and exposing plaintiff to sex trafficking and sex acts, constituting a hostile work environment. Defendants engaged in a pattern of criminal conduct in the workplace that created an offensive, intimidating, and hostile atmosphere for plaintiff based on her gender. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's unlawful discriminatory conduct in violation of the NYCHRL, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and/or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Defendant's unlawful and discriminatory actions were intentional, done with malice, and/or showed a deliberate, willful, wanton, and reckless indifference to plaintiff's rights under the NYCHRL, for which plaintiff is entitled to an award of punitive damages. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 14th cause of action: retaliation in violation of New York State Human Rights Law, NYSHRL Section 296 and California Government Code Section 12940H. Against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Plaintiff engaged in protected activity by rejecting defendant's sexual advances, which constitutes opposition to unlawful sexual harassment under New York State Human Rights Law, NYSHRL, Section 296. This rejection is protected activity under NYSHRL and California Government Code, as it opposes discriminatory conduct in the workplace. Defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records' persistent denial of prominent or continuing singing/writing/performing roles as to plaintiff constitutes adverse employment actions. Plaintiff's rejection of Combs' sexual advances subjected her to an increasingly hostile work environment based on her gender. These actions materially and detrimentally affected plaintiff's terms and conditions of employment, and were in direct response to plaintiff's protected activity of rejecting defendants' sexual advances. Further, defendant's failure to pay Ms. Richard earned wages, royalties, and concert and promotional appearance fees according to contracts and other promises constitute adverse employment actions based on gender and were done in retaliation by defendants. There is a direct causal connection between plaintiff's protected activity and defendant's adverse employment action. The timing and circumstances indicate defendant's retaliatory motives. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's retaliation, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and/or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Defendant's unlawful and retaliatory actions were intentional, done with malice, and/or showed a deliberate, willful, wanton and reckless indifference to plaintiff's rights under the NYCHRL, for which plaintiff is entitled to an award of punitive damages. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 15th cause of action: hostile work environment in violation of California Government Code Section 12940. Against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records subjected plaintiff to sexual harassment on the basis of her gender in violation of California Government Code Section 12940, including unwanted touching of her intimate parts, forcing plaintiff to endure derogatory name-calling, and exposing plaintiff to sex trafficking and sex acts, all of which constituted a hostile work environment. The conduct of defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records created an intimidating, hostile, and offensive working environment in violation of California Government Code Section 12923. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's unlawful conduct in violation of Cal. Governor Code Section 12940, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and/or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Defendant's unlawful and discriminatory actions were intentional, done with malice, and/or showed a deliberate, willful, wanton, and reckless indifference to plaintiff's rights under Cal. Governor Code Section 12940, for which plaintiff is entitled to an award of punitive damages. 206.
Y'all stand by, because I have a breaking story, breaking news. Stand by. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Breaking news. Right?
Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 16th cause of action: gender discrimination in violation of California Government Code Section 12940. Against defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Defendants Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records discriminated against plaintiff on the basis of her gender in violation of California Government Code Section 12940 by subjecting plaintiff to disparate treatment, verbal abuse, systematic exclusion, failure to address complaints of discrimination and/or harassment, retaliation, derogatory gender-based slurs and comments, insults and offensive gender-based language, intimidation and bullying, threats, unfair treatment, and denial of opportunities, promotions, or benefits based on her gender. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's unlawful discriminatory conduct in violation of Cal. Governor Code Section 12940, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain monetary damages and/or economic harm, physical injury, pain and suffering, and serious psychological and emotional distress. Defendant's unlawful and discriminatory actions were intentional, done with malice, and/or showed a deliberate, willful, wanton, and reckless indifference to plaintiff's rights under Cal. Governor Code Section 12940, for which plaintiff is entitled to an award of punitive damages. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 17th cause of action: violation of right of publicity under New York Civil Rights Law Section 50 and Section 51 and unjust enrichment. Against defendants Sean Combs, Bad Boy Records, Universal Music Group NV, Interscope Geffen A&M Records, Diageo Americas Supply Incorporated D/B/ a Ciroc Distilling Company D/B/ a Ciroc Canning Company, Combs Wines and Spirits LLC. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Mr. Combs required Ms. Richard to perform at and attend numerous promotional events as part of Diddy, Dirty Money, including late or overnight parties which were under contract between Mr. Combs and Ciroc Vodka. or were between Mr. Combs and Diddy Beats pursuant to the aforementioned deal between Bad Boy Records and Interscope Records. Defendants knowingly used plaintiff's voice, likeness, image, and persona without plaintiff's consent for advertising and promotion purposes and for the purpose of trade. Defendants have been unjustly enriched at plaintiff's expense by using plaintiff's voice, image, likeness, and persona without compensating plaintiff. It would be inequitable for defendant to retain the benefit conferred by the unauthorized use of plaintiff's voice, image, likeness, and persona. As a result of defendant's unauthorized use of plaintiff's likeness, image, and persona, plaintiff has suffered damages and is entitled to restitution in an amount to be determined. At trial, defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 18th cause of action, copyright infringement, 17 U.S.C. Section 106. Against defendants Sean Combs, Bad Boy Records, and Love Records, Incorporated. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Plaintiff wrote, created, and performed on the music composition and sound recording of the song Deliver Me in 2009, as included on defendant's 2023 released album The Love Album, Off the Grid. The composition and recording of Deliver Me was published by defendants absent agreement on terms. Thus, defendants have no signed or enforceable agreement with plaintiff. Plaintiff registered the musical composition and sound recording pertinent thereto with the Register of Copyrights and received the certificate of registration therefore. Plaintiff owns copyrights in the musical composition, rights of performance therein, and the exclusive rights to reproduce and distribute to the public by sale or other transfer of ownership, or by lease, lending, or license, reproductions of the copyrighted works under Copyright Act 17 U.S. Seed, Section 106. Plaintiff is informed and believes and thereon alleges that on September 14th to 15th, 2023, and continuing to the present, defendants and each of them, knowingly and willfully and without securing plaintiff's permission or license, embodied, adapted, used, reproduced, marketed, distributed, and sold plaintiff's copyrighted material on Deliver Me as affixed in the defendant's album The Love Album, Off the Grid. Accordingly, plaintiff alleges her claim for copyright infringement based on each defendant's publication of Deliver Me as plaintiff's copyrighted musical composition without license, permission, or approval. Each defendant unquestionably had access to plaintiff's work through defendant's previous companies, Bad Boy Records, et al., or other of defendant's holders of recorded compositions, and each defendant knowingly and willfully ratified and confirmed said access thereafter. In undertaking the conduct complained of in this action, defendants knowingly and intentionally violated plaintiff's rights. At no time did plaintiff authorize defendants to use, license, own, reproduce, adapt, or distribute plaintiff's copyrighted material. At the times of the acts of infringement complained of, plaintiff was and is the owner of the copyright in the music composition identified and named above. After the respective dates of first publication and continuing to the present, the defendants and each of them have infringed and continue to infringe plaintiff's copyrights in the music composition by reproducing or causing, contributing to, and participating in the unauthorized reproduction of the copyrighted music composition and by causing, contributing to, and participating in the distribution of the unauthorized reproductions of the music composition as recorded to the public. Despite their actual or constructive knowledge through their individual and collective recording industry experience and knowledge of copyright laws, enforcement of intellectual property rights in other instances, and their duties to view and examine licenses for uses of copyrighted works, defendants have used and promoted and continue to use and promote, reproduce, and to enable others to reproduce plaintiff's copyrighted music composition in its complete or substantial entirety as and for the commercial profit of defendants without any ongoing payment to or authorization by plaintiff, i.e. no accountings have been received. As a direct and proximate result of the defendant's knowing and willful infringing use of the copyrights, plaintiff has sustained and will continue to sustain substantial injury, loss, and damage to her ownership, publishing, and performance rights in her music composition, which is copyrighted material. As a result of all of defendant's joint, several, willful, and deliberate acts of copyright infringement, plaintiff is further entitled to recover from defendants all of the damages sustained by plaintiff permitted by federal copyright law, including but not limited to compensatory damages and the profits derived by defendants as a result of their infringing acts, in an amount to be determined according to proof at trial. Plaintiff is further entitled to recover from defendants the gains, profits, and advantages defendants, and each of them, have obtained as a result of their acts of copyright infringement. Plaintiff is entitled to the maximum statutory damages which copyright registration confers upon a copyright owner, pursuant to 17 U.S.C. Section 504(c), in the amount of $150,000 with respect to each defendant for each work infringed, or for such other amounts as may be proper under 17 U.S.C. Section 504(c). 19th cause of action, breach of contract. Against defendants Sean Combs, Bad Boy Records, the Sean Combs Music Inc., the Nordlinger Group LLC, November 15th, LLC, Janice Combs Publishing Inc., and Sony Songs. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Under the initial participant agreement signed by plaintiff in 2005 with Defendant Remote Productions Incorporated, on information and belief, a company owned by Sean Combs, plaintiff was promised transportation to and from venues, adequate meals, rest and sleep, medical care, and impliedly, safety from a hostile workplace. Despite that plaintiff fulfilled all of her duties and beyond, defendants breached its duty to provide these basic remunerations. Defendants also failed to pay salary, royalties, profit participation, promotions, and touring to plaintiff. In late 2007, plaintiff signed the performer agreement with Defendant Remote Productions Incorporated, which promised minimum compensation to plaintiff of $4,000 per episode of making the band, travel and transportation costs, promotions pay at $3,000 per episode after 6 free, $250 per day for voiceovers or remixes, and performance rights. Despite plaintiffs working overtime and double time, wages or other promised compensation was withheld at least 80% of the time. Defendant Bad Boy Records, LLC, naming itself as successor in interest to Remote Productions, Inc., and plaintiff signed an agreement entitled the Donady Kane Letter Amendment, the DK Letter, in late 2007. The DK Letter promised plaintiff approval rights, advances, concert remuneration, royalties at 12.5% payable by defendant the Nordlinger Group and or November 15th, LLC. Such payments were not made in accordance with contract, if at all, despite demands to defendants' attorneys. Defendants not only breached terms of the agreements listed above, but additionally breached the implied covenants of an employer-employee relationship by acting in bad faith and unfairly frustrating plaintiffs' right to receive the benefits of the agreements actually made. Plaintiff entered a contract with defendants, the Sean Combs Music Incorporated, on January 1, 2009. Promising payment to plaintiff of 12.5% on sound recording masters in the U.S. and 10% of net tour revenues, or 5% per performance. Plaintiff was required to exclusively license her music compositions to defendants and assign the publishing administration to defendants. On information and belief, at an unknown point in time, defendant the Sean Combs Music Incorporated assigned its publishing administration to Janice Combs Publishing Incorporated, and such administration rights are alleged to be held by Janice Combs Publishing Holdings Incorporated. On July 1, 2021, defendants Janice Combs Publishing Incorporated granted exclusive administration rights in plaintiff's compositions to Sony Songs, a division of Sony Music Publishing LLC. Plaintiff signed her assent to the assignment on October 22, 2021. The assignment provided that plaintiff would receive 90% of publisher's share of performance income, 80% of synchronization income, and 90% of all other income. Since a music publisher owes a duty to a writer to account to the writer for royalties earned, each of the defendants named in this count have wholly failed to provide accountings, statements, payments, nor validly register, administer, exploit, or oversee the plaintiff's copyrights they were entrusted with via the contracts, and thereby breach the contracts with plaintiff. Plaintiff provided her talent as a singer, writer, performer, dancer, and recording artist. Defendants received significant benefits and compensation from plaintiff's services. Yet none of the wages, royalties, publishing, touring, promotional fees, and other profits promised by defendants were paid as agreed. Conversely, defendants routinely refused to pay despite plaintiff's requests, nor was plaintiff made whole at any time. Defendants' failure to perform the required duties set forth in the terms and conditions of the contracts was foreseeable in causing plaintiff to suffer general, consequential, and incidental damages, including economic damages. Defendants' conduct is a breach of contract. As an actual and proximate result of defendant's unlawful and unconscionable conduct in breaching its fiduciary duties, plaintiff has lost wages, profits, benefits, royalties, and has incurred other out-of-pocket expenses. Defendant's continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 20th cause of action: breach of implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. Against all defendants. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Plaintiff entered several contracts with defendants. Plaintiff did all or substantially all of the significant things the contracts required her to do. The allegations set forth in this complaint detail the malevolent and intentional behavior by defendants repeated throughout a 20-year span, all of which constitute breaches of the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing and demonstrate the bad faith of defendants at all relevant times. Defendants did not pay plaintiff her salary as agreed. Defendants did not pay plaintiff her royalties, nor extraneous promotions in any instance. Defendants did not pay plaintiff her share of income for her contributions to musical compositions, her publishing, as agreed, despite the assignments to various companies. Not only have defendants failed to pay plaintiff, they have failed to promote plaintiff's works and infringe her copyrights. Defendants' unfair interference with plaintiff's right to receive the benefits of each contract was foreseeable in causing plaintiff to suffer general, consequential, and incidental damages, including economic damages according to proof at trial. Defendants knew or could reasonably have foreseen that the harm and/or special circumstances were likely to occur in the ordinary course of events as a result of the breaches of defendants' obligations to act in good faith, make plaintiff's property productive, and account for and pay plaintiff as agreed. Accordingly, defendant's conduct was a breach of implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. As an actual and proximate result of the aforementioned violations, plaintiff has been harmed in an amount according to proof and has lost wages, benefits, and other out-of-pocket expenses. As an actual and proximate result of defendant's aforementioned acts, plaintiff has suffered physical injury and became mentally upset, stressed, and aggravated. Plaintiff has experienced post-traumatic stress disorder, mental anguish, aggravation, anxiety, humiliation, embarrassment, sleeplessness, loss of appetite, low self-esteem, depression, upset stomach, and other forms of extreme emotional distress. Plaintiff claims damages for physical injuries and mental distress in an amount according to proof at trial. The above-described actions were perpetrated and/or ratified by a managing agent, employee, or officer of defendants, and each of them. These acts were done with malice, fraud, oppression, and in reckless disregard of plaintiff's rights. Further, said actions were despicable in character and warrant the imposition of punitive damages in a sum sufficient to punish and deter defendants' future conduct. Defendants' continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff. 21st cause of action fraud/intentional misrepresentation/false promise. Against all defendants. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in all of the preceding paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Plaintiff asserts this cause of action against all defendants. Defendants represented to plaintiff that certain facts relative to payments to plaintiff were true in each of the contracts above listed. Further, defendants made multiple promises in writing to plaintiff. Defendants' representations were false. Defendants did not intend to perform these promises when they were made or at any time. Defendants knew that their representations were false when they were made, and they made such representations recklessly and without regard for the truth in such representations. Defendants intended that plaintiff rely on their representations and promises. Plaintiff reasonably relied on defendants' representations and promises. Defendants did not perform the promised acts. Plaintiff was harmed. Plaintiff's reliance on defendants' representations and promises was a substantial factor in causing plaintiff to suffer general, consequential, and incidental damages, including economic damages according to proof at trial. Defendants knew or could reasonably have foreseen that the harm and special circumstances were likely to occur in the ordinary course of events as a result of the defendants' breaches of contracts. Accordingly, defendants' conduct was intentional misrepresentation. As an actual and proximate result of defendants' intentional and unlawful misrepresentation and false promises, plaintiff has lost wages, profits, benefits, royalties, and has incurred other out-of-pocket expenses. As an actual and proximate result of defendants' fraudulent acts, plaintiff has suffered physical injury and became mentally upset, stressed, and aggravated. Plaintiff has experienced post-traumatic stress disorder, mental anguish, aggravation, anxiety, humiliation, embarrassment, sleeplessness, loss of appetite, low self-esteem, depression, upset stomach, and other forms of extreme emotional distress. Plaintiff claims damages for physical injuries and mental distress in an amount according to proof at trial. The above-described actions were perpetrated and/or ratified by a managing agent, employee, or officer of defendants, and each of them. These acts were done with malice, fraud, oppression, and in reckless disregard of plaintiff's rights. Further, said actions were despicable in character and warrant the imposition of punitive damages in a sum sufficient to punish and deter defendants' future conduct. Defendants' continuous death threats and coercion prevented plaintiff from asserting her rights within the statutorily prescribed period. Defendants should be stopped from asserting the statute of limitations as a defense due to the duress exerted upon plaintiff.
All right. So that was the Cassie lawsuit. If you are in here late, this is the Leylo Show. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, comment, share the live, man. You know, help me get these numbers up. It's a lot of y'all done came in, came out, but y'all ain't hitting the live, man. Hit the like button for me, man. Just hit the like button for me, man, please. All right. So next we're gonna get into the well, this right here is the, we're not gonna get into that yet. That is the next we're gonna get into the Jones lawsuit, but there was a settlement through the Cassie lawsuit. That was the Cassie lawsuit that you just got through listening to. There was a settlement, from that. So let's check that out real quick. See what the settlement was about.
Diddy Combs. The answer is $20 million. And now, how much does silence cost for Sean Diddy Combs? The answer is $20 million. And now, Cassie Ventura is breaking that silence in a courtroom and taking us all back to what happened behind the headlines.
So apparently, Diddy settled out with Cassie for $20 million. Now, I have sources close to, let's say, Hollywood, and I heard it was more upwards of 30 million. But, the 20 million might be what she walked away with because, the attorneys, they got to get their cut. So 20 is probably more realistic. So he settled for 20 million or 30 million and gave it to Cassie.
Cassie Ventura revealing the settlement stemming from her 2023 lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs. As the singer testified in his federal sex trafficking trial May 14th, Cassie said the embattled media mogul agreed on a $20 million settlement.
So, yeah, if Cassie said it, then that's probably what it was. Like I said, it was probably 30 million, but, the attorneys, they probably walked away with 10.
Jurors at Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial got their first glimpse inside the freak-offs, the highly orchestrated sex parties that are at the center of this case. Combs' former girlfriend, Cassie, was on the witness stand for a second day, and as she testified, prosecutors showed jurors still images taken from videos of these freak-offs.
Yeah, so, yeah, salute to Cassie.
Kind of firearms
for,
allegations.
Getting her money out of that, All right. Again, like I told you before, I got some new sponsors on deck. Shout out to Brand Yourself Apparel. If you look in the description below, you'll see a link to, brandyourselfapparel.com. This is a website. It's an e-commerce website. They got everything you need over there. From clothes, you can start your brand over there. You can get all types of items. I'm ordering some items myself that I will be having soon with my brand on it. But you can get your own brand. Just go to the website, communicate with them back and forth, and they'll take care of you. And also, we have drunkenbunnybrand.com. The link is also in the description. And they do herbal teas. I myself, I mess with some of these herbal teas. I love holistic stuff, you know what I mean? Especially when it comes to teas. I'm finna go make me some tea right now. But they got the Get Smart tea. I wonder if the Get Smart tea has lion mane in it. I need to get me some lion mane. If you know about lion mane, go look it up. You don't know about lion mane? Sour sop, loose leaves tea, limp tea, lung detox tea that's what I'm on right now. Heavy. I just stopped smoking, so trying to get my lungs back right. I gotta get my heavy workout back in. I'm getting old, so I gotta, detox and clean myself out and going to the doctor on a regular. But they also have the men's essential tea, so go check them out. drunkenbunnybrand.com. The link is in the description below. Make sure you like the live, share the live, and all that good stuff. So Drunken Bunny, they are one of our new sponsors on deck right now. And I think we have another sponsor. Valora. Yeah, Valora. So yeah, Valora. This is also in the description, the Valora. Now this is a product that I can't wait to get. I got mine on the way. This is it's like an air purifier, but this gets rid of more germs. It's more germ based. So again, the link is in the description below. This is a Valora product. This is a NASA approved product. This is something NASA built themselves, and it protects your office, your studios, your anything inside room where there's a room, you can put one in there. And it's, if the C word, the C word, if that virus is in the air, this thing gonna kill it. Floyd, do you got one of these in your house? Do you got one of these in your private airplanes? You ain't got nothing that's gonna kill the C word from around you. So yeah, I love this product. Like I said, I got one on the way. If you want to order one, you go to the description below, see the Valora link, and go check those out. But they have some other products that I love too. And like I said, I got mine on the way. They have the mobile version. So this is for like Uber drivers, anybody who does a lot of driving and driving with passengers, as well as Lyft drivers. You put this in your car, it's gonna, if you got people too close to you sneezing and coughing in your back seat, whatever germs is in the air, this little contraptment is gonna kill it all, right? And then they got the other product, which is the Fresh Air Personal. I got this on the way too. You're gonna see me have it around my neck in some of my lives. I'm gonna have that around my neck. So if anybody just get too close to me, and I got this on, I'm protected. All right. So shout out to Valora. Again, the link is in the description below. All right. And now we're gonna let's get to this this Jones lawsuit. This Jones lawsuit. Let me see what we got here.
Diddy gets a major legal victory. A New York judge dismissed 5 racketeering charges against Combs in the $30 million lawsuit filed by producer Lil Rod.
Rodney Jones's lawsuit just took a major hit in the RICO conspiracy charge being dismissed.
Brian Buckmeyer is ABC News' legal contributor and host of the 2020 podcast Bad Rap, The Case Against Diddy.
2 very different versions of Diddy have emerged over the years.
And he's with me, breaking down the judge's ruling.
Rodney Jones's lawsuit taking a hit had a lot to do with the attorney and the way that he fought.
Okay, so Rodney Jones filed a lawsuit. Producer Rodney Jones, he filed a lawsuit with Diddy, on Diddy, and we're gonna go through that lawsuit as well. So get your popcorn. This is not as long as the Cassie lawsuit, but it's still a little lengthy. But we're gonna go through it all when you see all the pictures, and if you don't know about it, you're about to find out real soon. So this is about 40 pages long, and all right. So and shout out to AI. Shout out to AI, man. He's reading that thing for me. So we're gonna get into this Diddy versus Jones lawsuit. Again, this is the Leylo Show. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Why I can't talk today? Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button, comment, share the live. Help me get these numbers up. All right? You hit it? You hit the like button? I ain't pressing play till you hit the like button. Let me know when you hit it. You hit it? All right, cool. All right, cool. So let's get into this this Jones lawsuit.
Plaintiff Rodney Lil Rod Jones, Mr. Jones, hereby alleges, as and for his complaint against defendant Sean Combs, Mr. Combs, defendant Justin Dior Combs, J. Combs, defendant Lucian Charles Grange, Mr. Grange, defendant Ethiopia Habtemariam, Ms. Habtemariam, defendant Christina Coram, Ms. Coram, defendant Chalice Recording Studios, CRS, defendant Love Records, LR, defendant Motown Records, MR, defendant Universal Music Group, UMG, Defendant Combs Global. Enterprises, CDE John and Jane does 1 to 10, ABC Corporations 1 to 10, as follows. Jurisdiction and venue. This court has personal jurisdiction over the defendants under and consistent with the constitutional requirements of due process in that the defendants, acting directly or through his agents or apparent agents, committed one or more of the following. The transaction of any business within the state. The making of any contract within the state. The commission of a tortious act within this district and the ownership, use, or possession of any real estate in this state. From September 2022 to the date of this filing, defendants have consistently and purposefully availed themselves of the privilege of conducting activities within New York, thus invoking the benefits and protections of New York law. In return for these benefits and protections, defendants must submit to the burdens of litigation in New York. This litigation arises from or relates to the tortious activities defendants visited upon defendants in the states of New York, California, Florida, and the United States Virgin Island. This tortious conduct violated United States federal RICO laws. Requiring defendants to litigate these claims in this district does not offend traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice. Plaintiffs' claims arise from some conduct occurring by defendants in New York. Parties. Plaintiff Rodney Jones is an American artist and music producer. Mr. Jones resides in the states of New York and California. Defendant Sean Combs is a rapper and record executive popularly known by his stage names Puff Daddy, Puffy, Pete, Diddy, Diddy, Brother Love, or Love. Mr. Combs came to fame in the early 1990s with his record label Bad Boy Records. He rose to prominence in the music and entertainment industry over the decades and is regularly referred to as a hip-hop mogul. Mr. Combs resides at 200 South Mapleton Drive, Beverly Hills, California, 90024. 2. Defendant Sean Combs. 7. Defendant Justin Dior Combs is the son of Mr. Combs and Misa Hilton. J. Combs was born on December 30th, 1993. J. Combs is a producer and actor. He has appeared on TV series like Catfish, The TV Show, Wild and Out, and Hip Hop Squares. Defendant Justin Dior Combs resides at 1550 North El Centro Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90028. Defendant Justin Dior Combs. 8. Defendant Lucian Charles Grange is the CEO of Defendant Universal Music Group. Defendant Lucian Charles Grange resides at 53551 Ross Avenue, Unit 34A, La Quinta, California, 92253 and 668, Chautauqua Boulevard, Pacific Palisades, California, 90272. 3. Lucian Charles Grange. 9. Defendant Ethiopia Habtemariam is the former CEO of Defendant Motown Records, the parent company of Defendant Love Records. Defendant Habtemariam resides at 13701 Riverside Drive, Apt 8 FLR, Sherman Oaks, CA 91423-2430. Ethiopia Habtemariam. 10. Defendant Christina Coram is the Chief of Staff to Sean Diddy Combs, Combs Global Enterprises. She resides at 10445 Wilshire Boulevard, Apartment 501, Los Angeles, California, 90024. Christina Coram, Chief of Staff to Sean Diddy Combs. Defendant Chalice Recording Studios is a popular recording studio located at 845 Highland Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90038, United States. 4. Defendant Motown Records is a record label with a principal place of business located at 1750 Vine Street, Los Angeles, California. Ethiopia Habtemariam was the chairman and CEO of Universal Music Group's Motown Records. Defendant Universal Music Group is a record label with a principal place of business located at 2220 Colorado Avenue in Santa Monica, California. Lucian Grange is the chairman and CEO, Universal Music Group. Defendant Love Records is a record label with a principal place of business located at 6255 Sunset Boulevard, Suite 713, Los Angeles, California, United States 90028. Defendant Love Records was founded by Mr. Combs and Defendant Motown Records. 5. Defendant Combs Enterprises is a diverse portfolio of businesses and investments that includes music, fashion, fragrance, beverage, marketing, film, television, and media properties. They have a principal place of business located in New York, New York. Combs Global. Rodney Lil Rod Jones. Rodney Lil Rod Jones Jr. is from the Windy City, Chi-Town. He was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois. Mr. Jones is the second oldest son and fourth child out of 9 siblings. Mr. Jones comes from a long line of gospel music influencers. Mr. Jones started playing instruments at the age of 5. He began playing drums in church, and at the age of 13 he picked up playing the guitar. From 13 to present day, Mr. Jones has taught himself to play over 13 instruments. Mr. Jones, the child prodigy. 6. Mr. Jones is considered a musical prodigy. His talents have led him to produce and create a commercial marketplace for music that has been recorded by some of the most prestigious and highly acclaimed artists in music history. Throughout the duration of his career, Mr. Jones has worked the south side of Chicago music scene, playing with the following legendary greats: Georgia Mass Choir, Donald Lawrence, the Clark Sisters, and the Smokey Norfolk. On or about August 2022, Mr. Jones received a call from Mr. Combs requesting that he produce several songs on a rhythm and blues album titled The Love Album, Off the Grid, Love Album. Mr. Jones agreed, and his life has been detrimentally impacted ever since. Summary of events. From September 2022 to November 2023, Mr. Jones produced 9 songs on Mr. Combs' Love Album. Mr. Jones lived with Mr. Combs for months at a time, spending holidays, birthdays, and missing major family events. Mr. Jones resided at Mr. Combs' residence located in Los Angeles, California, New York City, and Miami, Florida. Mr. Jones also spent several weeks on a yacht rented by Mr. Combs in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Throughout his time with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones witnessed, experienced, and endured many things that went far beyond his role as a producer on the Love Album. The claims raised in this complaint have been corroborated through witness statements, video/audio recordings, and images that Mr. Jones has in his possession. Mr. Combs required Mr. Jones to record him constantly. On several occasions, Mr. Combs took Mr. Jones' cell phone and began recording himself. As a result, Mr. Jones has secured hundreds of hours of footage and audio recordings of Mr. Combs, his staff, and his guests engaging in serious illegal activity. Mr. Jones has secured irrefutable evidence of the acquisition, use, and distribution of ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms, the displaying and distribution of unregistered illegal firearms. 7. Mr. Combs providing laced alcoholic beverages to minors and sex workers at his homes in California, New York, the U.S., Virgin Islands, and Florida. Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, KK, instructing her staff to retrieve drugs so she can provide it to Mr. Combs for his consumption. Christian Combs drugging and sexually assaulting a woman. Mr. Combs detailing how he planned to leverage his relationship with Bishop T.D. Jakes to soften the impact on his public image of Cassie Ventura's lawsuit. Young Miami's cousin and or assistant sexually assaulting Mr. Jones. Actor Cuba Gooding Jr. sexually harassing and assaulting Mr. Jones. Rapper redacted on Mr. Combs' yacht consorting with underage girls, sex workers, and R&B singer redacted in Mr. Combs' Los Angeles home consorting with underage girls and sex workers. Chalice Recording Studios shooting. On or about September 12, 2022, Mr. Combs held a writers and producers camp at Chalice Recording Studio at 845 Highland Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90038. Present at this camp were Mr. Combs, his son Justin Combs, and Justin's friend named G. Mr. G is a 30-year-old tall African-American male. In addition to these individuals, other musicians were present at the camp. This writer has spoken to several musicians who attended the camp. One evening during this camp, Mr. Combs, J. Combs, and G were in a heated conversation. That conversation was moved out of the studio and into a restroom adjacent to where Mr. Jones was sitting. Mr. Jones was approximately 2 feet away from the bathroom when gunshots rang out. Mr. Jones recalls hearing multiple gunshots. Mr. Jones immediately went into a state of shock and feared that he would be shot next. Mr. Jones genuinely believed that he would be shot through the door due to how close he was. After the shooting ended, a crowd gathered around the restroom. When the door finally opened, Mr. Combs and J. Combs exited. G was lying on the restroom floor in a fetal position, holding his stomach and bleeding out of his leg/hip area. Everyone stood around looking upon G. Frustrated by the lack of aid to G, Mr. Jones dropped everything, ran to G, and immediately began placing pressure on G's gunshot wound to his stomach. As he was applying pressure on his stomach, Mr. Jones realized that G was gushing blood from another area near his leg/hip. He decided to lift G and placed him to sit on the toilet. Mr. Jones asked the crowd to call the ambulance. Mr. Jones lifted G and brought him to the ambulance at the studio's front. At this time, Mr. Combs and Justin disappeared to another part of the studio. Mr. Combs gave strict instructions to inform the police that he had nothing to do with the shooting. He also forced Mr. Jones to lie to the police by telling them that G was shot standing outside the studio by a drive-by assailant. 9. Mr. Jones has several corroborating witnesses who spoke with this writer anonymously due to fear of retaliation from Mr. Combs. They have agreed to speak publicly when subpoenaed. 10. Mr. Jones has the clothing he wore that day and believes it may still have the stains and DNA of G's blood. The following are screenshots of the aftermath of the restroom where G was shot by either Mr. Combs or J. Combs. Aftermath of the shooting of G. Clearly, G was not shot outside of the studio as Mr. Combs instructed his team to report to law enforcement. Mr. Combs and defendants LR, MR, UMG, and CRS provided private security for the writers' camp at defendant CRS. The security was porous and lackluster at best. The fact that either Mr. Combs and J. Combs were allowed to enter CRS with guns, and those guns were not confiscated by security is a clear breach of duty by Mr. Combs, defendants LR, MR, and UMG to protect Mr. Jones and the other attendees of this writers' camp. As a result of this shooting, Mr. Jones is severely traumatized. Mr. Jones now suffers from PTSD, severe anxiety, depression, and insomnia. 11. Mr. Jones was sexually harassed and assaulted by Mr. Combs. Throughout his time living with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones was the victim of constant unsolicited and unauthorized groping and touching of his anus by Mr. Combs. These events took place in LA, New York, FL, and the United States Virgin Islands. In addition to the unsolicited and unauthorized touching, Mr. Jones was forced by Mr. Combs to work in Mr. Combs' bathroom as Mr. Combs walked around naked and showered in a clear glass enclosure. As a heterosexual Christian man, Mr. Jones was uncomfortable with Mr. Combs' advances and expressed his discomfort to Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, KK. KK responded to Mr. Jones' complaint with, Sean will be Sean. KK also attempted to downplay Mr. Combs' groping of Mr. Jones' anus and genitals as friendly horseplay, stating that those acts were Mr. Combs' way of showing that he likes you, Mr. Jones. Despite these assurances, on several occasions when Mr. Combs began to undress and walk around his house naked, KK would say, "Okay, I am leaving now," and she would disappear. KK's hypocrisy is breathtaking at best or enabling at worst. Mr. Jones believes that KK aided and abetted Mr. Combs' sexual assault of him and was working with Mr. Combs to groom him into accepting a homosexual relationship. Through these sexually deviant acts, one would say Mr. Combs has a pattern and practice of engaging in such nefarious activity. This ongoing conduct shows that Mr. Combs cannot be rehabilitated. Mr. Combs attempted to groom Mr. Jones into engaging in gay sex. Mr. Combs was aware that Mr. Jones looked up to and idolized music producer Stephen Aaron Jordan, Stevie J. Stevie J is an American DJ, record producer, and television personality. Stevie J was part of the Bad Boy Records production team The Hitmen. In 1997, Stevie J won a Grammy Award for his work on Puff Daddy's debut album. Throughout the late 1990s, Stevie J produced for several artists including Mariah Carey, Tevin Campbell, The Notorious B.I.G., 112, Jodeci, Faith Evans, Jay-Z, and Eve. Stevie J was one of the producers on the Love album. 12. Mr. Combs used access to Stevie J and his knowledge of Mr. Jones' admiration of Stevie J to groom and entice Mr. Jones to engage in homosexuality. Mr. Combs went so far as to share a video of Stevie J anally penetrating a Caucasian male without a condom. This was done to ease Mr. Jones' anxiety concerning homosexuality. According to Mr. Combs, this is a normal practice in the music industry. Look, even Stevie J is doing it. Mr. Combs informed Mr. Jones that he had engaged in sexual intercourse with rapper, Redacted, R&B singer, Redacted, and Stevie J. Mr. Combs promised to make sure that Mr. Jones wins Producer of the Year at the Grammys if he engaged in homosexuality. The following are screenshots of the video of Stevie J anally penetrating a Caucasian male that Mr. Combs provided to Mr. Jones. Thanksgiving 2022, Mr. Jones is sexually assaulted by Young Miami's cousin. On Thanksgiving Day 2022, Mr. Jones was in Mr. Combs' house located in Miami, Florida. Young Miami and her female cousins were also present. Mr. Combs was intoxicated and offered cocaine to Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones rejected him and proceeded to walk to the restroom. While using the restroom, Young Miami's cousin burst into the bathroom and began groping Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones believes that Mr. Combs sent her in there to sexually assault Mr. Jones. 77. As she entered the bathroom, she dropped to her knees and began performing oral sex on Mr. Jones' exposed penis. Mr. Jones pushed her away and exited the bathroom. Young Miami's cousin did not accept Mr. Jones' rejection as she proceeded to follow Mr. Jones out of the bathroom. She started undressing and attempted to straddle him and have sex with him in the presence of Mr. Combs and his staff. 14. Once again, Mr. Jones pushed her off. The following are images from a video of Young Miami, her cousin, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Combs. Mr. Jones and Mr. Combs on Thanksgiving Day right before Mr. Combs invites Mr. Jones into the restroom and attempted to force him to take cocaine. Young Miami and her female cousin who sexually assaulted Mr. Jones on Thanksgiving Day 2022. Trafficking and Victims Protection Act. Throughout his time with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones was transported from California to New York, Florida, and the United States Virgin Islands. During this time, Mr. Jones was forced to solicit sex workers and perform sex acts to the pleasure of Mr. Combs. On or about February 4th, 2023, Mr. Combs forced Mr. Jones to bring prostitutes and sex workers back to his home in Miami, Florida. The sex workers that Mr. Combs forced Mr. Jones to bring back to his home. 84. On or about February 2nd, 2023, incident. Mr. Jones believes Mr. Combs drugged him. Mr. Jones recalls waking up naked, dizzy, and confused. He was in bed with 2 sex workers and Mr. Combs. He also recalls aimlessly wandering around the house with no clothes on. 16. Sex workers in Mr. Jones' bed the morning after being drugged. On another occasion in Miami, Florida, on Thanksgiving night of 2022, Mr. Combs asked Mr. Jones and DeForest Taylor to enter the studio bathroom. He asked them for a $100 bill because he wanted them to do cocaine with him. Mr. Jones was scared, but luckily, he didn't have a $100 bill, so Mr. Combs waited a little later to do coke with young Miami. Later that evening, he required Mr. Jones to solicit sex workers from Booby Trap on the river located at 3615 NWS River Dr., Miami, Florida, 33142. Mr. Jones did so, and Mr. Combs forced him to engage in unsolicited sex acts with these workers. 17. Booby Trap on the river. As part of Mr. Jones' sex worker recruitment tools, Mr. Combs provided Mr. Jones with an exclusive bad boy baseball cap and required him to wear it to Booby Trap on the river as a signal to any sex worker he approached that Mr. Combs was in town and had sent Mr. Jones to recruit them. Mr. Jones had no desire to visit Booby Trap on the river. Mr. Jones had no desire to solicit sex workers from Booby Trap on the river. Mr. Combs used his power and influence to intimidate and force Mr. Jones into soliciting sex workers from Booby Trap on the river. As detailed below, Mr. Combs used many tactics to maintain dominion and control of Mr. Jones. Apparently, these workers were accustomed to servicing Mr. Combs and would know that he is in town by the sight of the bad boy's baseball cap. The following are Instagram profiles of 2 of the sex workers that Mr. Combs required Mr. Jones to solicit and have sex with at his home in Miami, Florida. 18. Mr. Jones had no desire to solicit and or have sex with the individuals in the previous paragraph. Mr. Combs used his power and influence to intimidate and force Mr. Jones into soliciting and sleeping with these women. The following is the phone number of another sex worker that Mr. Combs required Mr. Jones to solicit and perform sex acts with at his home in Miami, Florida. Mr. Jones had no desire to solicit and or have sex with the individual in the previous paragraphs. Mr. Combs used his power and influence to intimidate and force Mr. Jones into soliciting and sleeping with the individuals above. Mr. Combs used many tactics to maintain dominion and control of Mr. Jones. He promised him a Grammy for Producer of the Year for the Love album. He offered him $250,000 to purchase all the instruments he wanted. He promised him ownership of his $20 million property, 1 Star Island, in Miami, Florida. He promised access to record label executives like defendants Lucian Charles Grange and Ethiopia Habtemariam. Mr. Combs would often switch up his approach. He would go from promising Mr. Jones the world to threatening Mr. Jones with physical harm. Mr. Combs threatened to eat Mr. Jones' face and informed Mr. Jones that he is willing to kill his mother, Janice Combs, if he must in order to get what he wants, so he wouldn't think twice to harm Mr. Jones. 19. Mr. Combs and J. Combs solicits, drugs and engages in illicit sex acts with minors and sex workers. On or about July 2nd, 2023, in California, Mr. Combs had a listening party at his home. Present at this party was a R&B artist, redacted, J. Combs, sex workers, and some underage girls. The event began at 7 p.m. Mr. Combs requested female sex workers and required Mr. Jones to solicit them. An hour later, several sex workers appeared. In addition to sex workers, there were at least 5 women in the crowd that were under the age of 16. Mr. Combs forced all the women to drink laced De Leon liquor. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs laced the liquor with ecstasy. Mr. Combs did not check the identification of any of these underage girls. The presence of these underage women made Mr. Jones very uncomfortable. He attempted to leave, and Mr. Combs forced him to stay. Mr. Combs went so far as to take Mr. Jones' car keys to prevent him from leaving. After being forced to drink laced De Leon shots, Mr. Jones began feeling lightheaded and recalls passing out and waking up at 4 a.m. the following morning naked with a sex worker sleeping next to him. Screenshots of a video from that night is embedded below. Mr. Combs attempts to pass off Mr. Jones to Cuba Gooding Jr. Mr. Jones believes that Mr. Combs was grooming him to pass him off to his friends. This fear became reality when Mr. Combs introduced Mr. Jones to Cuba Gooding Jr. while they were on Mr. Combs' yacht. 21. During the introduction, Mr. Combs suggested that Cuba get to know Mr. Jones better. He then left them alone in a makeshift studio on the yacht. Mr. Combs and Cuba Gooding Jr. moments before Mr. Jones is assaulted. as evidenced by a video of which screenshots are embedded below. Cuba Gooding Jr. began touching, groping, and fondling Mr. Jones' legs, his upper inner thighs near his groin, the small of his back near his buttocks and his shoulders. Mr. Jones was extremely uncomfortable and proceeded to lean away from Mr. Gooding Jr. He rejected his advances, and Mr. Gooding Jr. did not stop until Mr. Jones forcibly pushed him away. The following is a screenshot of the encounter with Cuba Gooding Jr. Cuba Gooding Jr. forcibly touching Mr. Jones on Mr. Combs' yacht. The Love Album. Throughout his time with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones was under an implied work-for-hire agreement. He was not compensated for his time living with Mr. Combs or for the songs he produced. As evidence, he was listed as a producer for the following songs on the Love Album's final release: Deliver Me, Stay PT1, Reaching, What's Love, Stay a While, Moments, Need Somebody, Homecoming, and Tough Love. Mr. Combs and defendants LR, MR, Yoonji all benefited from Mr. Jones' work product. They failed to compensate Mr. Jones for his work. As a result, Mr. Combs and defendants LR, MR, Yoonji were all unjustly enriched at the expense of Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones attempted to work with Mr. Combs to secure his publishing and royalty rights for the work he completed on the Love Album. Mr. Combs only offered Mr. Jones $29,000 for 13 months, thousands of hours of work, and 9 songs that made it to the Love Album. Ironically, Mr. Jones was willing to take $50,000, his publishing and royalties. Mr. Combs' self-serving greed would not allow him to pay Mr. Jones an additional $21,000. Mr. Combs' deceptive business practices became so bad that Mr. Jones was left with no choice other than to make a public plea on social media for Mr. Combs to pay him for his work. After publicly requesting that Mr. Combs do the right thing and pay him fairly, Mr. Jones received an onslaught of threatening messages from Stevie J and Love Records A&R DeForest Taylor. DeForest Taylor threatening Mr. Jones. Mr. Combs used his power and influence to threaten and intimidate Mr. Jones. According to Mr. Jones, Mr. Combs is very forceful and demanding. Mr. Combs does not take no for an answer and would often threaten to inflict bodily harm on Mr. Jones if Mr. Jones did not comply with his demands. As detailed above, Mr. Combs threatened to eat Mr. Jones' face. On another occasion, while standing in Mr. Combs' bedroom, Mr. Jones was forced to watch as Mr. Combs displayed his guns and bragged about getting away with shooting people. Mr. Combs shared that he was responsible for the shooting in the nightclub in New York City with rapper Shine. He shared that artist and Mr. Combs' girlfriend at the time, Jennifer Lopez, a.k.a. J-Lo, carried the gun into the club for him and passed him the gun after he got into an altercation with another individual. 25. The shooting in Chalice Recording Studios confirmed Mr. Combs' statements. These statements reinforced Mr. Jones's fear of Mr. Combs and strengthened Mr. Combs' dominion and control of Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones was terrified of Mr. Combs. He felt like he could not tell him no. Mr. Combs consistently made it clear that he has immense power in the music industry and with law enforcement. Mr. Combs made it clear that his head of security, Fahim Muhammad, Mr. Muhammad, had the power to make people and problems disappear. 26. Fahim Muhammad. Mr. Combs instructs his staff to always contact Mr. Muhammad if they are ever pulled over by the police in Miami or California. Upon information and belief, Mr. Muhammad spoke with the LAPD after G was shot at CRS. The LAPD was in CRS and witnessed the blood in the restroom, and they went with the bogus claim that the shooting of G occurred outside of the studio. This was all thanks to Mr. Muhammad's connections within law enforcement. Mr. Jones had no reason to disbelieve Mr. Combs, as he had seen firsthand through the shooting of G and the subsequent silence of the LAPD and the media that Mr. Combs indeed had the power to harm him. The LAPD spent hours in CRS after the shooting of G, yet there were no arrests. Mr. Jones witnessed the LAPD in the restroom pictured above, yet no arrests were made. The morning after the shooting, Mr. Jones and several others arrived at CRS, and G's blood was still on the floor of the restroom, and Mr. Combs hired a cleaning crew to clean it up. Defendants Ethiopia Habtemariam, Lucian Charles Grange, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group aided, abetted, and profited off of Sean Combs' RICO enterprise. Mr. Jones recalls seeing Defendant Grange visiting Mr. Combs' home in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California. According to Mr. Jones, whenever Defendant Grange visited Mr. Combs at his homes, it would be in the evening, and he and Mr. Combs would disappear for hours in Mr. Combs' bedroom. Defendant Grange sponsored and attended several Love album listening parties at Mr. Combs' home in Los Angeles, California. These parties were sponsored by defendants MR, LR, and Yoonji. As evidence above, these parties had sex workers and underage girls present. During these parties, Defendant Grange knew or should have known that Mr. Combs was drugging the attendees through laced bottles of De Leon tequila and Ciroc vodka. It is no secret that Mr. Combs had specific bottles of alcohol designated for females and other bottles designated for his staff, his artists, and himself. This fact was detailed by former artists and bodyguards of Mr. Combs. As a sponsor of these events, Defendant Grange had a duty and obligation to ensure that sex workers and underage girls were not present and that Mr. Combs was not spiking the alcohol with date rape drugs. On YouTube channel, The Art of Dialogue, former bodyguard Gene Deal exposed Mr. Combs' pill mixing method used to spike cranberry juice and orange juice. According to Mr. Deal, Mr. Combs would place ecstasy and other date rape drugs in the juices. On YouTube, The Art of Dialogue, former artist Mark Curry exposed Mr. Combs spiking bottles of Moët champagne in the VIP section of nightclubs. Mr. Combs would have a set of Moët champagne bottles for his artists and a set for women. Had to be removed from TikTok. This comes from the alleged lack of protection TikTok takes to ensure UMG artists' rights and creativity is preserved as well as fair compensation. On the contrary, it has been alleged that the renewal failed due to UMG's own financial agenda and putting their interest first before the artist. This move has cost artists affected huge opportunities to further their growth and development within their art, as well as huge financial loss. However, UMG will still continue to profit off these artists whether their music will be released back to TikTok or not. This writer has spoken with several former employees of Mr. Combs who witnessed Defendant Coram instruct her staff to lace champagne, De Leon, and Ciroc liquor bottles with ecstasy and other illicit drugs. Mr. Jones recalls seeing Defendant Habtemariam visiting Mr. Combs' home in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California. According to Mr. Jones, whenever Defendant Habtemariam visited Mr. Combs at his homes, it would be in the evening, and she and Mr. Combs would disappear for hours in Mr. Combs' bedroom. According to Mr. Jones, Defendant Habtemariam visited Mr. Combs at Defendant CRS during Mr. Combs' writing camp. Defendant Habtemariam sponsored and attended several Love album listening parties at Mr. Combs' home in Los Angeles, California. These parties were sponsored by defendants MR, LR, and UMG. As evidence above, these parties had sex workers and underage girls present. During these parties, Defendant Habtemariam knew or should have known that Mr. Combs was drugging the attendees through laced bottles of De Leon tequila and Ciroc vodka. As a sponsor of these events, Defendant Habtemariam had a duty and obligation to ensure that sex workers and underage girls were not present and that Mr. Combs was not spiking the alcohol with date rape drugs. Defendant Christina Coram is the Ghislaine Maxwell to Sean Combs' Jeffrey Epstein. According to Mr. Jones, during the 13 months he lived and traveled with Mr. Combs, he witnessed Mr. Combs display and distribute guns from his bedroom closet in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California to questionable individuals dressed in all black. 29. According to Mr. Jones, during the 13 months he lived and traveled with Mr. Combs, he witnessed Defendant Coram openly order her assistants to keep Mr. Combs high off gummies and pills. Defendant Coram required all employees from the butler, the chef to the housekeepers, to walk around with a pouch or fanny pack filled with cocaine, GHB, ecstasy, marijuana gummies, 100 to 250 mgs each, and Tussie, a pink drug that is a combination of ecstasy and cocaine.
Tutsi.
It was important to Defendant Coram to have Mr. Combs' drug of choice immediately ready when he asks for it. Defendant Coram ordered sex workers and prostitutes for Mr. Combs. Defendant Coram ordered and distributed ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms to Mr. Combs and his celebrity guests who were present on his rented yacht and in his homes in LA, NYC, and Miami. On multiple occasions, Defendant Coram forced Mr. Jones to carry Mr. Combs' drug pouch against his will. As the chief of staff, Defendant Coram was instrumental in organizing and executing the RICO enterprise. Defendant Coram had the following individuals execute the following tasks for the RICO enterprise. Stevie J recruits sex workers and attends and participates in freak-offs. Justin Combs solicits prostitutes, underage girls, and sex workers. Would engage in freak-offs. Brendan Paul works as Mr. Combs' mule. He acquired...
Remember I told you, Brendan Paul, I think Brendan Paul has always worked with the feds. You know, that's just my personal opinion.
Acquires and distributes Mr. Combs' drugs and guns. Brendan Paul and Mr. Combs. D. Frankie Santella works alongside Brendan, while Brendan acquires and distributes Mr. Combs' drugs and guns. Frankie carries the money and pays for the guns and drugs. Frankie Santella and Sean Combs. E. Moy Bon hires sex workers, attends and participates in freak-offs. Moy Bon, Thanksgiving 2022, when Mr. Combs offered Mr. Jones cocaine. Mr. Combs funded and used his affiliation with local gangs and gang leaders who would frequent his homes in LA and Miami to secure the drugs and guns he obtained and distributed out of his homes in LA and Miami. Defendants executed their RICO enterprise with threats of violence, threatening to eat plaintiff's face, displaying and distributing guns in plaintiff's presence, bragging about having law enforcement under control, bragging about murdering people, and bragging about bribing witnesses and jurors in the criminal case concerning the 1999 NYC nightclub shooting with Shine. Defendants executed their RICO enterprise with threats of isolation from the music and entertainment industry, parading powerful music industry executives such as defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam at his parties filled with sex workers, minors, and illegal drugs such as ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms. Defendants executed their RICO enterprise with threats of non-payment for work completed, fake promises of cash payments, $250,000, Producer of the Year Grammy Awards, and guaranteed access to future projects, and a $20 million home on Star Island in Miami. Mr. Combs is allowed to wreak havoc. While living and traveling with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones discovered that Mr. Combs has hidden cameras in every room of his homes. Mr. Jones believes that Mr. Combs has recordings of defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, as well as other celebrities, music label executives, politicians, and athletes. Upon information and belief, these individuals were recorded without their knowledge and consent, and as is the case with the homosexual sex tape of Stevie J that Mr. Combs provided to Mr. Jones, Mr. Combs possesses compromising footage of every person that has attended his freak-off parties and his house parties. Upon information and belief, due to this treasure trove of evidence he has in his possession, Mr. Combs believes that he is above the law and is untouchable. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs employs Jose Cruz as his IT director. This writer has spoken to several former employees of Mr. Combs, who confirmed that Jose Cruz is the gatekeeper to all of Mr. Combs' recordings. Upon information and belief, Jose Cruz intentionally hides behind the camera and from social media and the internet due to all of the incriminating acts he was required to record for Mr. Combs. 33. First cause of action. Conduct and participate in a RICO enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity violation of Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, codified at 18 U.S.C. Section 1962 A-C-D. Against defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. As Respondent Superior, defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group, the Respondent Superior Collective, are 100% liable for the actions of Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, as they were acting in their capacities as the Respondent Superior Collective's employees when they committed the acts detailed below. The Respondent Superior Collective failed to adequately monitor, warn, or supervise the actions of Sean Combs, Justin Combs, and Christina Coram. Defendants are individuals and or entities within the meaning of person as defined in 18 U.S.C. Section 1961(3), because each is capable of holding, and does hold, a legal or beneficial interest in property. The association is composed of Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group, John and Jane Does 1 to 10, and ABC Corporations 1 to 10. Section 1962 A makes it unlawful for any person who has received any income derived, directly or indirectly, from a pattern of racketeering activity or through a collection of an unlawful debt in which such person has participated as a principal within the meaning of Section 2, Title 18, United States Code, to use or invest, directly or indirectly, any part of such income or the proceeds of such income in the acquisition of any interest in, or the establishment or operation of, any enterprise which is engaged in, or the activities of which affect interstate or foreign commerce. 18 U.S.C. Section 1962, A. 177, Section 1962, C, makes it unlawful for any person employed by or associated with any enterprise engaged in, or the activities of which affect interstate or foreign commerce, to conduct or participate, directly or indirectly, in the conduct of such enterprises' affairs through a pattern of racketeering activity. 18 U.S.C. Section 1962, C. 34. Section 1962, D, makes it unlawful for any person to conspire to violate Section 1962, A and C, among other provisions. 18 U.S.C. Section 1962, D. Defendants are associated with each other as an enterprise within the meaning of enterprise as defined in 18 U.S.C. Section 1961, 4. Defendants have unlawfully increased their profits by luring and deceiving producers, musicians, writers, creators, and artists such as plaintiff to transport drugs, ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms, transport firearms, solicit minors, exotic dancers, sex workers, and to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation. The RICO enterprise, which all defendants have engaged in, and the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, is comprised of an association, in fact, of persons, including each defendant and other unnamed co-conspirators. That association, in fact, was structured by various contracts and non-contractual relationships between the defendants, by which defendants assumed different roles in agreeing to carry out a mail and wire fraud scheme to acquire drugs, firearms, prostitutes, minors, sex workers, and the labor of producers, musicians, writers, creators, and artists such as plaintiff to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation. The members of the RICO enterprise all share a common purpose: to enrich themselves financially and sexually at the expense of producers, musicians, writers, creators, and artists by maximizing defendants' revenues through fraudulent means. As set forth herein, defendants benefited financially from their scheme to defraud plaintiff by intimidating plaintiff with threats of violence, threatening to eat plaintiff's face, displaying and distributing guns in plaintiff's presence, bragging about having law enforcement under control, bragging about murdering people, and bragging about bribing witnesses and jurors in the criminal case concerning the 1999 NYC nightclub shooting with Shine, threats of isolation from the music and entertainment industry, parading powerful music industry executives such as defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habdamariam at his parties filled with sex workers, minors, and illegal drugs such as ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms, threats of non-payment for work completed, fake promises of cash payments, $250,000, Producer of the Year Grammy Awards, and guaranteed access to future projects. A $20 million, $35 home on Star Island in Miami, which defendants would not have done but for the existence of the scheme. The members of the RICO enterprise all share a common purpose: to enrich themselves financially and sexually at the expense of producers, musicians, writers, creators, and artists by maximizing defendants' revenues through fraudulent means. As set forth herein, defendants benefited financially from their scheme to defraud plaintiff, including by making false representations that claim that loyalty and obedience to Mr. Combs will result in cash payments, $250,000. Grammy Awards, access to future projects, access to famous celebrities, access to famous athletes, a $20 million home on Star Island in Miami. Promises that plaintiff can increase his chances of securing cash payments, $250,000, Grammy Awards, access to future projects, access to famous celebrities, access to famous athletes. A $20 million home on Star Island in Miami by soliciting sex workers, by soliciting prostitutes, by engaging in homosexual acts, by distributing and transporting firearms, by distributing and transporting drugs, ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms, by involuntarily sleeping with sex workers in the presence of Mr. Combs, and by utilizing their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation, which defendants would not have done but for the existence of the scheme. Upon information and belief, this RICO enterprise has existed for at least 20 years, dating back to the 1999 nightclub shooting in NYC, when Mr. Combs required his then-girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez, to transport his illegal firearm into the NYC nightclub. Mr. Combs forced his then-artist, Shine, to assume responsibility for the shooting of several individuals. Mr. Combs used his power, money, and influence to bribe jurors and witnesses, such as the friend of the shooting victim, Natania Rubin, who reported to law enforcement that she saw Mr. Combs and not Shine pull the trigger and shoot her friend in the face. Natania Rubin later testified at Mr. Combs' criminal trial that she was tying her shoe and may not have seen who shot the gun. She later confessed that Mr. Combs paid her. The RICO enterprise continued throughout the years, including during Mr. Combs' 10-year relationship with his girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. According to Ms. Ventura's civil complaint, this RICO enterprise continued in her relationship when Mr. Combs forced her to carry his gun in her purse, forced her to engage in unwanted sexual acts with male prostitutes/sex workers, forced her to consume dangerous amounts of ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, 36, ketamine, marijuana, and alcohol, and paying a member of his security team $5,000 to blow up the vehicle of Kid Cudi because he was jealous and insecure of their relationship. The RICO enterprise continued from September 2022 to the present day. As evidenced by the hundreds of hours of video and audio recordings in plaintiff's possession, defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, his assistants and staff all orchestrated, participated, managed and executed the RICO enterprise by purchasing and distributing ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms, by purchase and distributing firearms, by requiring the solicitation of sexual encounters with prostitutes, sex workers, and minors, and by forcing artists, creatives, musicians, and producers to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation. The RICO enterprise has functioned as a continuing unit and maintains an ascertainable structure separate and distinct from the pattern of racketeering activity. The enterprise was characterized by the defendant's pattern of false representations and omissions made by defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and other current and former members of the defendant's associates and staff to defendants' artists, creatives, musicians, and producers. These false representations and omissions were designed to induce defendants' artists, creatives, musicians, and producers to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation, as well as the solicitation of sexual encounters with prostitutes, sex workers, and minors, and the purchasing and distribution of illegal firearms and drugs. As part of this scheme, defendants required their artists, creatives, musicians, and producers to visit strip clubs wearing exclusive authentic bad boy merchandise and to use the name and reputation of Mr. Combs to solicit sex workers and prostitutes. Additionally, Mr. Combs used the prospects of winning Grammy Awards, purchasing $20 million homes, participating in future projects, making $250,000 cash payments, and meeting influential music industry executives such as defendants Lucian Charles Grange and Ethiopia Habtemariam. This pattern of false representations was disseminated to artists, creatives, musicians, and producers who reside in California, Florida, New York, and around the country by defendants based in California and New York under the direction and on behalf of defendants in New York. The dissemination typically used interstate telephone wires, social media messages, and electronic mail. 37. The true nature of defendant's scheme was left undisclosed, was omitted, and/or was affirmatively misrepresented, all to fraudulently increase defendant's profits, at least some of which were used to expand the enterprise, causing further injury to Plaintiff Jones and other unwitting artists, creatives, musicians, and producers. Defendants profited from the enterprise, and Plaintiff Jones suffered because the enterprise diminished Plaintiff Jones' finances due to 13 months of non-payment and diminished Plaintiff Jones' health through consistent drugging and forced sexual encounters with prostitutes and sex workers. Defendants used the proceeds from this scheme to advance the scheme by funding and operating their marketing machine, including through the use of the mail, social media, word of mouth, and interstate wires to sell the illusion that Mr. Combs was serious about the talents and skills of the artists, creatives, musicians, and producers and wanted to use those skills to make music when nothing could be further from the truth. Defendants provided their artists, creatives, musicians, and producers with this misrepresentative information, including via email, all over interstate wireline communication systems and obtaining free labor, the distribution of drugs and firearms, as well as prostitutes, sex workers, and minors. Defendants obtained revenue via wire transfers, documents, and banking transactions that were exchanged via electronic means over interstate wires, thereby growing the enterprise and causing further injury to Plaintiff Jones as described throughout. The defendant's scheme was reasonably calculated to deceive Plaintiff Jones, artists, creatives, musicians, and producers of ordinary prudence and comprehension through the execution of their complex and illegal scheme to misrepresent the effectiveness of soliciting prostitutes, sex workers, and minors and distributing drugs and guns that did not, would not, and could not lead to securing Grammy Awards, purchasing $20 million homes, participating on future projects, $250,000 cash payments, and meeting influential music industry executives such as defendants Lucian Charles Grange and Ethiopia Habtemariam. Plaintiff Jones would not have lived with Mr. Combs for 13 months, missing birthdays, holidays, and family events, but for the illegal racketeering scheme operated by defendants. Defendants each had the specific intent to participate in the overall RICO enterprise and the scheme to defraud Plaintiff Jones, and each participated in the enterprise as follows. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group control and participate in the activities. 38. Of the enterprise in a variety of ways as set forth herein, including but not limited to developing and marketing scores of writing camps and listening party services that are marketed to innocent, unassuming artists, creatives, musicians, and producers who are vulnerable and in seek of opportunities to work and share their craft. Throughout the relevant period, defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group oversaw the activities of defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and other current and former members of the defendants' associates and staff, collectively, individual defendants. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group has an ethical obligation as respondent superior to supervise the actions and activities of the individual defendants. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group failed miserably to do so. Individual defendants relied on the mail, email, social media, and the telephone to distribute advertisements to secure artists, creatives, musicians, and producers whom they would promise Grammy Awards, purchasing $20 million homes, participating on future projects, $250,000 cash payments, and meeting powerful music industry executives such as defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam. These advertisements originated from and were sent from defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group's offices in the state of New York to consumers in New York and around the country, relying on the mail, email, social media messenger, and telephone to distribute and interstate wires to disseminate the misleading information described herein, as well as to receive profits from the artists, creatives, musicians, and producers. In connection with defendants acting from New York, these defendants used the mail and interstate wires to solicit Plaintiff Jones and artists, creatives, musicians, and producers, and to use Plaintiff Jones and the artists, creatives, musicians, and producers to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation, as well as the solicitation of sexual encounters with prostitutes, sex workers, and minors, and the purchasing and distribution of illegal firearms and drugs. Each of these acts was undertaken. 39. With the knowledge and approval of all other defendants in furtherance of the goals of their conspiracy. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group directs, controls, and participates in the activities of the enterprise in a variety of ways as set forth herein, including as the employer, parent company, sponsor, and respondent superior of defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and other current and former members of the defendants' associates and staff. Throughout the relevant period, defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Combs Global, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group oversaw the marketing and soliciting of potential artists, creatives, musicians, and producers from their headquarters in New York, California, and Florida to consumers in New York, California, and Florida, and around the country, relying on the mail, email, social media, text messages, and WhatsApp messages to distribute interstate wires, to disseminate the misleading information described herein, as well as to receive profits from the artists, creatives, musicians, and producers from their forced solicitation of sex workers, and the solicitation of sexual encounters with prostitutes, sex workers, and minors, and the purchasing and distribution of illegal firearms and drugs. Each of these acts was undertaken with the knowledge and approval of all other defendants in furtherance of the goals of their conspiracy. Robin Greenhill, the accountant, would ensure the wiring, funds transfer, or cash payments to sex workers. Frankie Santella, Moy Bond, Brendan Paul, and KK would also be responsible for ensuring payment to sex workers in cash. Young Miami, Jade, and Daphne Joy were paid a monthly fee to work as Mr. Combs sex workers and received payment via wire transfer from Robin Greenhill, which outlined defendants' ongoing criminal operation. During the 10 years preceding the filing of this action and to the present, all defendants did cooperate jointly and severally in the commission of 3 or more of the predicate acts that are itemized at 18 U.S.C. sections 1961, 1A and B, in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1962, D, as described in this complaint. Beginning at an exact date unknown to plaintiff, but within 10 years preceding the filing of this action, defendants have knowingly, willfully, and unlawfully participated in a pattern of racketeering activity that continues to this day. 40. The acts set below, racketeering acts, had the same pattern and purpose to defraud plaintiff for the benefit of defendants. Each racketeering act involved the same or similar methods of commission and participants. Without the repeated predicate acts, the ability to conduct their fraud using the mail and telecommunications wires, and the money laundering, the defendant's business would not have succeeded. The separate racketeering acts all relate to each other in that they were part of concerted actions by defendants to use the endorsement and channels of the enterprise to operate their businesses to fraudulently induce Plaintiff Jones and the artists, creatives, musicians, and producers to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation, as well as the solicitation of and sexual encounters with prostitutes, sex workers, and minors, and the purchasing and distribution of illegal firearms and drugs. The separate racketeering acts all relate to each other in that they were part of concerted actions by defendants to use the endorsement and channels of the enterprise to operate their businesses to fraudulently induce Plaintiff Jones and the artists, creatives, musicians, and producers to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation, as well as the solicitation of and sexual encounters with prostitutes, sex workers, and minors, and the purchasing and distribution of illegal firearms and drugs. The defendant's wrongful conduct has caused injury to Plaintiff Jones, remains a part of their ongoing business practices, and remains a continuing threat to Plaintiff Jones and the public. Defendants' association with the enterprise enabled defendants to conduct, direct, and control a pattern of fraudulent, illegal activities over a substantial number of years, which continues to this day. To further their goals, defendants, working in concert, engaged in various forms of criminal activity, including the solicitation of and sexual encounters with prostitutes, sex workers, and minors, and the purchasing and distribution of illegal firearms and drugs. Defendants' ongoing pattern of racketeering activity has injured and continues to injure Plaintiff Jones. The defendant's pattern of forcing Plaintiff Jones and the artists, creatives, 41, musicians, and producers to solicit sexual encounters with prostitutes, sex workers, and minors, and to purchase and distribute illegal firearms and drugs was the proximate cause of the injuries suffered by plaintiff. Defendants committed multiple acts of mail fraud in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1341 in furtherance of the enterprise. Defendants voluntarily and intentionally devised and participated in a scheme to defraud plaintiffs out of money in reliance on the mail. Defendants committed these acts with the intent to defraud Plaintiff Jones and the artists, creatives, musicians, and producers. Defendants used the mail for the purpose of executing the fraudulent scheme herein. Specifically, defendants agreed to each of the acts of mail fraud described throughout this complaint. In addition, defendants agreed to rely on the mail to secure wire frauds, cash payments from purchasers of the illegal firearms and drugs defendants required others to sell and distribute. In furtherance of and for purposes of executing the above-described fraudulent and illegal course of conduct and scheme to defraud, defendants, either individually or in combination with themselves, used and caused to be used the U.S. mail by both placing and causing to be placed cash, letters, marketing materials, advertisements, agreements, and other matters in depositories, and by removing or causing to be removed letters and other mailable matters from depositories in violation of the mail fraud statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 1341. Defendants could not have furthered their fraud without the use of the mail. For example, defendants sought to acquire wire transfers, cash payments, and to utilize their talents and labor to produce music and other tangible goods and services without compensation. Defendants also required the mail to distribute misleading advertisements to various states, including New York. For these reasons, the use of mail to conduct fraudulent activity was necessary and inevitable. Defendants committed multiple acts of wire fraud in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1343 in furtherance of the enterprise. Defendants voluntarily and intentionally devised and participated in a scheme to defraud plaintiff out of money in reliance on the mail. Defendants committed these acts with the intent to defraud Plaintiff Jones and the artists, creatives, musicians, and producers. Specifically, defendants agreed to each of the acts of wire fraud described throughout this complaint. In addition, defendants agreed to rely on interstate wires to disseminate funds and 42. To submit payment to sex workers and prostitutes, as well as to transfer payment for the distribution and procurement of drugs and guns. Defendants illegally acquired wire transfers, money transfers, credit cards, and bank cards via search engines and other online platforms to further their collective goal of furthering their RICO enterprise. Defendants knew that these online purchases were illegally made. Additionally, defendants agreed that defendants should facilitate these fraudulent purchases over interstate wires in furtherance of the fraud. Sex workers and prostitutes nationwide have received payment from defendants. In furtherance of and for purposes of executing the above-described fraudulent and illegal course of conduct and scheme or artifice to defraud, defendants, either individually or in combination with themselves, used or caused to be used interstate wire communications to transmit or disseminate false, fraudulent, and misleading communications and information in violation of the wire fraud statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 1343. Defendants could not have furthered their fraud without the ability to use telecommunications to share information with clients and retailers nationwide. Because defendants needed to communicate with clients and retailers around the country, the use of interstate telecommunications wires to conduct the fraudulent activity was necessary and inevitable. Plaintiffs have been damaged in their business or property because defendants violated 18 U.S.C. Section 1962 A, C-D, and, therefore, he is entitled to recover the damages and other remedies enumerated therein. Defendants' acts or omissions were actuated by actual malice and or a willful and wanton disregard for the consequences suffered by the plaintiff and or with knowledge of a high degree of probability of harm to the plaintiff and reckless indifference to the consequences of their acts or omissions. Compensatory damages alone will be insufficient to deter such conduct in the future. There needs to be a criminal referral to the United States Justice Department, as well as to the state's Attorney General's office. Wherefore, plaintiff requests that the court issue an order and grant judgment to the plaintiffs as follows. 43. Granting plaintiff statutory, common law, and punitive damages and applicable pre- and post-judgment interest in full recompense for damages. Entering judgment according to the declaratory relief sought. Granting plaintiff such other and further relief, including, without limitation, injunctive and equitable relief, as the court deems just in all the circumstances, and granting plaintiff an incentive or service award reflective of the work done in prosecuting this action, the time spent, the effort and hard costs invested, and results obtained. In light of the court's judgment informed by awards in other similar cases of comparable difficulty and complexity. Second cause of action: sexual assault and sexual harassment against Mr. Combs. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. As described above, Mr. Combs frightened and placed plaintiff in apprehension of harm when he physically and sexually assaulted him from October 2022 to October 2023 in Mr. Combs' home in Miami, New York, United States Virgin Islands, and Los Angeles. Mr. Combs forcibly touched and attempted and or threatened to touch plaintiff's intimate areas and or touched plaintiff with his own intimate body parts. Mr. Combs violently gripped and palmed Mr. Jones' anus and crotch without consent. Mr. Combs forced Mr. Jones to work in Mr. Combs' bathroom and watch Mr. Combs as he showered. Mr. Combs forced Mr. Jones to work in the studio while Mr. Combs stripped naked to get his body massaged. Mr. Combs forced Mr. Jones to work while Mr. Combs walked around naked. As a result of Mr. Combs' conduct, plaintiff has suffered and continues to suffer harm, including physical injury, severe emotional distress, humiliation, anxiety, and other consequential damages for which he is entitled to an award of monetary damages and other relief. The conduct of Mr. Combs described above was willful, wanton, and malicious. At all relevant times, Mr. Combs acted with conscious disregard for plaintiff's rights and feelings, acted with the knowledge of or with reckless disregard for the fact that his conduct was certain to cause injury and or humiliation to plaintiff, and intended to cause fear, physical injury, and or pain and suffering to plaintiff. By virtue of the foregoing, plaintiff is entitled to recover punitive damages. Third cause of action: California's bystander negligent infliction of emotional distress against Mr. Combs and defendant Justin Combs. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. Mr. Jones brings this claim against Mr. Combs and J. Combs for the CRS shooting of G. The elements of bystander and ED are: 1. Is closely related to the injury victim. 2. Is present at the scene of the injury-producing event at the time it occurs and is then aware that it is causing injury to the victim. And 3. As a result suffers serious emotional distress, a reaction beyond that which would be anticipated in a disinterested witness, and which is not an abnormal response to the circumstances. RA versus Superior Court, 154 calories. App, 4th 142, 148, 64 calories. RPDAR, 3D 539, 542, 2007. As detailed above, Mr. Jones was 2 feet away from G, as either J. Combs or Mr. Combs shot him multiple times in the restroom of CRS. As detailed above, Mr. Jones was the only individual that aided G as he laid on the bathroom floor in a fetal position bleeding out. As detailed above, Mr. Combs and J. Combs orchestrated a cover-up and through Fahim Muhammad, lied to the LAPD and forced Mr. Jones and all of the other attendees of the writers' camp to lie to the police as well. Mr. Combs and J. Combs knew that they shot G in the restroom and that G was shot as he was leaving the studio. Mr. Combs and J. Combs' intentional deception caused a delay in G receiving immediate medical care as the ambulance parked 3 blocks away from CRS out of fear that there was an active shooting. Mr. Jones had to run down the block and convince them that the shooting had ended. These events traumatized Mr. Jones. It caused Mr. Jones to suffer from insomnia, PTSD, severe anxiety, and depression. Additionally, the fear and silence from the remaining witnesses aided in the reinforcement of Mr. Combs' statements that he is untouchable. As a result of Mr. Combs and J. Combs' conduct, Plaintiff Jones has suffered and continues to suffer harm, including severe emotional distress, anxiety, and other consequential damages for which he is entitled to an award of monetary damages and other relief. 45. The conduct of Mr. Combs and J. Combs described above was willful, wanton, and malicious. At all relevant times, Mr. Combs and J. Combs acted with conscious disregard for plaintiff's rights and feelings, acted with the knowledge of or with reckless disregard for the fact that their conduct was certain to cause injury to plaintiff, and intended to cause fear, physical injury and or pain and suffering to plaintiff. By virtue of the foregoing, plaintiff is entitled to recover punitive damages. Fourth cause of action: sexual assault against Jane Doe 1, young Miami's cousin. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. As described above, Jane Doe 1 frightened and placed plaintiff in apprehension of harm when she physically and sexually assaulted him on Thanksgiving Day 2022 in Mr. Combs' home in Miami, Florida. Jane Doe 1 forcibly touched and attempted and or threatened to touch plaintiff's intimate areas and or touch plaintiff with her own intimate body parts. Jane Doe 1 used her mouth and performed oral sex on plaintiff while he was urinating in the restroom. Plaintiff fought her off while Mr. Combs and his associates sat outside loudly laughing. Jane Doe 1 then followed Mr. Jones outside of the restroom and began undressing in front of Mr. Combs and his associates, straddled Mr. Jones and attempted to have forced sexual intercourse with him. As a result of Jane Doe 1's conduct, plaintiff has suffered and continues to suffer harm, including physical injury, severe emotional distress, humiliation, anxiety, and other consequential damages for which he is entitled to an award of monetary damages and other relief. The conduct of Jane Doe 1 described above was willful, wanton, and malicious. At all relevant times, Jane Doe 1 acted with conscious disregard for plaintiff's rights and feelings, acted with the knowledge of or with reckless disregard for the fact that her conduct was certain to cause injury and or humiliation to plaintiff, and intended to cause fear, physical injury and or pain and suffering to plaintiff. By virtue of the foregoing, plaintiff is entitled to recover punitive damages. 46. Fifth cause of action. Premises liability for the sexual assault committed by Jane Doe 1, Young Miami's cousin, against Mr. Combs. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. Mr. Jones was sexually assaulted by Jane Doe 1 in Miami, Florida on Thanksgiving 2022. Mr. Combs was present while Mr. Jones was being assaulted by Jane Doe 1. Mr. Jones was legally on the premises as a guest and invitee of Mr. Combs. Jane Doe 1 was legally on the premises as a guest and invitee of Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs owned the premises and had dominion and control over the premises where Mr. Jones was harmed. Mr. Combs had dominion and control over the actions of Jane Doe 1 and failed to step in and stop Jane Doe 1 from sexually assaulting Mr. Jones. As the owner of the property, Mr. Combs had a duty to protect Mr. Jones from the harm he suffered at the hands of Jane Doe 1. Mr. Combs breached his duty when he failed to stop Jane Doe 1 from sexually assaulting Mr. Jones. In furtherance of this breach, Mr. Combs was laughing and encouraging Jane Doe 1 to continue her assault of Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones has suffered immensely because of Mr. Combs' intentional breach of his duty to him. As a result of Mr. Combs' breach of his duty, Mr. Jones has suffered and continues to suffer harm, including severe emotional distress, anxiety, and other consequential damages for which he is entitled to an award of monetary damages and other relief. The conduct of Mr. Combs described above was willful, wanton, and malicious. At all relevant times, Mr. Combs acted with conscious disregard for plaintiff's rights and feelings, acted with the knowledge of or with reckless disregard for the fact that their conduct was certain to cause injury to plaintiff, and intended to cause fear, physical injury and or pain and suffering to plaintiff. By virtue of the foregoing, plaintiff is entitled to recover punitive damages. 47. Sixth cause of action. Premises liability for the sexual assault committed by Cuba Gooding, Jr. against Mr. Combs. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. Here, Mr. Jones was sexually assaulted by Cuba Gooding Jr. on a yacht rented by Mr. Combs in the U.S. Virgin Islands in January 2023. Mr. Combs was present while Mr. Jones was being assaulted by Cuba Gooding Jr. Mr. Jones was legally on the premises as a guest and invitee of Mr. Combs. Cuba Gooding Jr. was legally on the premises as a guest and invitee of Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs owned, through renting, the premises and had dominion and control over the premises where Mr. Jones was harmed. Mr. Combs had dominion and control over the actions of Cuba Gooding Jr. and failed to step in and stop Cuba Gooding Jr. from sexually assaulting Mr. Jones. As the owner of the property, Mr. Combs had a duty to protect Mr. Jones from the harm he suffered at the hands of Cuba Gooding Jr. Mr. Combs breached his duty when he failed to stop Cuba Gooding Jr. from sexually assaulting Mr. Jones. In furtherance of this breach, Mr. Combs encouraged Cuba Gooding Jr. to continue his assault of Mr. Jones when he said that Cuba Gooding Jr. should privately get to know Mr. Jones better. Mr. Jones has suffered immensely because of Mr. Combs' intentional breach of his duty to him. As a result of Mr. Combs' breach of his duty, Mr. Jones has suffered and continues to suffer harm, including severe emotional distress, anxiety, and other consequential damages for which he is entitled to an award of monetary damages and other relief. The conduct of Mr. Combs described above was willful, wanton, and malicious. At all relevant times, Mr. Combs acted with conscious disregard for plaintiff's rights and feelings, acted with the knowledge of or with reckless disregard for the fact that their conduct was certain to cause injury to plaintiff, and intended to cause fear, physical injury and or pain and suffering to plaintiff. By virtue of the foregoing, plaintiff is entitled to recover punitive damages. Seventh cause of action. Trafficking and Victims Protection Act. Against defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Courtroom, and Combs Global. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global knowingly and intentionally participated in, perpetrated, assisted, supported, facilitated a sex trafficking venture that was in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, together and with others, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1591A1. Among other things, defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global knowingly and intentionally recruited, enticed, provided, obtained, advertised, and solicited by various means Mr. Jones, as well as other class members. Knowing that defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global would use means of force, threats of force, fraud, coercion, and a combination of such means to cause Mr. Jones, as well as others, some of whom were under the age of 17, to engage in commercial sex acts. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global and its employees had actual knowledge that they were perpetrating and facilitating Mr. Combs' sexual abuse and sex trafficking conspiracy to recruit, solicit, entice, coerce, harbor, transport, obtain, and provide Mr. Jones as well as others whom were under the age of 17 into commercial sex acts through the means of force, threats of force, fraud, abuse of process, and coercion. Despite such knowledge, defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global intentionally paid for, facilitated, perpetrated, and participated in Mr. Combs' violations of 18 U.S.C. Section 1591A1, which defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global knew and were in reckless disregard of the fact that Mr. Combs would coerce, defraud, and force Mr. Jones to engage in commercial sex acts. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global's actions were in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, including its music distributing and publishing activities, which were in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce. 49. By taking the concrete steps alleged in this complaint, defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global knowingly participated in sex trafficking and furthered the Combs sex trafficking venture. The concrete steps constituted taking part in the sex trafficking venture and were necessary for its success. The concrete steps constituted active engagement by defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global in Mr. Combs' sex trafficking venture. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global knew that its active engagement would lead to and cause coercive commercial sex trafficking. As part of perpetrating TFPA violations between on or about September 12, 2022, and through about November 2023, defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global concealed its delivery of hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash to Mr. Combs and his associates. As part of perpetrating TFPA violations, defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global also willfully failed to file required taxes with the federal government. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global's affirmative conduct was committed knowing and in reckless disregard of the facts that Mr. Combs would use cash and the financial support provided by defendants Love Records, Motown Records, and the Universal Music Group as a means of defrauding, forcing, and coercing sex acts from Plaintiff Jones as well as others. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global's conduct was outrageous and intentional. On or about January 2023, Justin Combs engaged in a freak-off session on a yacht with his father and sex workers. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global's knowing and intentional conduct has caused Mr. Jones serious harm, including, without limitation, physical, psychological, emotional, financial, and reputational harm. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global's knowing and intentional conduct has caused Mr. Jones harm that is sufficiently serious, under all the surrounding circumstances, to compel a reasonable person of the same background and in the same circumstances to perform or to continue performing commercial sexual activity in order to avoid incurring that harm. 50. This case does not involve mere fraud. Instead, defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global's criminal conduct in perpetrating TFPA violations was outrageous and intentional, because it was in deliberate furtherance of a widespread and dangerous criminal sex trafficking organization. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global's criminal conduct also evinced a high degree of moral turpitude and demonstrated such wanton dishonesty as to imply a criminal indifference to civil obligations. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global's criminal conduct was directed specifically at Mr. Jones, who was the victim of Mr. Combs' sexual abuse and sex trafficking harassment. Defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global's outrageous and intentional conduct in this case is part of a pattern and practice of defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global profiting by undertaking illegal, high-risk, high-reward actions. By virtue of these knowing and intentional violations of 18 U.S.C. Sections 1591, A. 1, 1595, defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram, and Combs Global is liable to Mr. Jones for the damages they sustained and reasonable attorney's fees. By virtue of these intentional and outrageous violations of 18 U.S.C. Section 1591, A. 1, 1595, defendants Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Christina Coram is liable to Mr. Jones. 8. Cause of action. California premise liability, inadequate or negligent security, against defendants LR, MR, UMG, CRS, and Sean Combs. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. At all times herein mentioned, defendants LR, MR, UMG, CRS, and Sean Combs, acting in the course and scope of their agency, employment, and representation of each other, and with the knowledge, consent, direction, approval, and ratification of each other's act, omissions, and conduct, on or about September 12, 2022 at the Chalice Recording Studios located at 845 Highland Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90038, did so negligently, carelessly, and without due care, regard, and concern for the rights, safety, and health of the plaintiff, and in regard to such premises did so control, own, supervise, manage, lease, and had responsibility. 51. For the safety of plaintiff and adequate security, security personnel, and security devices of the CRS. At the aforementioned time and place, defendants LR, MR, UMG, CRS, and Sean Combs, and each of them, negligently maintained, managed, controlled, and operated the Chalice Recording Studios, in that they did not maintain and provide adequate security for the plaintiff or the other artists, producers, and songwriters and creatives who attended Sean Combs' Love Album Writers Camp. Defendants knew, or in the exercise of reasonable care should have known, security was required and necessary, and the lack of such security could constitute a dangerous condition and unreasonable risk of harm of which plaintiff was at all times herein mentioned unaware. Defendants LR, MR, UMG, CRS, and Sean Combs had security check the songwriters, producers, and artists, but neglected to search Justin Combs and Sean Combs for the possession of firearms when they entered CRS. Defendants LR, MR, UMG, CRS, and Sean Combs negligently failed to take steps to either provide adequate security and make the condition safe or warn plaintiff of the dangerous condition, all of which caused plaintiff to suffer injuries. As a proximate result of the negligence of defendants, and each of them, plaintiff was hurt and injured in his health, strength, and activity, sustaining injuries to their nervous system and person, all of which injuries have caused, and continue to cause, plaintiff great mental, physical, and nervous pain and suffering. As a result of such injuries, plaintiff have suffered general damages in an amount according to proof. As a further proximate result of the negligence of defendants, plaintiff has incurred, and will continue to incur, medical and related expenses in an amount according to proof. Wherefore, plaintiff pray for judgment against defendants, and each of them as follows. General damages according to proof. For actual medical expenses incurred. For future medical expenses according to proof. For loss of earning. For interest according to law. For costs of suit incurred herein, and for such other and further relief as the court may deem just and proper. 52. Ninth cause of action. Aiding, abetting, and inducing a sex trafficking venture in violation of the Trafficking Victims Protection ACT 18 U.S.C. Sections 2, 1591, A1, and 2, 1595. Against defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group aided, abetted, and induced Sean Combs' sex trafficking venture that was in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, together and with others, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Sections 2, 1591, A1, and A2. The crimes that defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group aided and abetted are 1. Mr. Combs' perpetrating of coercive sex trafficking, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1591, A1, and 2. Mr. Combs' co-conspirators knowingly benefiting from coercive sex trafficking, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1591, A2. These crimes were in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce. Mr. Combs' co-conspirators benefited financially and received things of value from their participation in the Combs sex trafficking venture, including payments and other compensation from Mr. Combs. The co-conspirators who benefited financially include defendants J. Combs, Coram, and her direct reports, Brendan Paul, Frankie Santella, and Moy Vaughn. Under 18 U.S.C. Section 2, defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group are punishable as a principal under 18 U.S.C. Sections 1591, A1, and A2, and thereby committed and perpetrated violations of Chapter 77, Title 18, U.S. Code, when it aided, abetted, counseled, commanded, induced, and procured Combs and his co-conspirators' sex trafficking venture and sex trafficking of Plaintiff Jones, as well as other underage persons. Under 18 U.S.C. Section 2, defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group committed and perpetrated crimes in violation of 18 U.S.C. Sections 1591, A1 and A2 by aiding, abetting, inducing, and procuring Combs and his co-conspirators' sex trafficking venture and the sex trafficking of Mr. Jones. As a consequence, Mr. Jones is a victim of defendants J. Combs, Coram, and her direct. 53. Reports. Brendan Paul, Frankie Santella, and Moy Bonds criminally aided, abetted, and inducing Combs and his co-conspirators violations of 18 U.S.C. Sections 1591, A1, and A2. Defendants J. Combs, Coram, and her direct reports. Brendan Paul, Frankie Santella, and Moy Bond itself directly committed and perpetrated violations of Chapter 77, Title 18, U.S. Code, including 18 U.S.C. Sections 1591, A1, and A2 by aiding, abetting, and inducing the sex trafficking venture and the sex trafficking of Plaintiff Jones. Defendants J. Combs, Coram, and her direct reports. Brendan Paul, Frankie Santella, and Moy Bond themselves directly violated Chapter 77 by committing and perpetrating these violations. Among other things, defendants J. Combs, Coram, and her direct reports. Brendan Paul, Frankie Santella, and Moy Bond aided, abetted, and induced Combs and his co-conspirators' sex trafficking venture and sex trafficking of Plaintiff Jones, knowing that Combs and his conspirators would use means of force, threats of force, fraud, coercion, and a combination of such means to cause Mr. Jones, some of whom were under the age of 18, to engage in commercial sex acts. By aiding, abetting, and inducing Mr. Combs and his co-conspirators' sex trafficking venture and sex trafficking of plaintiff. Defendants J. Combs, Coram, and her direct reports. Brendan Paul, Frankie Santella, and Moy Bond benefited, both financially and by receiving things of value, from participating in Combs' sex trafficking venture. Defendants J. Combs, Coram, and her direct reports. Brendan Paul, Frankie Santella, and Moy Bond and its employees had actual knowledge that they were aiding, abetting, and inducing Combs and his co-conspirators' sexual abuse and sex trafficking conspiracy to recruit, solicit, entice, coerce, harbor, transport, obtain, and provide Mr. Jones as well as others into commercial sex acts through the means of force, threats of force, fraud, abuse of process, and coercion. Defendants knew and should have known that Mr. Combs had engaged in acts in violation of the TFPA. Despite such knowledge, defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group intentionally paid for and aided, abetted, and induced Combs violations of 18 U.S.C. Sections 1591, A1, and A2, which constituted perpetrating violations of those laws under 18 U.S.C. Section 2. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music. 54. Group knew and acted in reckless disregard of the fact that Combs would coerce, defraud, and force Mr. Jones to engage in commercial sex acts. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group's affirmative conduct of aiding, abetting, and inducing Combs violations was committed knowingly and in reckless disregard of the facts that Mr. Combs would use cash and financial support provided by defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group as a means of defrauding, forcing, and coercing sex acts from Mr. Jones. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group's conduct was outrageous and intentional. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group's knowing and intentional conduct of aiding, abetting, and inducing Combs's violations has caused Mr. Jones serious harm including, without limitation, physical, psychological, emotional, financial, and reputational harm. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group's knowing and intentional conduct of aiding, abetting, and inducing Combs's violations has caused Mr. Jones harm that is sufficiently serious under all the surrounding circumstances to compel a reasonable person of the same background and in the same circumstances to perform or to continue performing commercial sexual activity in order to avoid incurring that harm. This case does not involve mere fraud. Instead, defendants' criminal conduct in aiding, abetting, and inducing Combs's violations of the TFPA was outrageous and intentional because it was in deliberate furtherance of a widespread and dangerous criminal sex trafficking organization. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group's criminal conduct also evinced a high degree of moral turpitude and demonstrated such wanton dishonesty as to imply a criminal indifference to civil obligations. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group's criminal conduct was directed specifically at Mr. Jones, who was the victim of Mr. Combs's sexual abuse and sex trafficking organization. 55. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group's outrageous and intentional conduct in this case is part of a pattern and practice of defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group profiting by undertaking illegal, high-risk, high-reward sponsorships and partnerships. By virtue of these knowing and intentional violations of 18 U.S.C. Sections 1591, A.1, 1595, defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group is liable to Mr. Jones for the damages he sustained and reasonable attorney's fees. By virtue of these intentional and outrageous violations of 18 U.S.C. Sections 1591, A.1, 1595, defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, Universal Music Group is liable to Mr. Jones for punitive damages. 10th cause of action. Need for sexual assault. Against defendant Jane Doe 1, Young Miami's cousin. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. Jane Doe 1's conduct created an unreasonable risk of causing emotional distress to plaintiff, and Jane Doe 1 knew or should have known that such conduct was likely to result in emotional distress that might and or likely would cause illness or bodily harm. Plaintiff's emotional distress was foreseeable to Jane Doe 1. As a direct and proximate result of the negligent conduct of Jane Doe 1, plaintiff suffered and will continue to suffer severe emotional distress. Jane Doe 1's conduct was wanton, malicious, willful, and or cruel, entitling the plaintiff to punitive damages. 11th cause of action. Need for sexual assault. Against Mr. Combs. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. 56. Mr. Combs' conduct created an unreasonable risk of causing emotional distress to plaintiff, and Mr. Combs knew or should have known that such conduct was likely to result in emotional distress that might and or likely would cause illness or bodily harm. Plaintiff's emotional distress was foreseeable to Mr. Combs. As a direct and proximate result of the negligent conduct of Mr. Combs, plaintiff suffered and will continue to suffer severe emotional distress. Mr. Combs' conduct was wanton, malicious, willful, and or cruel, entitling the plaintiff to punitive damages. 12th cause of action. IIED for sexual assault. Defendant Jane Doe 1, Young Miami's cousin. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. Jane Doe 1 engaged in conduct toward plaintiff that is extreme and outrageous to exceed the bonds of decency in a civilized society, namely by, inter alia, subjecting him to sexual assault and misconduct. The sexual assault and misconduct by Jane Doe 1 were extreme and outrageous conduct that shocks the conscience. These actions were taken with the intent to cause or disregard for the substantial probability of causing severe emotional distress. As a direct and proximate result of Jane Doe 1's extreme and outrageous conduct, plaintiff has suffered severe emotional distress. The defendant's conduct was wanton, malicious, willful, and or cruel, entitling the plaintiff to punitive damages. 13th cause of action IIED for sexual assault. Against Mr. Combs. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. Mr. Combs engaged in conduct toward plaintiff that is extreme and outrageous to exceed the bonds of decency in a civilized society, namely by, inter alia, subjecting him to sexual assault and misconduct. 57. The sexual assault and misconduct by Mr. Combs were extreme and outrageous conduct that shocks the conscience. These actions were taken with the intent to cause or disregard for the substantial probability of causing severe emotional distress. As a direct and proximate result of Mr. Combs' extreme and outrageous conduct, plaintiff has suffered severe emotional distress. The defendant's conduct was wanton, malicious, willful, and or cruel, entitling the plaintiff to punitive damages. 14th cause of action. Knowing beneficiary in a sex trafficking venture in violation of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, 18 U.S.C. Sections 1591, A2, 1595. Against defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group. Mr. Jones incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs and realleges them as if set forth fully herein. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group knowingly and intentionally benefited, financially and by receiving things of value, from participating in, assisting, supporting, and facilitating an illegal coercive sex trafficking venture that was in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, together and with others, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1591, A2. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group took many concrete steps to aid and participate in Mr. Combs' sex trafficking venture. Among the concrete steps that defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group took to aid Mr. Combs was providing vast sums of cash, which made the sex trafficking venture possible. Providing Mr. Combs with large sum of U.S. currency caused defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group to receive financial benefits. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group willingness to provide large amounts of cash to Mr. Combs was the quid pro quo for it receiving financial benefits from Mr. Combs. The cash that defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group provided was necessary for Mr. Combs. 58. To coerce Plaintiff Jones to engage in commercial sex acts. The cash directly formed part of the commercial nature of the sex acts. The cash was also a necessary and required part of Mr. Combs' recruitment of Plaintiff Jones, as well as other sex workers, prostitutes, and underage minors. By providing cash that defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group knew would be used to fund the sex trafficking venture, defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group actively participated in the recruitment of victims of the venture. The cash that defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group provided went far beyond providing routine sponsorship, partnership, and employer compensation for a subordinate. It was far from routine for defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group to provide substantial sums of cash per year to Mr. Combs, who did not have an apparent legitimate need for such extravagant sums. The sheer number of listening parties, yacht parties, and nighttime riders' camp after parties which defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group sponsored, went far beyond normal for the music industry. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group knew, or should have known, that they were feeding Mr. Combs' sexual deviancy. Moreover, the circumstances in which Mr. Combs was requesting such large amounts were far from routine and should have raised numerous red flags, taking it well outside routine circumstances. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group providing large sums of cash to Mr. Combs, under the circumstances of this case, was entirely inconsistent with the ordinary duties of a record label, music group, publishing partner, or as an employer-employee. The reason that defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group ignored the numerous red flags about Mr. Combs was to receive financial benefits from Mr. Combs and his sex trafficking venture. Defendants Lucian Charles Grange, Ethiopia Habtemariam, Motown Records, Love Records, and Universal Music Group knew that it would gain far from routine financial benefits by 59. Ignore.
All right, so we're going to stop that lawsuit there. That's the Jones lawsuit against Diddy. Okay, so as some of you may know, that that lawsuit was thrown out, and Diddy was indicted not too long after that. Now, before I go to break, I have a couple of things that I need to play for you.
And now to the latest on the sex trafficking investigation that led to raids on the homes of Sean Combs here in Los Angeles and in Florida. He has not been arrested or charged.
So yeah, those raids were the results, I would say, of the Cassie and Diddy lawsuit. And for those of you who are just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe button, comment, share the live. You know, let's try to get my numbers up for me. Yeah, so the raid, you know, for those who don't know, we're going all the way back from the beginning. That's why we've been live over 2 hours now. We're going from the beginning, from the Cassie lawsuit all the way up to what's happening now, which is the trial on Diddy, the RICO trial. And this is one of the videos right after the Little Rod lawsuit.
Though he is named in multiple assault and trafficking lawsuits. Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay joins us here live with more. Sophie.
Giovanna, in a 79-page lawsuit filed by a music producer who claims to have worked with and lived with Sean Combs for a period of time, alleges there were underage girls, hidden cameras, and sexual harassment at his home, all of which Combs denies.
What were federal investigators in tactical gear looking for at Sean Diddy Combs' home in Los Angeles and Miami? Homeland Security says the raids were part of a months-long federal investigation, including sex trafficking.
If he's convicted, ultimately, he'll be in prison for a very long time. You know, one count of sex trafficking typically is 10 to 15 years in prison.
Cassandra Ventura, also known as Cassie, filed a lawsuit in November alleging Combs raped her and forced her to engage in sex trafficking. The two parties settled the suit the day after she filed.
The problem for Diddy,
so yeah, you know, we all know what's going on with that now. There's a lot, you know, to cover when it comes to this trial, this Diddy trial, this RICO trial, and there were a lot of people that was in that Jones lawsuit, and I think the lawsuit, this is just me speculating, I think the lawsuit was thrown out because Jones mentioned a lot of people, a lot of extra people in there, you know, the CEO of Love Records, you know, it was a bunch of people that was in that lawsuit. You know, if you want to go look at it again, I'm not going to really speak on it. You can just press rewind and go look at the lawsuit again, and it names all of these peoples, all of these companies. And I think ultimately that was the downfall of that particular lawsuit. However, there were things in that lawsuit that coincided or you know, helped the Cassie case. That's what I'm gonna call the RICO case, a Cassie case. A lot of rappers were mentioned, a lot of executives were mentioned, but I think ultimately they had to throw it out because it was just too much. Maybe it was stuff that couldn't be proven, as well as stuff that may not have been fully true or checked in. But, you know, there was a lot of stuff that was true. Let me see what academic
He did not.
said.
It did not say Meek Mill name. Wait. Oh, hold up. Never mind. Wait, what the fuck? I forgot. Look, Mr. Combs informed Mr. Jones.
Yeah, so this is the Mr. Jones lawsuit against Diddy. I think academics did like an insert on that as well.
We were playing around with that Michael Rubin shit, but if you don't, you've been tweeting about nigga. You've been tweeting about.
Yeah, it was a lot with that. So, but you know, we're gonna move forward. But you know, quick break. Make sure y'all go check out one of the sponsors, the Shoot Your Shot Film Festival. If you look in the description below, the Shoot Your Shot Film Festival is coming up, you know, in Atlanta, Georgia. This year we're doing it online, and we're going to be featuring a lot of filmmakers from across the world. This is an international film festival that I started back in 2021. You can go to the website on filmfreeway.com/Shoot Your Shot Film Festival. You can go check out ways that you can submit your films for all you filmmakers out there. What type of films you can submit. You got horror section, action, drama, documentaries, comedies, you know, animations. You can submit all the films that you would like. You can go check out some of the photos from our, you know, last film festival and the ones before. This is our 4th annual. Hey, that's Tyler Perry's cousin right there. You know, I've had a lot of people attend, you know, my film festivals. That's a picture of me, you know, with some actors, actresses. And, you know, we have panel guests, you know, people in the film industry. like I said, this is an international film festival, so we do this every year under the Shoot the Shot Film Festival brand. Also, make sure you go out and check these products out from Valora. This is a NASA-approved air purifier. All right. This is good for your studios. This is good for your office. Good for your home. They also have other products that you can put in your vehicle. This product here, you can put it in your vehicle. So if you drive Uber, Lyft, or whatever, you know, and you don't want to get the C word or any other virus, this product right here will kill all those, will unalive all those viruses. I don't want you to, you know, flag me. So yeah, go to Valora.com. The link is in the description below. And check out some of those products, man. You know, this is very good. Like I said, this is a NASA-approved product. NASA-approved. And also brandyourselfapparel.com. They have a lot of products on this website, this e-commerce website. Oh, they got cowboy hats. Well, they brims. I don't see any cowboy hats. I'm sure they're on here somewhere, though. But they got a lot of products, you know, bags. You can even get awards. Like me, personally, I'm getting awards for Shoot the Shot Film Festival this year from this website. So shout out to brandyourselfapparel.com. Shout out to all my new sponsors. All of my new sponsors. Shout out to all of them. All right, so now let's get in, like I said, we started from the beginning, which was the Cassie lawsuit. Now let's get into the Diddy trial. The Diddy trial. Let's see what's going on with that.
Diddy was indicted, and I go back with Diddy years, actually, a couple decades, because when he was active in New York,
Why is it so low?
A couple of times here for Fox 5.
Fox 5.
For different stories. One when he was hosting the Video Music Awards, when he was on Broadway, when he ran the New York City Marathon in order to raise money for education in under-resourced communities. So I've seen him publicly. I've followed his career, obviously, and this trial is unlike anything that I've ever seen before. I also cover those of you who are regulars here on Fox 5, on our Fox 5 NY YouTube page, as well as our Fox Local app.
All right, blah, 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 blah. We're not promoting Fox 5 today. Let's see what else we got over here. Closing arguments. All right, we got the closing arguments.
All right, closing arguments are now underway in the federal racketeering and sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs in New York City.
They're closing arguments, and they are bringing together all of these charges, going piece by piece through the elements that they have to prove for racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation for the purpose of prostitution.
Now, before we get too deep into the closing arguments, we do have the actual indictment. So get your popcorn ready. We're going to call out for AI again to come and read the official indictment of P. Diddy in the United States of America versus P. Diddy, which is a federal trial. Now this can get real intense. If your kids are up and watching, cover their ears. You think those last two lawsuit pieces of paper that we went through were grimy, and you know, it was wild, some wild accusations in that stuff, man. This is not going to be any better. So let's get into it. The Diddy United States versus Sean Puffy Combs, Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, aka PD, aka Love. This is the official sealed indictment. So let's get into it.
The grand jury charges. Overview. For decades, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant, abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, A/P. Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant, operated his business, headquartered at various times in Manhattan and Los Angeles, under a variety of United States-based corporate entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment and Combs Global, collectively, the Combs Business. Corporate entities in the Combs Business included, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits business, a marketing agency, and a television network and media company. At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant, engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse toward women and other individuals. This abuse was, at times, verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual. As part of his pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers. At times, Combs and others acting at his direction made arrangements for women and commercial sex workers to fly to Combs' location. Combs ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support and threatening to cut off the same, and using intimidation and violence. Physical abuse by Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant, was recurrent and widely known. On numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years, Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them. These assaults were, at times, witnessed by others and included one instance at a Los Angeles hotel in or about March 2016, which was captured on video and later publicly reported, where Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave. When a member of the hotel security staff intervened, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. Combs' violence was also not limited to these women. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant, used the Combs Business, including certain employees, to carry out, facilitate, and cover up his abuse and commercial sex. Those employees, including security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors and other close associates acted as Combs intermediaries, and their conduct was facilitated and assisted by Combs' control of the Combs Business. The Combs Enterprise. From at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of this indictment, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant, and others known and unknown, were members and associates of a criminal organization, the Combs Enterprise or the Enterprise. Members and associates of the Combs Enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other activities, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The Combs Enterprise, including its leadership, its members, and its associates, constituted an enterprise as defined by Title 18, United States Code, Section 1961, that is, a group of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. The Combs Enterprise consisted of 1. Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant. 2. Entities within the Combs Business, including but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment and Combs Global. 3. Individuals employed by and associated with the Combs Business. And 4. Others known and unknown. The Combs Enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members functioned as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of the Combs Enterprise. the Combs enterprise was engaged in and its activities affected interstate and foreign commerce. The Combs enterprise operated in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka P. D., aka Love, the defendant, was the leader of the Combs enterprise. Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka P. D., aka Love, the defendant, and others KNC, VN, and unknown, participated in unlawful and other activities related to the conduct of the Combs enterprise's affairs. These individuals included certain Combs business employees, such as members of Combs security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors, as well as other close associates of Combs. Purposes of the Combs enterprise. 11. The purposes of the Combs enterprise included the following: operating a global business in the media, entertainment, and lifestyle industries, including, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits business, a marketing agency, and a television network and media company. Preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power, reputation, and brand of Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka P. D., aka Love, the defendant, as a musician, entrepreneur, and figure in the entertainment industry. C. Enriching members and associates of the enterprise, including its leader, Combs, and in particular those who demonstrated loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crimes. Preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power of the Combs enterprise, including the power of its leader, Combs, through violence, use of firearms, threats of violence, coercion, and verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. Fulfilling the personal desires of Combs, particularly those related to Combs' sexual gratification, including through the exploitation of women and the use of commercial sex workers. Enabling Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise to engage in unlawful acts of violence, including sexual violence, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics distribution, and other crimes, and concealing the commission of such acts. Securing absolute loyalty from members of the Combs enterprise, including through acts of violence and threats, and protecting the Combs enterprise and its members and associates, including Combs, from detection and prosecution by law enforcement authorities through acts of intimidation, manipulation, bribery, and threats of retaliation against individuals who witness the crimes committed by members and associates of the enterprise. Means and methods of the enterprise. 12. Among the means and methods by which Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, Diddy, aka P. D., aka Love, the defendant, and other members and associates of the conducted and participated in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise included the following. Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at the Combs business to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as, among other things, freak-offs. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, masturbated during, and often electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, and often involved multiple commercial sex workers. During freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received 4 fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitated the freak-offs by, among other things, booking hotel rooms for the freak-offs, stocking the hotel rooms in advance with the required freak-off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, and lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs to try to mitigate room damage, arranging for travel for victims, commercial sex workers, and Combs to and from freak-offs, resupplying Combs with requested supplies, delivering large sums of cash to Combs to pay the commercial sex workers, and scheduling the delivery of 4 fluids. In or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residences in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Combs subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse to cause the victims to engage in freak-offs. Combs maintained control over his victims through, among other things, physical violence, promises of career opportunities, granting and threatening to withhold financial support, and by other coercive means, including tracking their whereabouts, dictating the victim's appearance, monitoring their medical records, controlling their housing, and supplying them with controlled substances. During and separate from freak-offs, Combs, among other things, hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times, by their hair. These assaults often resulted in injuries that took days or weeks to heal. Combs also threatened victims' careers and livelihoods, including if they resisted participating in freak-offs. Victims believed they could not refuse Combs' demands without risking their financial or job security or without repercussions in the form of physical or emotional abuse. Combs also used the sensitive, embarrassing, and incriminating recordings that he made during freak-offs as collateral to ensure the continued obedience and silence of the victims. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including Combs security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including victims of and witnesses to his abuse. In or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residences in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as a drum magazine. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise enabled Combs' control over victims by following his directions regarding financial payments to victims, advancing or suppressing the victims' career opportunities, and acquiring the controlled substances Combs used to keep the victims compliant. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise at times witnessed Combs' violence toward the victims or the victims' injuries caused by Combs without intervening. Instead, members and associates of the Combs enterprise helped conceal the violence and abuse by, among other things, assisting Combs in monitoring and preventing victims from leaving locations, such as hotels or Combs residences. These occasions included instances in which a victim was required to remain in hiding, sometimes for several days at a time, to recover from injuries Combs inflicted without being publicly observed. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise also assisted Combs in locating and contacting victims who attempted to flee his abuse. When employees, witnesses to his abuse, or others threatened Combs' authority or reputation, Combs and members and associates of the enterprise engaged in acts of violence, threats of financial and reputational harm, and verbal abuse. These acts of violence included kidnapping and arson. In addition, on multiple occasions, Combs threw both objects and people, as well as hit, dragged, choked, and shoved others. When Combs' authority or reputation was threatened by the possibility of negative publicity or legal or law enforcement action against him, including in or about late 2023 following public allegations of Combs' crimes, Combs and members and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims, including through attempted bribery, to stay silent and not report what they experienced or knew to law enforcement. On phone calls, Combs and other members and associates of the enterprise, among other things, provided these victims and witnesses with a false narrative of events in an effort to conceal Combs' crimes. Combs caused these calls to be recorded on at least 2 occasions. The racketeering conspiracy. 13, from at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of this indictment. In the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, a.k.a. P. Diddy, a.k.a. PD, a.k.a. Love, the defendant, and others known and unknown, being persons employed by and associated with the Combs enterprise described in paragraphs 6 through 12 of this indictment, an enterprise engaged in, and the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together and with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States, to wit, Title 18, United States Code, Section 1962, C, that is, to conduct and participate, directly and indirectly, in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, as that term is defined in Title 18, United States Code, Sections 1961, 1, and 1961, 5, consisting of multiple acts involving kidnapping, chargeable under the following provisions of state law: California Penal Code 207, kidnapping, California Penal Code 21A, 664, attempt, California Penal Code 31, aiding and abetting, and California Penal Code 182. Conspiracy. Multiple acts involving arson, chargeable under the following provisions of state law: California Penal Code 451, arson, California Penal Code 21A, 664, attempt, California Penal Code 31, aiding and abetting, and California Penal Code 182, conspiracy. Multiple acts involving bribery, chargeable under the following provisions of state law: California Penal Code 137, A, bribery of a witness, California Penal Code 21A 664, attempt, California Penal Code S31, aiding and abetting, and California Penal Code 182, conspiracy. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18, United States Code, Section 1512. Relating to tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18, United States Code, Sections 1589 and 2, relating to forced labor. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18, United States Code, Sections 1591 and 2, relating to sex trafficking. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18, United States Code, Sections 2421. 2422 and 2, relating to transportation and inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution and other illegal sexual activities, and H, multiple offenses involving the possession with intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics and controlled substances, including cocaine, oxycodone, alprazolam, 3, for methylenedioxymethamphetamine, 4, bromo, 2, 5, dimethoxyphenethylamine, gamma-hydroxybutyric acid, and ketamine, in violation of Title 21, United States Code, Sections 841, A1, C, B, L, E, B2, and 846. Distribution and possession with intent to distribute and conspiracy to do the same, and Title 18, United States Code, Section 2, aiding, abetting, and willfully causing. 14. It was a part of the conspiracy that Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka P. D., aka Love, the defendant, agreed that a conspirator would commit at least 2 acts of racketeering activity in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise. Notice of special sentencing factor. 15, from at least in or about 2009, up to and including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. As part of his agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka P. D., aka Love, the defendant, agreed to, in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion, as described in Title 18, United States Code. Section 1591 and any combination of such means would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 1591, A, L, and B, L. Title 18, United States Code, Section 1962, D. Count 2. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, victimi. The grand jury further charges. 16. From at least in or about 2009, up to and including in or about 2018, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka P. D., aka Love, the defendant, in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained, advertised, maintained, patronized, and solicited by any means a person, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion, as described in Title 18, United States Code, Section 1591, E2, and any combination of such means, would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act, and attempted, aided and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, and maintained a person, victimi and attempted, aided and abetted, and willfully caused victimi, to engage in commercial sex acts, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that victimi was engaging in commercial sex acts as a result of force, fraud, and coercion. Title 18, United States Code, Sections 1591, A, L, B, L, 1594, A and 2. Count 3. Transportation to engage in prostitution. The grand jury further charges. 17. From at least in or about 2009, up to and including in or about 2024, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka P. D., aka Love, the defendant, knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce with intent that the individual engage in prostitution, and attempted, aided and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs transported, aided and abetted, and willfully caused the transportation of female victims and commercial sex workers in interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Title 18, United States Code, Sections 2421, A and 2. Forfeiture allegations. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 1 of this indictment, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, Love, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18. United States Code, Section 1963, any and all interests the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 1962, any and all interests in, securities of, claims against, and property or contractual rights of any kind affording a source of influence over, the enterprise named and described herein which the defendant established, operated, controlled, conducted, and participated in the conduct of, in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 1962, and any and all property constituting and derived from proceeds obtained, directly and indirectly said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2 of this indictment, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, A/Wa P. Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States, pursuant to Title 18, United States Code, Section 1594, any and all property, real and personal, involved in, used, or intended to be used to commit or to facilitate the commission of said offense, and any and all property traceable to such property, any and all property, real and personal, constituting or derived from proceeds obtained, directly or indirectly, as a result of said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of property involved in said offense and proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 3 of this indictment, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka Diddy, aka CPD, aka Love, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States, pursuant to I. Title 18, United States Code, Section 2428, any and all property, real and personal, constituting or derived from proceeds obtained, directly or indirectly, as a result of said offense, and any and all property, real or personal, that was used or intended to be used to commit or facilitate the commission of said offense, and 2. Title 18, United States Code, Section 981, A1C, and Title 28, United States Code, Section 2461, any and all property, real and personal, that constitutes or is derived from proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. Substitute assets provision. 21. If any of the above described forfeitable property, as a result of any act or omission of the defendant, cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction without difficulty, it is the intent of the United States, pursuant to Title 18, United States Code, Section 1963, M, Title 21, United States Code, Section 853, P, and Title 28, United States Code, Section 2461, C, to seek forfeiture of any other property of the defendant up to the value of the above forfeitable property. Title 18, United States Code, Section 981, Title 18, United States Code, Section 1594. Title 18, United States Code, Section 1963. Title 18, United States Code, Section 2428. Title 21, United States Code, Section 853. Title 28, United States Code, Section 2461. Forderson Damian Williams, United States Attorney.
All right. So that is the indictment, the official indictment, the Diddy indictment. Now we have come to the opening, or the closing arguments, rather.
Underway in the federal racketeering and sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs in New York City. CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman is live outside the New York City courthouse. Katrina, thank you for your time today. I know there's a lot going on, but what have you heard so far today?
So the prosecution is delivering their closing arguments, and they are bringing together all of these charges, going piece by piece through the elements that they have to prove for racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation for the purpose of prostitution. And with racketeering, they need to show that Combs was at the head of all of this. So basically, they explained to the jury that the enterprise here has to be a group of people who came together with a common purpose to serve the defendant. And they brought up this quote that came up towards the beginning of the trial, where someone said that it's Sean Combs' kingdom, and everyone was there to serve him. So they're really just trying to break down all of this testimony that we've heard from over many, many weeks from 34 witnesses and go through each potential underlying predicate act for this racketeering conspiracy charge. And what the prosecution said is that even just the drug distribution charges alone could be enough. There just has to be 2 acts. This could be 2 instances of someone distributing drugs. And they also said it can be a small amount. It can be from.
With that being said, the moment you've all been waiting for. This is the moment that you've all been waiting for. My predictions. If you don't know, let's recap a little bit. I predicted, if you look down on my YouTube channel, look at some of my old videos, I predicted the Young Thug trial and how it would turn out. I predicted that he would be found not guilty, for one, but there was a change of events where he pled out, and actually I predicted he would come home. That's what I predicted. I never predicted that he would be found not guilty. I predicted he would come home, and I was correct. So Young Thug was able to be freed in his trial, and I based this as my predictions off of how charges are implemented, how the evidence is presented by the prosecution, how well the defense represents the clients. Because I've been through these situations before. I know a bunch of people who've been through the same situations. I've seen their paperwork if I wasn't in the courtroom with them for support myself or a part of the case. I've been to trial a couple of times myself. Like I said, I've been to federal prison twice, state prison once. I've been inducted to the Hall of Fame of being locked up, several times. That's my past life though, so I don't do, I don't commit crimes, like I used to. I was just young and dumb, just doing whatever. So, round of applause for that. And I also predicted the situation with Donald Trump. When all those charges were coming down on Donald Trump, which was people trying to discourage him from running for president and, trying to lock him up, so on and so forth. I predicted the outcome of that he would basically beat those charges and he would still win the presidency of the United States. And I was correct, okay? I'm not bragging. I just know my ish. You know what I mean? So with this case, I do believe it is a ritual. I believe they're trying to take him out for whatever reason it may be. Whether it's that liquor company trying to bring him down because he was trying to sue them for defamation of character or racism or whatever it was that he was trying to sue them for, or it was just Cassie coming to her senses, or whatever the case may be. He got these charges, federal charges against him, and based off of what I've seen and what I've read in the indictment as well as the lawsuits and the evidence, because I've been watching the trial. I've been watching all of the people who've done journalism on the trial, all of the YouTubers, from Vlad TV to to academics to, you know, it's so many of them. I kind of just scroll through YouTube and just find, you know, different people who give their opinions or not even give their opinions, just state facts of the case. And I did a little homework myself, as well as reading the indictment, which we just went through. And my personal prediction for this Diddy case and what the jury will come back with, I do believe that he will be convicted for the drug portion of it, which, you know, ultimately is the RICO case. And really, that's all they need is that part. I do believe that he will be convicted on the trafficking portion of the case. I'm not sure about the tampering with evidence or tampering with a witness or whatever. You know, when they say he blew up Kid Cudi's car or whatever, I'm not too sure about that one. It was some missing elements that I don't think I got out of that. But I don't think the feds are too concerned about that part. I think that was just something extra to throw in to make Diddy look like a demon. But I think ultimately he will be found guilty of the trafficking and the drugs. That's my prediction. Which in a federal courtroom is more than enough for him to get 20 to life for each count. And they can run it consecutive if they want. Mind you, he went to trial, so he didn't give up his rights, so he can also come back on appeal. But ultimately, he will get found guilty of those 2 charges. That is my prediction. Which ultimately is the RICO case. So they will come back with a verdict that he is found guilty of racketeering, running a sex organization. Because it's already proven that he paid for ex-workers. They traveled across state lines, which makes it federal. Also, it's illegal. Prostitution is illegal in those states with like New York or whatever. Yeah, and and the drugs are illegal, period. Not to mention, the guy that was with him, his mule that was caught at the airport, that's federal off the rip. So that automatically puts you, it's just like you had the drugs on you yourself, because he was with you. So he's part of your conspiracy. He was just able to get on the stand, testify. Don't get it twisted. When he got on the stand and testified, that was his deal. That was his deal. I notice a lot of people are like trying to downplay that, like it was nothing. Oh, his testimony, that was his deal to get on that stand and say what he said. Cassie had her immunity deal. She got on the stand, said what she said. We had the Jane Doe who got on the stand, but we all know who Jane Doe is. And all the other people that came on the stand, that came and testified against Diddy. Now, a lot of people were talking about how he didn't testify. He didn't want to testify. And they also didn't bring any witnesses to testify in Diddy's defense. Now, that is a tactic that most defense will use, because they pretty much know that he's going to be found guilty, and they can save whatever testimonies that they had to defend Diddy for appeals. So when he's found guilty, his attorneys are immediately going to put in appeals, and it's going to take some time for those appeals to go through. That is, if he's not denied. And yeah, Diddy's going to do some time, and we'll just see how the appeals, come into play. But Diddy is not going to walk out of that courtroom. That is my prediction. Now, this is not me wishing anything bad on Brother Love. This is just my professional opinion. Yes, I do call myself a professional because I have been through that process, and I've helped people who also has been through that process to get back into the Court of Appeals and 2255s and so on and so forth. So, that's just my professional opinion of what's going to happen with Diddy. All right, before we go, we got breaking news. Something fell out of the sky, y'all. Right here in Georgia, too. Right here in Georgia.
Following a developing mystery across metro Atlanta, a fireball seen streaking across the sky this afternoon. We've heard from a number of you who saw it just before 12:30 this afternoon. Many sent us pictures and videos.
I saw it and heard it too. A couple of loud booms in the sky. Fox 5 Eric Perry is in studio now with the very latest. Eric, the question remains, what was it?
Yeah, I think we're still trying to figure out exactly what that is. We heard from so many of you at home sending us pictures. You sent us videos of that bright fireball. I talked with Henry County Emergency Management Director Ryan Morrison. He tells me crews are investigating a home in McDonough after he calls what it is unusual damage to the roof there. Here's a look at some of that damage there. He sent the pictures. He says he can't confirm if it was a meteor or anything at this time, but he says that debris fell from above. It went through the ceiling there, some tiling, and then hit the floor inside. Let's take you to some of the video that you sent us here. We're so grateful for it.
That big old fireball was that little piece.
Confirming to our sister station there, multiple local fire departments are looking for a, quote, meteor that possibly crashed upstate. We're told several crews there are currently...
So, meteors are falling out of the sky. I don't know. I don't know about that, people. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, but, we're going to go about what the media is putting out there. We can only go by that.
Around looking for...
I wasn't there. I didn't see it, but this is the breaking news that something in the southeast landed here in Georgia, McDonough, Georgia, which is not too far from me, and went through somebody's ceiling. Let's see what she's talking about.
I keep replaying it in my head. I just happened to look up and I seen it coming down out of the sky like it was white, and the ball of it was like on fire, like the part that's entering the atmosphere.
All right, many.
Yeah, and I don't know. But anyway, that concludes the Leylo Show for tonight, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man. It is the Leylo Show. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, comment, share the live. Check out those sponsors. Links are in the description. Go watch some of my movies. Don't forget, Shoot Your Shot Film Festival. Submit your films. All you filmmakers. It's going down this year.